Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We've got a bunch of LEGO games lined up for you. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders for GDQ. GDQ is hiring. If you love creative work and have experience in planning and organizing, you can apply to be a prize assistant at our mainline events. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/jobs by May 11th to apply. Also, if you are a streamer with a community that loves to support charitable causes, you can apply to become an SGDQ ambassador. You can join our group of creators that will be raising money for Doctors Without Borders this upcoming June. Selected streamers will raise money for the charity and have the chance to attend the event as guests of GDQ and MSF. You can use !SGDQ ambassadors in chat for more information. Apply for that by April 27th. With all of that said, we've got LEGO Racers here. I will hand it over to our runners in commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, strangers and familiar faces on the internet. My name is Janik, and I run the funny plastic toy card game. And with me is...
Hello, I'm Vincent. Yeah, that's it. That's the introduction. We're done.
Yes,
amazing.
Okay.
All right, and I am one of your two commentators today. I am Grill. I mostly task the N64 version, and with me is Nandy.
Hi, I'm Nandy. I'm currently 5th place in also LEGO Racers PC, and I will be doing the commentary together with Grill.
Excellent, and I think we'll just jump right into it. We can explain more as we go along. So for timing, we're about to count down to sync up Vincent and Janik. That is not when timing will start. Timing will start when the race begins. So Vincent, Janik, if you're ready, we're going to count down from 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Oh, that's
and then timing will start 3, 2, 1, go. And this is LEGO Racers, released in 1999. This is the first LEGO racing game made by LEGO. And we have our first track, Imperial Grand Prix, with champion Captain Redbeard.
So every circuit or just cup in this game has a specific champion, and that champion will be the one you're fighting against and who's gonna make your life a bit more miserable, because he's always the one who will attack you the most. But as you could have seen on Vincent's screen, Vincent actually used a mechanic of one of the items, the grappler, because when using the grappler you get a lot more speed, and you can use that in the first turn of Imperial Grand Prix to get a slight advantage over the normal driving. So yeah.
Yes, and the other thing you've probably noticed is that the racers are aiming to get 3 white bricks and a green brick. And so there are many colored bricks throughout the courses, red, blue, yellow, and green. We really only focus on the green brick because it's the brick that gives you the boost, makes you go faster. And when you're running a game, you always want to go faster. And specifically, the white bricks make your power-up more powerful. So if you get a green brick, you have a normal boost. If you have a white brick with that green brick, you have a slightly longer boost. 2 whites and a green, you can fly. And then 3 whites and a green, which is the ideal boost power-up, you have what we call a warp. And it sort of moves you very far through the track in a very small amount of time. And so our racers will be aiming to get as many warps as they can. But it's more than just getting warps. It's using them at the correct time so that you don't miss other bricks that you need throughout the course. So that is the main power-up we'll be seeing throughout the race.
So coming up into Dark Forest Dash, there are a couple small things that the players have to look out for. One of them is a small global timer that runs on a low ghosty friend that will say hi to you in probably lap 2, that you can soon see on Vincent's screen. But also the pathing of where to get the white bricks, because all the CPUs are on a global timer, a global path. They have a couple paths that they can get, and this is probably one of the first tracks that will be important, because Robin Hood here, who we just caught up on, can get a white brick in front of us so that we can't get a optimal warp compared to the 2 other strats.
But it looks like, at least on Vincent's side, he did not take that brick, which is good. We'll see if Jay has the same luck, and he does, which is always good. The other thing I saw someone say in the chat was block car, and I guess that's something we should talk about. Yes, these cars are very blocky, and that's not just because they are made out of Legos. Both Janik and Vincent are running the 1999 version of the game. There's also a 2001 version that we won't really talk about in this race. But essentially, how the car mechanics work are the more bricks you have on your car, the higher your top speed. So we try to pack as many bricks on the car as possible to make it as heavy as possible and as fast as possible. So that's why these cars are just large rectangular prisms, and you know, not anything more than that.
So now we're on the third track, is what we call MMM. We use everything in acronyms, and this is the fun of the first tracks that we use the intentional shortcuts, because in this track there will be a light code that you find on lap 1, and with that we can get some more white bricks to make a more optimal path. There's also a different shortcut on this track where you have to use your shield and you could just go through a rock, but that can be used as a backup, but going through the shortcut once is just the optimal way to do it.
Yeah, maybe we'll see the rock cut later on. But yeah, so far, both runners, you know, we're pretty even. Vincent has a slight lead, but overall this has been a pretty standard start to the run.
Janik just slightly missing a pretty sharp snap slide.
Yeah.
We will come back to later, I guess, to explain what a snap slide is, because there is a lot of details when it comes to that right now about that specific tech. But we're now coming up to the last track of Rapbeards, what is DAD for short.
Yeah, so if you look at Vincent's screen or Janik's screen in a few seconds, he'll do this weird like U-turn warp. And basically what that does is it puts him right into the shortcut. Normally to access the shortcut on this track, you need some sort of a projectile power-up, a cannonball, a grapple to open it up. But Vincent discovered that if you warp in a very specific location, that it will actually just put you right inside, right past the wall that you need to blow open to get into the shortcut. And so because of that, we can avoid picking up any projectiles at all and just focus on our warp speed power-ups. And that was a nice grapple there by Vincent as well. The other thing you may have noticed is, and we'll talk about this again, and we'll say why we'll talk about this again in a little bit, but there was a very large bounce that you saw when they came out of the warp, and we'll cover that a little later on in the run. Because the way that LEGO Racers works is that there are 6 circuits and one championship match, and the first 3 circuits are all unique tracks, and then the latter 3 circuits are the same tracks from the first 3 circuits. They're just mirrored. So later on in the track, or later on in the run, we'll see all of these tracks again. And with that is the first circuit of the run.
With Vincent being slightly in the lead.
Vincent has a slight lead, but there's plenty of room for error to come, and so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, we're going into probably one of the more difficult tracks when it comes to the early game. It is for the Islanders, and with our new champion, Kahuka. And what Vincent tried, but we're gonna see Jay also giving it an attempt, is trying to push Kahuka right after we get the startup boost, so we can use a grapple on him. And seems like none of the runners has gone it, or Janik not even trying, but that's okay. We're all here for the marathon. They're still racing against each other. And we're gonna go off-road a bit to get this green brick, because we have a really specific routing on this track, because there are only 2 green bricks. So we have to use them into each other to get the most optimal driving on this track. So you can see Vincent flying into the bricks and then going into the warp right after the lap to get the most optimal pathing for this track.
Yeah, they both did that very well. Flying in this game is not easy, especially when you have to make sharp turns. It can be very finicky, but so far both of them doing very well with flying strats. It looks like Jay is going to take a slightly different route here, he's going to actually warp here, and he's going to pick up the green in the sand. And then ideally, he'll have 3 white bricks to pick up here. Here's one. He might not have the second one. All right, that's fine. So he'll pick up this second one here, and then he's going to go swimming, as we call it, down here in the water. There are 3 white bricks. He just needs 1 more to finish off the warp here. That's a slightly safer strat than flying. Ideally, he would have had 3 before he entered the cave at the end, because there's another shortcut that he could have warped into, and that would have saved him some time as well.
So coming up into Royal Knights Raceway, we are going through the shortcut off-road again, and we're gonna hold specifically left when we come out of the warp, because depending on what you hold or what speed you're on, all the warp is gonna be different. And because this track in general is gonna be very reactive, because a lot of things can change on the fly to your routing. So as you can see, that probably Vincent and Jay are gonna enter track or lap 2 differently, or as we like to call it when Vincent does something different, Vincent's Mickey Mouse strats. He got oiled, sadly. Well,
yeah, that's okay. It happens.
Yeah. So mostly Vincent is getting a pretty optimal RKR after all, except for that.
Yeah, he had white brick stolen there by Kahuka, but he can just do a castle warp here to finish it off. Jay also having to slow down a little bit there. There's a lot. So the other thing about bricks and brick colors is that if you're holding, let's say you're holding a green brick and you drive through a brick of a different color, you will swap bricks. So if you drive through a red brick, you will swap it with your green brick. Your green brick will go where the red brick goes, which we don't want to do. We don't ever want to swap our bricks, except in very particular situations that we'll explain later on. But we call that brick contamination, and generally it's not good. Vincent going for the quick turnaround warp strat here on IPP, Ice Planet Pathway, which really he succeeded. That was very nice. And then Jay with the nice bomb dodge.
Really
there.
Nice dodge indeed.
That was very tight.
So one thing that you probably might have noticed as well is that some of the slides that they do sound different and they look different. It's because there is not really recently, but a tech discovered in this game that we call snap sliding. And because when you are at top speed and you hold backwards and forwards, you can get extremely tight drifts, and you can keep your speed during that. And we just use that all over the run to get like specific angles going or certain corners that you just normally cannot drift properly. And Vincent had to slow down here because in one of the paths that the CPUs can have, they can steal the white bricks away. But there was luckily 1 left, so this gave for a still optimal IPP for Vincent.
Yeah, that was a very good IPP. And then a little bit more about, so Nandy mentioned forwards, backwards. So basically what that means, when you accelerate, you're holding usually the up arrow forwards, and when you brake, it's the down arrow or backwards. And you'd think that holding brake or backwards would slow you down, and that is always the case when you're not at your top speed. Or if you're below your top speed, you will slow down. But if you're above your top speed, you will decelerate back to your top speed, right? So if you have a boost and you're going faster than your top speed, eventually you will start decelerating. But what we discovered was if you hold the brake while you're going from above your top speed back to your top speed, you will actually decelerate more slowly than you would if you weren't holding the brake. So you can maintain a higher speed for longer by holding brake when you are above your top speed, which kind of, I don't know, that breaks my brain a little bit because it doesn't make sense. But 1999 game programming was a whole different world, and I will take it because it makes the race a lot more enjoyable. I think it's a tough mechanic to master, and I have not done it. And but Jay and Vincent are both very good at implementing that mechanic.
We also have to probably mention another runner with that, Green, who is currently
Yes.
the second place holder in the category and was the first person to beat the game in 43 minutes, barely under Vincent. It was a really tight race between the two, but eventually
Yes.
Green took over. But Vincent has the world record back now by just 4
Yes.
seconds.
Just
So
4
the
seconds.
rivalry is still on.
Yes, and so Vincent had a rough lap 3 there, and so that actually brings Janik back to within 10 seconds of Vincent, 2 circuits down. That was Amazon Adventure Alley. We'll talk more about it when we see it again mirrored. We missed most of it then, but that's okay. We're back into it, and we're heading into Circuit 3.
And starting with Circuit 3, we're gonna go to what in my opinion is my favorite champion to play against, to Basil the Batlord, who is named differently in many, many ways in different countries, because his name is just really random. He's called Florus in Dutch for some reason.
Yeah, language localizations can be pretty funny.
But one thing that we haven't mentioned, because we keep talking about 1999, is that the game has 2 releases, because this game was re-released in 2001 with some fixes. Most runners run on 99 because of the speed of the bricks, but we are not very sure yet which one is faster, because in 2001 they made the flying a bit just easier. They fixed because in 99 you can go all over the place if you just fly it a little bit more wrong. So if they fly and they do it optimally, it's really impressive to look at. And what's happening on Vincent's screen right now is that Grill mentioned brick contamination, and this time we're actually doing it on purpose, because Basil is gonna try to grab one of the bricks, and because we leave him with a blue brick, he uses it immediately, so he doesn't contaminate the first green brick that you see when you go over the finish line, so we can use that in our pathing.
Yes, yeah, and that's very important for pathing. There are only so many bricks. Actually, Vincent unfortunately got a red brick, even though he did do the blue-red swap, which is interesting. So that will make for an interesting end of this lap for Vincent. Jay luckily has his green where he needs it, and he'll be picking up these 3 greens, or these 3 white bricks here, as he did before. Oh, Vincent, unfortunate curse. Oh no, but he cleansed it. So one of the power-ups you could get is a mummy's curse. If you got the mummy's curse, throw it in the chat. I'll do it myself. That's 3 white bricks and a yellow, and essentially what that does is it slows your top speed, but it also reverses your left and right directions, which can be very confusing if you're not ready for it. So that brought Jay a little closer again, and we're moving now into Pirate Skull Pass, second track of Circuit 3. Pirate themes, everyone loves the Lego Pirates. This is going to have an interesting tight turn right up here. So Vincent's going to get his warp. He's going to turn tightly into that white brick, and then that's going to spit him out right onto a green brick, which is exactly where you want to be. That is not an easy turn. Hitboxes with like walls and things in this game are not always as they appear, so it's very easy to clip a wall that's not really there, and end up going somewhere you didn't want to go initially.
So technically in this track, you can contaminate the green brick every 3 laps, because they just keep on trying to get it. So this track is still a bit tight when it comes to RNG, but luckily the first green brick and the most important green brick will always be there. And one thing with the warp that they do into the green brick at the start is that it is really finicky, because normally the runners want to brake before they warp, but it doesn't always work, or it just lets you do weird things. And
oh my gosh,
for my
Vincent
own setup, I just
going
use the
insane. Vincent is going backwards.
He's just
what a madman!
Smoothing. He's showcasing the gameplay,
and he still got it. Oh my goodness!
Vincent really showing off right here.
Yeah,
truly proving that he is in the first place.
Wow.
And a family member in the last place.
That was insane. So Jay with the unfortunate 2 cannonballs there, but he should have enough whites here where he can drive into this shortcut, in quotes. It's really not that short because it's off-road, but it does have 2 white bricks in it, and that allows us a warp there near the end of the lap. So over on Vincent's screen, he's moving into ATT, Adventure Temple Trail, or Trial. I never remember which. This is arguably the hardest track in the game. It is the longest track in the game. It has the most obstacles in the game. It can kill your run probably more easily than any other track.
At top level of this game, it can't just all come down to this level. That's just how much this track can do to your whole run.
Yeah, you can either like save 10 seconds or you can lose 30. It's all over the place. But they both had good lap ones. Mid to upper 30s for your first lap is pretty standard. And so Jay has a warp and he's going to turn into the shortcut here, and that actually gets him way farther down the track than if he had warped without turning into the shortcut, which is always what they go for.
By doing a slight break before you warp, you can actually warp directly into the white brick and the green brick for an optimal pathing.
Yes. So far, first 2 laps are usually pretty straightforward. It is lap 3 when you start catching up with the CPUs that it can get a little concerning. Occasionally there's a curse where Vincent is right now, but he luckily avoided that. Jay is taking a backup here, grabbing these 2 white bricks over on the side to do a warp here, which will spit him out right there. He dodged the zapper, always good.
Barely missed the white brick, but from the looks of it,
but he's okay.
Yeah, he's
never
okay.
punished. Never punished.
So as you can see, the difference between Jay and Vincent has been changed drastically just from one track.
Yeah, and it's not even that Jay did anything bad. It's just kind of how the routes work out from time to time. And now over here on Vincent's side, we're over on Alien Rally Asteroid, the duo UFO insectoid themed track. One of my favorites. I think it's one of the community favorites, really. This is a very enjoyable track to play, just even casually. There's a lot of fun things. Oh, Vincent unfortunately missed his white brick turnaround there, but he still had a very good first lap.
There are a couple things that you could do in this track. As you can see, Vincent and Jay are both doing completely different strats. What Jay tries to do is he tries to land in a specific part after the shortcut for a more optimal warp. And what Vincent is doing is once again Mickey Mousing it, doing it his own way, getting an extra white brick. But it seems to be paying off for him because he's schmoving through the track.
Yeah, he's having no issues here. This is a very good ARA for Vincent. And he doesn't even have to do the turnaround lap 3 because he'll end up right at the finish line. And that is circuit 3 for Vincent. Pretty good Basil overall for Vincent and for Jay as well. Nothing really catastrophic happening for either runner.
And coming up to the next champion, we're gonna go into a Lego character that is still getting updated in sets to this day. You might recognize him, Johnny Thunder.
We'll see who it is. John Thunder.
John Thunder.
John Thunder, the man.
The myth, the legend. Totally not referencing Indiana Jones.
Not at all. But now is when we will start seeing the past circuits mirrored. So this is all of the Redbeard circuit, both mirrored and you play the tracks in reverse order. So we're starting with Desert Adventure Dragway, and it's mirrored. That's really the only difference. The CPUs do go slightly faster in the latter 3 circuits, and the champion of the circuit, they prefer different bricks. So each champion prefers a certain brick or a certain power up, and so Johnny prefers something else or something different than Redbeard, but it doesn't come up too often. But again, so basically same strats as the first circuit. We do this weird warp turnaround into the shortcut. If you look at Janik's screen here, he unfortunately missed the DAD bounce, but Vincent just got it there. So Vincent, when he comes out of the warp, is holding nothing. He's holding no direction. and you sort of hit the hill in a way that your speed is so high, and you just kind of bounce, and your top speed isn't decreasing because you're not touching the ground. You sort of just bounce, and you go really fast through the hills in the tunnel here. And that was also discovered around the time that we discovered the forwards-backwards mechanic for slowing your deceleration by holding brake when you're above your top speed.
So with that, we're going back in the reverse track order, and we're now gonna do a Magma Moon Marathon instead of what normally would be Dark Forest Dash. And so basically the strats are gonna be the same. The only thing that a lot of people actually still do not know about this game, and I only discovered when I started running this game, is that the code for this track is also backwards.
Yes, that can be very confusing. So up here on the right, you see this code here, this red, blue, or blue, red, blue there on the side, and that's an easy one to do in reverse because it's the same thing. But if, for example, if you saw it like left to right, if it was like red, blue, blue, the code actually would be blue, red, red, because of it being mirrored. And so Vincent here will fly through blue, red, and then blue again to open up the shortcut here. See, Jay has an easy one, red, red, red. That both have
Jay
very easy mirrored codes.
But and red, red, red actually also being the most optimal code to get for the runs. Because it's the easiest, and you can sneak in a extra green brick easily.
Yeah, it's very easy to drive through it.
Optimal.
Jay grabbing that extra white there, which was good.
And then sliding to the right instead of the left against the wall for a more optimal spit out of the warp.
So unfortunately,
one white.
Pharaoh's Mummy stole the white brick that Janik wanted, but he has an easy backup here.
Might get yeah, I was gonna say you might get grappled here.
It worked out. So Vincent back over Dark Forest Dash. Again, just very all right. So Vincent had an unfortunate. He started to skid around the corner there while flying. Luckily, he missed the ghost, but he also missed one of the white bricks that he wanted, and so he's just going to boost it out instead of grabbing that warp there. Which is fine. Not, it's not the end of the world if you have to boost it out. You lose a few seconds, but had he hit the ghost, it would have been much worse because the ghost can pick you up and flip you around, and you can end up just like facing backwards, or you lose your flight. It can be much worse than just missing a white brick.
Am I the only one who thinks that this track looks like Miffy?
It might be a you thing, but
it had to be mentioned.
Gotta let him know. So right there, Jay hit the ghost. He had his flight kind of got, I don't know, he got stuck and couldn't make the turn in time, which is unfortunate. But again, he's got the bricks he needs to do the warp here. Only losing a few seconds to the ghost. So Vincent has about a little less than a lap lead here, but we still have a lot of races left, a lot of difficult races left, and then our final race, Rocket Racer Run, that we'll cover when we get to it, can just go completely off the chain. It'll be wild. So we'll see how these things go when we get to them.
Most of the time loss or differences that can happen in your full game run are mostly happening in mirror. It has to do I don't know what it is, but even though it's the same track, it just plays so completely different.
Yeah, that's very true. They are the same. You swap your lefts and your rights, obviously, but yeah, for some reason, it just much more can go wrong.
Just a lot of the strategies that you would use on the normal tracks just don't seem to work. But with that, there is a one lap difference between Jay and Vincent right now, and Vincent just keeps on smoothing.
Yeah, they're both doing very well.
They're doing amazing.
So one thing that you've probably noticed on a lot of tracks is there are shortcuts. Pretty much almost every track has a shortcut. Looking at you, Night Marathon. But We don't take the shortcut on this track because it's just not faster. It technically is a faster route, but because we want to pick up those 3 white bricks that Vincent just got, that Janik also just got, we don't take the shortcut because you would miss all 3 of those, and it doesn't really make any sense to take the shortcut. So this is one of the tracks where the shortcut is omitted, just because it's better to go around.
So coming up, we just finished Johnny. We're going into our next rival where we actually start with AAA and end with the TIT. And we're gonna play against the Baron.
The Baron. The Baron, or the Sam Sanister, if you like to be wrong. Yeah, so AAA is, all these tracks are pretty straightforward. It's just the RNG is usually not in your favor. There's a large chance that you won't have all of the bricks you need, mostly on lap 3. Again, it's because you catch up to the CPUs by then, and they just, their pathing is, they got to have some bricks, and sometimes they take the bricks that you want. And I guess one thing we can mention is brick respawn. So the colored bricks, the reds, the blues, the yellows, and the greens, if you pick those up, they will respawn roughly 5 seconds after you have picked them up. White bricks are different in that they won't respawn until they are used, which is sometimes why we don't have the white bricks we need, because they're picked up by a CPU, and then the CPU just never uses a power-up, and so that white brick will just forever be missing until it's used by the CPU, and that can really cause problems, because we want as many white bricks as we can get, and there's only so many on the track, and we have to follow our routes to get the ones that we need. So we'll see how it goes here for Vincent. Got there just before a chew. Throw your chews in the chat if you got them, because he did not get us today, but he can be a real menace if he gets to the green brick before you do.
Actually really wants that green brick. In what is it? 2 out of 3 of the pathings that he can take, he takes that green brick just before you.
Yes, and it's worse on this circuit than on circuit 2, because again they're moving a little faster in the back half. They have a slight speed boost, and so they will if you're not moving fast enough, they will get to that brick before you. And unfortunately for Jay, his green brick was contaminated with a yellow, and so he's unable to warp here, and so now he's just hoping that this river brick up here is green, and it is, so he'll be able to warp it out in a little bit here. But that was... Go ahead, Andy.
Oh, yeah, sure. It is actually quite rare that CPUs contaminate either yellow or white or blue bricks. They tend to use them immediately, but when you see a yellow brick, it is quite rare. Yeah,
that's very true. Some of them they'll just use like immediately. So seeing a yellow there is obviously not what you want to see, but also not very common. So that was an unfortunate break for Jay. But we're back to Ice Planet Pathway, the Ice Planet 2002 series of sets, which are definitely very popular among LEGO fans. I enjoy them myself. Again, this one's pretty straightforward. You want to be warping. You want to be going fast. That's the name of the game. And so far, Vincent that was very good. Vincent already finished that IPP. That was very quick. Had very good laps. Lap 3 can be pretty RNG heavy with white bricks again. There are a lot of them, and another thing is that there are a lot of green bricks on this track, so we're not really worried about missing greens, being contaminated and whatnot. It's just the white bricks that can really cause problems for you. Jay doing a quick George check.
George check.
Real quick George check. That one might be... I don't know if we need to go through that right now, but depending on how you play with the camera, you can be zoomed in all the way in like a first-person view, or there are 2 other more zoomed out modes. Being as zoomed out as possible makes it easier to see upcoming bricks. And most players these days play fully zoomed out.
It seems like Vincent just got a little bit of bad luck with a red brick being contaminated on the green.
He also didn't have that corner white. But he should be fine. So Vincent will not be taking the shortcut. Nope, he will be taking. I lied. He's going crazy. I thought he'd take the backup, but no, he's out here.
It is still Vincent what we're talking about. When you think it's gonna go the normal way, you don't know Vincent.
It's true, but he got this green here at the end, and that was a pretty alright RKR. Jay hitting the. Those are tough pillars to drive around. Again, hitboxes. What are they? They're always where you don't think they're going to be. So if you hit those pillars, it can just like stop your entire momentum. You got to back up, do things you don't want to be doing. You never want to be going backwards in this run. And unfortunately, sometimes pillars just get in the way.
Ooh. Vincent setting up for the grapple, but Baron last minute grabs the white brick away.
Yep, unfortunate, but that's the name of the game.
So what you see Vincent quickly do as a small optimization, he uses the oil to hop over the off-road, so he has a little bit less off-road and keeps his speed while going through the shortcuts. Because in this game, if you're a little bit wonky or not on four wheels when you go down a hill or just hop a bit, you keep your speed on the off-road, and it can be used in our advantage and also just against us, because if you would do this on the normal track, you just have no control over your card.
Yeah, it can vary pretty greatly.
It can be anything. And once again, Vincent playing it a slight bit safe. He could have gone for the white brick in between, but he takes the beach warp instead. Yeah,
it saves a little bit of time, but safety strat's probably the way to go. And he has all his white bricks here, so he should have a fine. He picked up that red brick there just in case a CPU behind him were to pick it up. He would get hit and lose a white brick. Jay doing fancy turnaround. He unfortunately missed the green the first time, but just does a quick loop back to it and, grabs it there. Second time's a charm. Probably the better way to do it so that he doesn't, you want to at least warp there, whether or not you have to turn around for the brick. But that's circuit 5 for Vincent. Jay again is going for the shortcut warp here, so he picked up the green there after a warp instead of flying, and so he's going to hope that all the bricks are here. He's got 1, he's got 2, and he's got 3, so he is going to take the shortcut up here on the right. Get your shortcut warps in chat if you got them. And so that pretty much just warps him immediately to the finish line. The shortcut cuts off a lot of the cave section, and it will get you to the finish line a lot faster using a warp.
So now we are on to our final circuit, actually. Well, it's technically final circuit, because after this circuit, there's only a circuit with 1 track left.
Yeah.
We will keep that a little surprise. People might actually know what it is already, but
We'll see.
But we're coming up to ARA. There is one thing that we haven't mentioned during the first run of ARA, and that's where a small exploit that we can do with the UFOs. Because if we would use a shield, what we might actually see happening, if we use a shield on the first couple frames that you get hit by the UFO, you get pushed forward. And when you shield there, you can actually get a giant boost forward. Vincent trying, but actually not succeeding.
Yeah, it kind of took him sideways instead of forward. It's very contextual. Like the UFO has to be on the right cycle. You have to have a shield. There has to be not really anyone in front of you, but it can boost you forward quite a bit, which can save some time.
Maybe we will see. No, we will not see Jay attempting it. He was a little bit too fast for the UFO.
But that is ARA for Vincent. He's moving back into Adventure Temple Trail or Trial. I honestly forgot which one it is. But again, if Vincent can make it through this track without too many large issues, he's in a pretty good spot. This track, as a casual player, this track is destructive to your mental well-being. Just it's so much can go wrong, and if you're not like if you're driving, not as fast as you possibly can, like Vincent is here, you're just gonna run into more problems. And even as Vincent is, driving very fast and doing all the things you need to do, eventually he's going to catch up to the CPUs, and that's when RNG comes into play, and really you're going to have a bad time a lot of the time that you play this track.
But also playing it extremely safe, but still so fast. Because normally when you are at top speeds and you would warp into an item, what we always try to do is we take an extra white brick or a green brick while we warp. But when we are flying and we have enough speed, we can even take 2. And Vincent has been doing that consistently for the last 2 laps.
Vincent flying through the shortcut like a madman.
You're really showing off right now.
The shortcut on this track is very small. It's hard to drive through it without hitting a wall. And flying through it is just like insane. Like, I don't know why you would ever do that. But again, Vincent's out here. Gets an extra. Oh, he missed the extra white, unfortunately.
Extra white.
I couldn't tell if it despawned. So
it despawns, yeah.
Occasionally you'll see a white brick somewhere on the track that it's not usually supposed to be. And if you have white bricks in your inventory and you get hit by a projectile, so like a cannonball or a grapple, you'll lose one. You will lose one white brick, and it will just drop right where you got hit, and it won't stay there forever. I don't know the exact timing on when it will despawn, but eventually it will go away. But sometimes you get lucky and you get to pick up an extra white brick that you don't normally have.
So coming up into PSP Mirror, there can be a slight issue with Moth in general, because at the start of each track we always try to push the rival backwards. But since Moth's car is just really big, sometimes you could just push her forwards. And if she is in the lead in this track, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble, because she prefers to grab green bricks in general. So she's gonna take all your warps away.
Yeah. Yes, Gypsy likes the green bricks, and we also like the green bricks. And when you both want them, sometimes you don't always get them. So Jay had a very unfortunate lap 3 there.
It was very unfortunate indeed.
I think there was a lot of flying and not a lot of warping, which, flying will take you roughly the same distance as a warp, but it is slower because obviously you don't really... Warps last about 3 seconds, maybe 3.5, and then you're where you need to be. Flying, you have some speed boost, but not as much as a warp, obviously. But all right, so Vincent has a red brick where he wanted a green brick, so he is unfortunately going to just have to hope the cave brick here will be there. He's going to wait a little bit, but that's not too bad.
So will he go for yet another Vincent Mickey Mouse? And he seems to be trying with a giant bounce at the end of PSP. This is something Vincent randomly found and now just uses it in his advantage. Vincent always coming in with the goofy strats that always seem to work.
Yes. High payoff, but definitely can get you if it goes wrong. So unfortunately, Jay had a contaminated green brick there. He got a red where he wanted a green. So he'll be taking a slight back up here, grabbing this green down here. And that will play into how he plays lap 3. Again, it depends a lot on what bricks have been taken and what haven't. He also hit a wall that wasn't a wall, but it told him he couldn't drive there, so he missed the first white. That's a red. Alpha.
Also getting cannons.
Oh no.
And also having a contaminated red. PSP is really bullying Jay as we speak.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. PSP is also very difficult. Probably maybe the second most difficult after ATT, or depending on who you ask, it's more difficult. But he'll take this backup warp here, and that's PSP.
Yeah, Basil and Moth are just in my opinion, the hardest to because of the tracks that you get. And what was that boost that happened to?
So Vincent took he warped into one of the whites, before the warp, and he hit a pillar. Sometimes you can get stuck in the pillar, and then it will shoot you backwards much farther than he just was shot back. I don't know what he's doing now. These are some strats of all time.
He's just showing off right now. Even we have no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be something, but this is something for sure.
He's going for that It's a Small World right now.
Yeah, somebody's got to. Jay taking the more normal warp strat over there, grabbing the green, swapping these blue and red bricks for the lap 3 RNG, which is always good. Almost never fails. But that is circuit 7 for Vincent, or circuit 6, excuse me, for Vincent.
Going into circuit 7 right now.
Yes.
With the man, the myth, the legend, the unbeatable, the strongest rocket racer.
Well, yes, he's technically unbeatable until you beat him, and then he gets sad and he goes and starts Lego Racers 2, and then, you know,
yeah, and he
you beat him again, and then, you know.
Yeah. He kicks newspapers, and that's how Lego Racers 2 starts.
And then once you beat him there, you can find them all washed up in Lego Drome Racers.
That I actually didn't know.
All right, this is Rocket Racer Run. This is the final race of the game. It can be very difficult. So you don't want Rocket to be ahead of you, and unfortunately, Rocket is ahead of Vincent. So what he's going to do is he's going to take this shortcut right here. It's sort of a smaller shortcut. It just warps you through the middle of that circular part of the track. He should be fine now. He's back ahead of Rocket. He zapped him out of the warp, which was pretty wild.
So Rocket Racer has a lot of paths you can take. You can do it in so many ways. There is a extremely fast way. We call it a 9 warp, but it has not been done in a run yet, or has been recorded yet in an RTA run of this game.
Yeah, I don't think, and apparently a 9 warp isn't even the fastest strat. I don't understand how, but you know.
We still find new things in this game every day.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So Vincent's on lap 3, so time will be right as this race ends for each racer. So Vincent unfortunately missing some whites and some greens, but he's loaded up now. He just wants to avoid Gale Storm and her Wand of Doom.
JD's starting a bit more safe. You saw Vincent going directly for the green brick, but the more safer strat is to go to the red brick on the left, so when Rocket Racer catches up on you, that you can cannonball him, so that you are in the lead. And
yes.
Coming up next, almost time for Vincent. By taking the turn and fly. Oh,
yeah, basically, probably. Oh, he's just driving.
Oh,
make it easy. Make it easy for the timing. That'll be time for Vincent. The swag reverse strat. Oh no, Jay.
Oh no, Jay missing the shortcut.
Missing the shortcut. And now he's just
backwards
driving backwards, going insane. I don't know. This is a moment of all time. So he'll be warping there to turn himself around. I'm not sure how that happened.
I'm not sure how Jay's brain is doing right now. From the sounds.
That's all right. Sometimes the cannon don't go where you want it to go.
This game really likes to bully. And
that worked a lot better there. That worked a lot better that time.
Oh.
Unfortunately, hit by a stray rocket. Let's see how this ends out here. Missing some greens, but he just needs some whites. Probably, I don't know if Gale Storm is going to hit him with the grapple.
He does, but he gets the push.
But that's okay. He got the push into the warp, around the corner. 3, 2, 1,
and time.
Still very good runs across the board. I think sub 46 for both. Low 45 for Vincent, mid 45, maybe 46 for Jay.
Can't believe Vincent tied my PB.
Yeah,
I cannot believe this run. This was the most insane run ever.
That was a run of all time.
This was one of the runs ever. Oh my god.
This is going in the books as the run.
I think I've not been bullied by bots this much ever. This is crazy. Anyway, GG.
Doubt, you did amazing. GG, guys. GG.
Big
you two did amazing. Good show off for this
That's
game.
Lego Racers. Very high levels of chaos and high levels of fun.
What you consider fun.
Well, yes, if you consider that fun, then I suppose it's fun. But
then I would tell you to join the Lego Discord server and pick up yourself some Lego racers.
Yeah, come
not
visit
gonna
us in the
regret it.
Discord. It's we're always around to help. We always like seeing new runners. So, you guys have anything you want to say?
I think that's it for me.
I don't know. Shout out everyone. Shout out all the people running the event.
Shoutouts to the Lego Racers community. It's a small handful, but we always have fun together. We have community things sometimes. We do runs. And yeah, there's always more happening every day. If it comes to Vincent finding new strats.
Thank you all.
Yes. And enjoy the marathon, I would say.
Yeah, thank you all so much for being on. What a fantastic race, and thank you so much for helping on commentary. Like I said all day yesterday and today, if you're interested in any of the LEGO game speedruns, you should join the community. They're all wonderful people. They'll definitely help you out. It's a fantastic community to be a part of. We do have more LEGO coming up. We've got Bionicle, the game, coming up next. Before we go to our break, just a quick reminder, Summer Games Done Quick 2025 will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 6th through 13th. You can register to attend the event by May 26th. You can use !SGDQ in Twitch chat for more information, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com. With that said, we'll be back in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We've got Bionicle, the game here. I will hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hi, everybody. I am Milkblade. I am one of the world record speedrunners of Bionicle, the game. And I'm very happy to be here for GDQ showing off this game today. I'm also a Bionicle VTuber as well. We're a whole Bionicle theme today, and we're very happy to be here. Celebrating some LEGO Star Wars with another classic and a near and dear LEGO thing with Bionicle. Love it to death. And joining me today is my speedrun other half, another wonderful and insane runner who was kind of my mentor starting out for me as well. So they raised me from the ashes at the beginning of my running this game, is Andre, who you may recognize from yesterday's insane LEGO Island speedrun. So we got some multi-talented people here. Oh, the game demo is starting. But Andre is joining me on comms today.
Yeah. I've been running this game for, like 5 years now. Former record holder, current second place. And I've done a lot of the glitch hunting and strat finding from this game. So a lot of you're about to see, I did find, but...
Blame them for when I mess up.
Not all of it. Had a lot of help from a lot of the amazing community members, so super excited to be here. All right, I think we're ready to get started. Milk, you want to go ahead and count us down?
Alrighty, let's see what BTG has us doing today. We'll hit it with a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I hit the control stick and ruined it all. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so to start off the run here, you're going to see Milk immediately quit, or basically just quit out to the main menu. This is one of the few cutscene skips we can do in the game. For some reason, the first cutscene has a flag that gets set that it's already been watched as soon as it starts, so he's able to just quit out and immediately skip that cutscene. This does work a little bit differently on different platforms, and some cutscene skips that you can't do on this version of the game. This is the GameCube version. But some skips you can do on every version are those ones there. Not only was that the optimal line to take through that route, but jumping on those rocks, it actually skips a text box, which basically just explains how to double jump and play the game.
It's also the first part where my nerves shoot up, because that's the first thing you can mess up in the game is you jump right in the lava and miss the stone. And I'm not going to lie, I almost did right there. And that would have made me very sad inside and outside, actually.
That's like a live run classic, but thankfully didn't see that there. There you saw Milk jump around the left side of the tower there. Not only is that a shorter line, it also skips 2 text boxes. The text boxes in this game basically pause the game and take a long time to scroll through the text. So skipping as many of those as possible is always best. So for this level, we're going through and collecting the Matoran, little villagers, as we need to collect 5 of them to be able to beat the level. That's not always the case for true any percent. If you've noticed, this is any percent NTS, which stands for no Tahu skip. Basically, in this level, there is a skip that you can do to skip roughly 2 minutes from the run. This level is shaped like a big letter Y, so you start at the bottom and move up to the sort of fork in the middle. Milk's about to get to here.
It's shaped like the question you ask yourself when you run any percent. Why? Why are you doing this to yourself?
So basically, Tahoe Skip works by going up towards the room to the boss arena, which is up and to the left. And if you walk in between a rock and a wall, you'll sort of rock back and forth.
Oh, here comes the line.
Probably
Everybody
one
say
out of every 100 times you clip through. But it's very, very rare to actually happen, so we're not going to be doing that here today.
Rescue Major and help us.
So there's Takua. He's one of the main characters of the movie, which this game loosely ties into. He's sort of more of a side character here, as this focuses on the playable Toa. This one is Tahu, Toa of Fire.
And we walked past the area there for the 80%, the Tahoe skip there. We will see it when we go back to the arena the correct way. But we'll make sure to wave at the wall and all the horrible things it has done to runners. And here, I will not be going for a certain trick that is very, very weird to go for, but it is something I call it Big Papa Skip, which is a very... You notice how there's 3 lines here? This is basically a slot machine, and it's even worse odds than Vegas.
This is, effectively a slot machine. Basically, there's a glitch in this game where if you double jump and then immediately get hit after your double jump, it gives both your single and double jump back. So you're able to actually use that with correct timing with the laser that enemy shoots to refresh your double jump and jump across the gap to skip having to defeat it. But it's very, very difficult and very rare to go for. Taking an intentional death there is that sets your checkpoint a little bit further ahead, so that saves a few seconds. And now coming up to Rahi Room, up in a little bit. This room is very interesting in the way it works. There are 4 enemies on pillars, and 1 drops in from the middle. So he's going to be shooting them in a specific order and a specific timing to complete it optimally.
Assuming that the targeting system does play nice with me, this game has a bit of a weird system for locking onto stuff, so it can be very weird. And these bugs, these Hodo beetles, these Hodo bugs, as they bug around. Ooh, actually, the targeting system is working. You can tell what's targeting when the... Oh, I got shot right there. When the little lock-on signal is on the thing. There we go.
There, you see how I'm doing it in a sort of almost counterclockwise motion. If you do it in a clockwise motion, some interesting things can happen. You saw a little victory animation that Tahu did there. If you do it clockwise, the victory animation plays after this cutscene, which is actually skippable on the PS2 version, I think the PC version as well, by saving and quitting out to the title, but for whatever reason, it does not work on the GameCube version.
I don't know if we prefaced that, but we are running on the GameCube version of this game. For optimal stuff.
This is the GameCube version. It is the fastest version to play on by, I think, roughly 2 minutes, both to faster loads and some platform-exclusive glitches. But some of them, like the cutscene skip there, only work on things like the PS2 version. But even with those, the GameCube version is still by far and away the fastest.
All right, you think I'm going to get lucky here, Andre? What do we think?
We'll see. So this is the very RNG-heavy section here.
Oh, you just saw a monstrous save right there. That's very, very random to get there. That is a triple hit. When the Borok pop out, you were able to get 2 hits on them free when they're doing their little scream at you. But if you're lucky and have the mandate of Mata Nui, you can get a triple hit if they spawn directly underneath you and you're quick on the trigger finger there. That saves a lot of time because it's a whole nother cycle of rolling that they will not do on that first Borok. That is an insane time save to get there. Also, Gangster's Paradise as he ascends to the heavens. We're getting some real rare stuff here today. I'm liking this. This is a fun run right here, and I'm a little motivated. You know what's going to happen at some point.
This part of the game, Milk's using a mechanic that's not described in the game, but it's actually in the manual. By pressing L, you can lock on to whatever enemy that the targeting system is on, and that makes it just much more consistent to be able to shoot the enemies. Now, coming up here after this cutscene, this is going to be one of the loose tie-ins to the movie, or Takua's going to talk about the Mask of Light. But this game focuses on the playable Toa. And right after, Milk is going to do a safety save, which we normally wouldn't do in runs, but we're going to do just because this next level does have a chance to crash. This game is not very well put together and largely unfinished. So we're going to do a bit of a safety save here just in case.
There we go.
So coming up next is Kopaka. This is the Toa of Ice. This is one of the first what's known as adrenaline levels internally in the game. Levels are split up into two categories. There's one where you're basically just walking around like the previous level, collecting Matoran and getting from point A to point B. But this one has some more exciting mechanics. We're going to be snowboarding our way down the hill. You'll see a couple other adrenaline levels later on in the game. This game was, like I mentioned, largely unfinished. Each TOA was supposed to have both a walking level and an adrenaline level, and both as their base, what's called Mata form, which is what you're seeing from Kopaka and Tahu here. And then later on the next level, you'll see the TOA's upgraded Nuva form. Each TOA, like I said, was supposed to have one level from each, but only Tahu got the 2-level treatment. This is Kopaka's only level, and you'll only see Nuva levels from here on out after this.
Yeah, there is. We will skip
the
cutscene, but there is a cutscene that shows them all transforming after this, which is very cool. But sadly, we don't watch that.
Yeah, it's slow to watch though. We're gonna be skipping that.
Oh yeah.
On the way down the hill here, you're gonna see Milk is not going to be taking basically what would be a traditionally optimal line down the hill. You're gonna see him sort of zigzagging back and forth, and that's because the level geometry is very rough in certain spots. So certain steep angles can pop you up into the air, which reduces your horizontal momentum. So you're going to see him sliding basically left and right around to stay on the ground, as that is a little bit faster. And this section of the level is pretty straightforward, just getting from point A to point B. That thing in the bottom right corner, that green and red thing, is actually a timer telling you how much time you have left. And this tunnel is very interesting. This is one of the potential crash spots, which thankfully we got by.
There is
no issues.
A glitch that can happen. You saw it right there. There was a little stutter, and I got a little worried there. But there is a glitch where the camera can get stuck on the ceiling outside the cave, but Kopaka will keep moving forward. However, there is an invisible wall about like 40 feet in front of the character, so you will just see Kopaka infinitely plinking off of nothing in the distance as you watch your game slowly die and beg for mercy. It's just like,
yeah, the other alternative there is crashing, so
off.
thankfully neither happened.
We were never meant to go this fast.
Yeah, I think it's if you like go too far into the little like ditch in that area, that can primarily cause it, or if you're too far to the right, but avoiding that. Now, Bionicle lore heads are going to be confused by this cutscene because Nuju is just speaking plainly. In the lore, he only speaks in a series of clicks and whistles by choice, because he just, I don't know, refuses to speak English, I guess. So that's a little bit confusing.
He's the guy who who was studied abroad for 1 semester at college, and he comes back with an accent, and you know he didn't pick it up naturally.
This is the first of the 2 boss fights in this level. Now, this section on the GameCube version is a little bit weird. You see a first-person perspective. On any platform that's not the GameCube version, there's a very thick black fog in this area. So it forces first person to use Kopaka's mask ability, which is X-ray vision, in order to be able to see through the fog. But in the GameCube version, that black fog doesn't render, so it just appears useless and annoying. You can actually press Y to trigger the X-ray vision at any point in the level, but it's forced during that section. And like I said, first the 2 boss fights in this level, going for a 3-3-1 cycle, just shielding the Borok and then shooting it 3 times in the air. It is technically possible to get 4 hits on the first cycle, but so far nobody has actually pulled it off.
I have not been taken by the avarice so much as to go for that in this run.
Yeah, I've only been able to do it in a tool-assisted environment, but nobody's hit that RTA yet, but never say never.
Oh, yeah. And one thing on the mask powers is kind of an interesting thing with this game. While it does play fast and loose a bit with the lore, like the transformations and everything, it is kind of interesting how all of the TOA do kind of use their mask powers. Tahu, like everybody has the shield, so that kind of is a bit cheating for Tahu. But Kopaka uses vision, Gali, you swim around in the water, Pohatu, he has a faster base move speed, and then Onua, his main mechanic of the level is pushing rocks, so he has the actual mask of strength and things, and Liwa can fly. So it is kind of interesting how they did genuinely try. You can see where the effort is in the game. Like, obviously, we joke it's made out of paper mache and spaghetti code, but there is a lot of effort put forward, and you can see it in bits like that otherwise, if you weren't really aware of that in lore and such, that is a very minor thing they didn't have to do, but they did anyway.
Yeah, it is nice to see that they definitely had some good ideas, but not all of it came to fruition, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. It is a little jarring at first, going sort of backwards to the camera and towards it, but the rocks always follow the same pattern, so it's pretty easy to maneuver around. There is a rare glitch that can happen in this cutscene right here. Where Kopaka gets off his board, he'll like T-pose and like vibrate in the ground. But I think only Flup is, for some reason, the only one able to do that consistently, because she's just built different, I guess.
Before we leave Kopaka, as I go up to the next boss fight here, do you want to talk about there is a glitch you can do with Kopaka, actually, where if you spam the shield button at the start of one of the sections where he's getting on the board, you can actually dismount the board and walk around as Kopaka. It does not save any time, but we have actually been able to walk around in these levels casually and just see how things are. And it's not even like a weird like hack or something. That just is in the game where you can get off the board if you mash correctly and time it right. I'm gonna be quiet now because I don't like this guy.
You can actually avoid some cutscenes by doing that, like the one right before the boulder run section. But unfortunately, since your walking speed is so much slower than your snowboard speed, it loses way more time than it saves. But it's interesting that even if you skip the cutscene, you can still walk down to the next area, and it will progress normally, even with those cutscenes skipped. So it's a little bit interesting. That was a really good quick kill on Tannock. That boss can be very, very annoying. So that was pretty well done there.
Rule of thumb is you want to kill him before he gets to the river, and it can get really tight when he decides to be a mean person.
Yeah, there we saw a jump scare from the Krana. That's the cutscene of them transforming to their new form, which you're going to see from here on out. So this level is very, very difficult, and I'm mostly to blame for it from all the ridiculous things that I've found. Gali has incredible ability to just clip through walls practically wherever you want. So you're going to see Milk basically hopping in and out of bounds, collecting Matoran to be able to do this as fast as possible. Basically, you can swim, and by landing in the water and mashing Y, you can effectively clip through any wall that you want. There are also other ways to get through and to save time. So this is going to go by pretty quickly. He's going to have to collect 13 of the 15 total Matoran in this level. Some of them are going to have text boxes that play immediately, like this one, and some of them have text boxes that play the next time you hit the ground. So after this first room, he's going to be collecting 2 Matoran in hopefully a single jump, but without touching the ground. They're doing a bit of an upwarp, what we call a yump. By doing a jump against a sloped surface, it actually converts your horizontal momentum into vertical momentum, and you're able to basically fly up certain slopes. So here's the first... okay, didn't get it there, but yeah, that's a very hard trick. If your angle is slightly off, you can hit the ground there and get the text box. But ideally, you'd get both Matoran in that one jump to skip one of the text boxes. But there you can see how slow these text boxes do go and how much time it saves to be able to get them. Yeah, not uncommon to miss that, but yeah, definitely a very, very difficult trick here.
That one is one of... I would say Gali is generally considered the hardest level in the run. Just because it's like a constant gauntlet of tricks. I would say the hardest trick belongs to the... Oh, dang. The hardest trick belongs to the next level, just in my personal opinion as a runner. But I think Gali is the hardest level by far, just because of how much... Just the trick density and all the things that just happen with it. And Gate 2 you saw there, that thing can be a little mean. That one's an actual nemesis of mine. That one likes to be a little mean to me when it pops me back out.
Yeah, if you saw when he hit that text box pop in the ground, there's actually a dark energy cage like you see right here. So this is how you're supposed to be able to go through and break the cage and then collect the Matoran. But he actually jumped under the cage at just the right angle to be able to grab the Matoran through the cage and skip having to grab it. And they're going for another text box skip, so that one plays a text box the next time you touch the ground. So he's going to clip out of bounds and then maneuver around the geometry here to hit the level N trigger, well, the section N trigger, rather. And that will clear the text box since you're moving to a new area, so it deloads it and skips it entirely, which is very nice. Now, coming up, he's going to be setting up a pretty convoluted trick here. First, we're going to do a yump up the side of this wall here to skip having to walk all the way around. Very well done.
Really good one there.
Yeah, that was very good. So what he's going to do now is walk on top of this area and collect this Matoran, and that sets up the first of 2 triggers. Basically loads the end level trigger into memory, and then by jumping up against that wall, it actually activates it and makes it active. So now what he's going to do is clip into this platform here, which is going to activate the end level trigger, and that skips having to walk all the way up and around and trigger it normally. If you mess up either one of the 2 trigger points, it will actually soft lock the level if you don't hit it correctly, because if you enter that wooden platform without having it loaded correctly, it just basically deloads it. So you have to quit and restart the level. So that was very, very well done there.
Thankfully, we have it down to a science now with where you have to go and what you have to hit, because for a while there, it was pretty nebulous of, I think you go in this general area, and then you wind up with 3 golds into this level, and then you soft lock yourself, and you and the ceiling hits different at night when you do that. That is a sad day.
Right there, you saw probably one of the easiest and biggest time saves of this level. That's the boss fight quick kill. You just charge up your blast that you normally use to break the dark energy cages, and all the Balrog are vulnerable as soon as they pop out of the ground. So if you charge the Nuba blast and release it at the right time, it kills all of them instantly. I think it saves over 1.5 minutes. So it's very easy and very well done there. So coming up, we have Bohatu. He normally has the Mask of Speed, but we're going to see an Adrenaline level here. But first, he's going to climb up on the wall here and avoid a cutscene. In most levels, a cutscene plays as soon as you start the level, but this one's delayed until after you walk forward a little bit. So he was able to walk up along the walls there and avoid that cutscene trigger. And then you're going to see him jumping a lot here. Jumping in this game is a little bit weird.
Remember, kids, if you jump up the stairs, you go faster.
Exactly. But if you walk down a sloped surface, it changes your vector angle, so you actually lose overall horizontal momentum when walking down a slope. So you saw him jumping down the slope and up the stairs to basically keep maximum horizontal momentum that whole time. And like I said, this is one of the Adrenaline levels. This one is a little bit interesting. Bohatu has the Mask of Speed, so I would have loved to see like a really fast running section here. But instead, they stuck him underground in a minecart. So it's going to be rather interesting.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Donkey Kong Country, welcome to Bohatu's minecart madness level.
This level's really fun. It's going to look very strange. The way this section works is... basically, you can build up to a max horizontal speed by going down a slope, and then when you go up slopes, you lose speed as you go uphill. But if you jump up slopes, you don't lose any speed, so you're going to see Milk basically building up his max horizontal speed and then jumping up every slope possible in order to preserve as much speed as possible. And that's basically the name of the game throughout this whole level. There are some obstacles and some 6 different locks you have to hit in order to be able to finish the level. And then as you progress, your energy level, which is the orange bar up in the top left, will slowly deplete. So he's going to be collecting these green energy spheres to basically replenish that as much as possible. This level is quite difficult, especially in 100%, because there are a lot of light stones scattered around the level, and the hitboxes on some of them just are made up and just exist when they want to. There's a few that are actually hidden like directly behind a pillar, so they're not actually visible when you go past them, so you just have to sort of know that they're there to be able to grab them. So it's a little bit interesting.
And coming up here is going to be what I personally find to be the hardest trick in the run, at least the hardest solo trick. We call it Bohatu Jump. And there's
very creative naming with our skips. We have Tahu Skip, Bohatu Jump. We had Onua Jump for a little bit. Very, very creative here in Bionicle Speedruns. So basically, coming up ahead, there are 5 basically statues with axes. And there's a few different ways you can progress through it. You can slow down and shoot them, but obviously that loses time. But what he's going to be doing here is jumping at a certain rhythm in order to set up when he's landing. And he's going to try to shoot the first axe when he gets to it and then jump over the second one. We're going to see if he gets that here. Very well done. That's a lot harder than it looks.
Ooh, baby, somebody
very well
stop
done.
me. Look at me
very,
go.
very difficult to do.
Watch me cook,
He made that
Jesse.
look really easy.
That is the hardest trick in the run for me, and I'm very happy to have hit that. That one is a pain because the hitboxes on those axes, I was really worried there because you can snipe the first axe with the shot, and the second one, if you are a hair early or a hair late, you will hit the second axe, even if you look like you're jumping over it. The hitboxes are absolutely, I don't even know if I want to call them abysmal. I just want to call them evil. They're actually spiteful, evil hitboxes.
That last one, you can actually, if you run into the last axe and it bounces you backwards, you can still hit it again because the hitbox still exists for some strange reason. So yeah, he made that look incredibly easy, but that is so hard. That's really impressive. So coming up is Onua's level. This one is very cool and has undergone some massive changes in the past few months. Thanks to myself and another runner, Flup. She was basically instrumental in getting the route down for this. But last time this was at an event, I believe this was at Legothon this past year, and this level is now a minute faster thanks to these discoveries. So this is a GameCube exclusive glitch, which we call Door Stuck. But the point of this level is to push these rocks onto these platforms, which opens the door, and then you can progress through. But you're going to see Milkblade do here is walk
You
a
know
little
what?
bit away
I
from
think
the
I
door and then
forgot
turn
something. I
around.
forgot to turn the oven off. Let me head back real quick.
So he's going to try to wedge himself inside the door collision and then line himself up and jump up and out of bounds. Didn't quite work there. This is incredibly difficult.
It is a very
it requires some setup.
finicky trick. Ah, dang! If you pop out the other side, like right here, you have to take a death and reset, which is very tragic. But
Yeah.
because
But even with those, still saving time over not doing it on a second try. But yeah, this is very, very, very glitchy door collision and very, very interesting. For a while, this level was very notorious for crashing. Now, the GameCube also has an exclusive crash glitch, which is not beneficial at all, but...
there
we go. Now he gets out
Second
of
try
bounds.
is the charm right there.
But basically, those Hodo bugs and the Scorpion enemies have a tendency to crash the game if you use your shield right next to them. So for a while, we didn't really know exactly what caused it. So we'd end up crashing a lot in this level. But thankfully, now that we know, and we're avoiding a lot of the enemies by floating out of bounds, it's much, much better. So you're going to see him basically floating through the void here for a little bit. And as the level collision pops in and out of existence, basically going through the level, you can't just fly straight from point A to point B. You have to hit different level triggers and load zones to be able to progress further. So that's why you see him sort of pop in bounds and get close to the level here. Coming up, this jump is very, very tricky. You have to jump off a certain piece of geometry to get enough height to be able to make a jump up to the next section here. So you see that there? There we go.
Oh, nice.
Remaining out of bounds there is very difficult. It's very easy to pop back in bounds there. But skipping just all of this room. And then coming up is a very big skip. We get to skip a big hallway, which has these like bull-like enemies that just smash against a wall, and very, very tricky to avoid them and to get through it optimally. But thankfully now we can just skip right past it.
For how long we
Floating
had
under the ground.
theorized on how to skip the Cane Raw Bull section, it is incredible that this is what it ended up being, because I don't think anybody figured this was going to be the outcome of that idea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I basically was losing time to that bull section. I would recommend also just popping back in bounds here to reset the respawn. Or no, yeah, just go for it. Why not?
Go for it.
So here we're going to be progressing straight to the boss arena. This part out of bounds has been in the run for a while because there's a very easy way to just clip out between a rock and the wall. But coming up is what we call the 5-frame or death jump, where it is a jump that is a 5-frame input window to be able to get, because you have to jump over some water and onto a piece of collision here. So I'm going to let him focus a little bit here as we come up to this. Nicely
Don't even
done.
need
That is
the respawn point.
don't even need
faith.
the safe respawn. Yeah, that is very difficult
That
because
jump
he
is 5
stayed out of
frames and it's
bounds.
horrible.
Yeah, it's 5-frame input window, and because he stayed out of bounds throughout the entire level, he never actually set a respawn anywhere else. So if he had missed that jump, he would be restarting all the way back from the very start.
Back
of
to
the
the
level.
beginning, baby. No 4-quarter
Back to the
continue
beginning.
here.
So this part, there's no way to skip the boss. Basically, just pushing these rocks onto these vents as they open. Each one opens in a counterclockwise motion around the arena. So he's setting up rocks and then pushing another one on as the cycle comes around to him.
This is my
be able to
patented
push these
milk
on.
cycle, because I
Yeah, we call
sat
this the
down
milk
for
cycle.
an hour one day and just figured out, all right, here, how do I make this as efficient as possible?
Yeah, and this is the most efficient way through it here. There is a way to actually glitch one of the rocks like inside the vent, so you can sort of push it in early, but it's very difficult to set up and doesn't really save that much time. So coming up to the last few here, that was very well done, Onua. Like I said, that saved about a minute over the previous strat. So awesome to see that done very, very well. Live run. It's really, really cool to see.
A little tragic on that second try door stuck, but door stuck is an incredibly annoying trick. I'm very happy that it only took that long to get it. Ooh,
Yeah.
can I get...
Yeah, that's still...
Ooh, there we go.
Oh, did you get it?
I got
Ooh.
Deepwood. I got that. There's a trick at the beginning of Liwa where you've got about a frame, and if you can get a jump input out, Liwa will jump up into the air before the cutscene starts, and then if you hold down around the end of the cutscene, you save, what do we say, it was about 20 frames by
Yeah, so
by not having
you
to
have-
walk.
You have 6 total frames of control before the cutscene starts, and 2 of them you're grounded, so you have 2 frames to input the jump. So if you hold down and jump at that point, it saves up to a total of 24 frames, just from that micro movement right before the cutscene starts.
which it might not
we
sound
call
like
it
a lot
Deepwood.
there, but
Yeah, it's a lot for 24 frames, but
ooh.
it's really cool to see done.
There was a specific arc of last year when I was running any percent where I missed a 36, like a new minute barrier, by 1 frame, and I did not get Deepwood in that run, and I was kicking myself. Because if I had just gotten Deepwood, that would have made the difference in that minute barrier. I have since crushed that barrier, but that stayed with me for a good couple of days after that one.
Just goes to show that every frame in this game counts.
Oh, yeah.
So coming here, we call this gamer jump. This is a really cool momentum preservation. By jumping off of the branch before the end of it, you preserve your higher branch speed, and you can actually keep that after grabbing the rope and fling across that gap. And that
Grandmaster
is
ranked gamer jump.
Yeah, Grandmaster ranked gamer jump. That's one of the flashier and really more fun tricks in the run. It just looks really cool. You're seeing him take a lot of intentional deaths here. You're supposed to jump back up to the start, but it takes a while to traverse, but you can just die, and it only you only lose 1 health from dying in this level, which is unique because you lose all of your life and have to take a long respawn in every other level. For some reason here, you only take 1 life hit, so death warps are very, very quick in this level.
We're gonna hope I don't get extremely unlucky here, because this trick actually has, all right, we're good. But with that trick, I don't know if we've ever figured out what it is that causes it, but there's a small chance where to save time from going back up there, we just take the additional hit right there. But there is a weird thing where I think if you go high enough on that jump, you can activate what's, I'm just calling a kill floor, where it will not take 1 hit, but it will just kill you. And then you will have to you will have to take the extra seconds on that.
That was an issue, but I think since we do right side first, even if we take the hard death there on the left, we still end up not losing any Matoran. So I think in that case, it only loses a couple seconds instead of like 30. So now finally we have the ability where Liwa can fly and hop off these ropes. This is a pretty straightforward but pretty fun, just point A to point B section. We're going to be seeing a couple different tricks here. One of them is specifically with these ropes. They're very, very buggy. And this level in general is weirdly buggy with the pause menu. If you pause during certain sections, it can just cause the music to like loop the last few measures or just break it entirely. We're going to be using the ropes with the pause in a very funny way first. But first I have to ask, are you going for it?
I mean, I second try door stuck. I can't not go for it.
All right, he's going for it. So this is Footloose Jump. Shout out to Bionicle Heroes runner Footloose. The first time they played through this game casually, they just hit this jump. That Milkblade hit. Wow, that was very close.
I'm hitting
they basically
all
didn't
the
know the
weird
correct
stuff.
way to go.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, that's incredibly difficult. It looked just barely possible, but you have to jump off that leaf on a certain frame in order to be able to make that. So here we're going to see the vine pausing. If you pause the game, very close there. Not quite enough height.
Not enough. I should have done second pause there.
But that gives me time to explain how that works.
Yeah.
Basically, when you pause the game all these vines recoil after you unpause the game. So he's able to grab onto the rope and then pause the game to make it recoil to give him just enough height to cross that gap without having to go all the way around. It's very, very strange. Not really sure why exactly it happens, but it happens to all the ropes in the level.
Gibby!
That's really useful. That's what we call Gibby. That's where you just jump off the side there.
I've been saying that for years. It's just the meme of Gibby falling from the ceiling, and that's the trick. Everyone who knows it, we always yell it.
This part of the level is really interesting because I take a different shattered his ribs. I take a different route through this, and I think most runners take a slightly different route in this windmill room, but it all evens out because the windmill is on a set cycle there, so it doesn't actually make a difference. Now here's a cutscene that it's just for style. Here's a cutscene skip that doesn't work on GameCube. So this cutscene here is playing now on PS2, Xbox, and I believe PC as well. On that little balloon elevator earlier, if you fall under it and just die right before you take it down and then hop on, that cutscene doesn't play. But for whatever reason, that skip does not work on the GameCube version, and it's totally unknown as to why. But GameCube doesn't seem to like to do cutscene skips. And then coming up, we have, probably the most well-known trick in this level is, we call it Freebird. This is a massive text box skip. I think it saves like 7 to 10 seconds. Basically, there's a text box that plays when you get close to this bird, and there's a load zone right in the same spot, but the text box trigger is slightly smaller than the load zone, so you saw him fly along the edge of the wooden platform there, and that avoided the text box while still hitting the load trigger, and that saves a massive amount of time. That trick used to be a lot worse, where we'd have to try to land on the very corner of the platform, and it was super inconsistent and really difficult, but I figured out a way just to fly around it, and that made it basically free every time.
Okay, yeah, it's free now. I'm not gonna lie. There was a small bullet of sweat going down my forehead there, because there's still the chance where if you are too high or do not hit the actual trigger there, this section will not load. And guess what, buddy? It won't load no matter what you do now. So you soft lock your game.
Yeah, if it doesn't load, there is no way to actually recover. You actually have to just quit and start a new game. So yeah, very, very, very tricky there.
Here we're
this boss can also be a pain. Getting looped by Panrack here. Basically, you want to try to corner it so that it can't jump to an adjacent platform. But depending on which RNG cycle you get, there's basically a 33% chance that he'll jump up, which is what Milk got there. But if he jumps to the left or right, you can basically kill him immediately. But yeah, he can sort of jump in very unfavorable directions if he jumps up, like you saw there. So it is quite difficult. But overall, it's pretty well done level. And then coming up here, we have the second Tahu level. So you get to see the only Toa that gets the 2-level treatment. And here we get a link back to the movie, where Takua is on a quest to find the 7th Toa who can wear the Mask of Light. But spoiler alert, it's Takua all along. He puts on the mask. But we find that out at the end of this level here.
And they're heading to destroy the Koro.
The Turaga say they are rocket.
Yeah, this is another adrenaline level. You're going to see Tahu doing some lava boarding, which you actually see at the beginning of the movie. And yeah, this is a very straightforward adrenaline level, just point A to point B. But this is very difficult, especially for casual players, because there are no checkpoints in this level at all. So if you die or lose the race, it is back to the beginning for you. Now, there is something very, very interesting that I want to talk about in this level is Milkblade had a dream one
yes,
time.
I had a dream. I had a
dream.
vision from Mata Nui one night as I lie snug as a bug in a rug in my bed. I was visited by 3 ghosts. All of them were this game. And within my vision of...
Okay, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Within my vision of horror, I saw this level. And within this level, there was a trick that did not exist. It was where you would ram straight headfirst into a wall, and you would clip out of bounds, and you'd be able to fall to another part of the level and save a lot of time. 2/3 of that is true. Because,
yeah, so after Milk told me that, I was so curious, and I was like, what the heck did you eat for dinner that made you have that kind of dream?
We were trying it out, and we were labbing it on stream, and it turns out that that does exist.
Yeah, so there are
in the exact section that I dreamed.
There are a few spots in this level, and yeah, one of them is the exact same spot that you dreamed, that you can actually clip into the wall, and you do fall out of bounds, but if you clip in a certain way and then let go of the stick, you will start to float out of bounds. And I absolutely lost it when I realized it was actually happening.
The moment that I first clipped out on stream was unbelievable, because that was the vision was true.
Unfortunately, it's not able to be used in the run. I did end up working on a tool-assisted run-through using that glitch, and it is possible to actually skip down to a later part of the level, because it basically makes a little mini spiral, so you can land in the later part of the level. Unfortunately, you miss certain respawn points and checkpoint triggers, so the camera does not face the correct way, and you gray out by bonking into a wall, and it resets you further back. So even if you do it like the best possible way, it still loses like 40 seconds. So it's a little sad that it didn't end up working, but it's absolutely insane.
The tragic part is that it can't be applied, but the good part is that also it can be applied, because trying to get it to work alone is just beyond difficult. But the fact that it is real is just, oh hey, the vision tech is real.
The vision. There's a couple other places where you can still clip out of bounds, and they work even worse. There's some parts where the camera clips out of bounds and falls down below, but your character stays. And there's some parts where your character clips out of bounds, but the camera stays in bounds. So it's very interesting. Coming up to the final level here, we call this Makuta's Casino, because this
also
is just purely down to enemy RNG. Yeah, the Laugh Factory. This is just purely about shooting the enemies and killing them as fast as possible. Unfortunately, these enemies in this game are very annoying. They can sort of hide behind the ledge here, or they can basically fly into Makuta and become completely invulnerable because Makuta's hitbox just overlaps. So thankfully, the frog's being pretty lenient there.
Oh, and one piece of tech that's actually pretty applicable in a couple different situations and levels is what you see me that I'm just kind of like stuttering forward a bunch. I am mashing on the D-pad while I fire forward to cancel the animation for the shooting, because otherwise you do a slower animation for it. So this allows you to rapid, and especially with Takanova, because he has infinite energy in this level, so you don't have to wait and recharge. And it allows you to. I was going for the triple right there, just being a little greedy, but you saw me wait for the hit there. But you're able to rapid fire machine gun as Takanova with this with no penalty, which is very nice.
Yeah,
as you can see they're hiding behind Papa Makuta there, not allowing me to get any hits in, which is very annoying because these guys love to just play it safe and hide forever. Thankfully, the B is going to be a little nice, but the Nui Rama is just kind of having a field day with the hitbox there. All right, there we go. I managed to off-screen the Nui Rama there.
That was pretty good. So if you saw the two striped, like wasp-looking enemies, two of them died instantly. So normally there's a big one, and then you shoot it, and it splits into two, and they do like a long flip backwards, and they're totally invulnerable during that. But if you manage to hit the big one while it's shooting at you, it cancels that invincible flip animation, and it splits them immediately, and you can immediately shoot them again. So we call those instant Bs because you can just kill them instantly that way. It's very rare to get and very difficult, but is a worthy time save. And there you saw him moving to the left rock off the start there, just because the one on the left flips over a little sooner. But this is the final part of the game, coming up on the final boss fight, and time coming up in a couple minutes here. So this part's pretty simple. You just walk on these platforms to flip them over. Makuta will drop a shield, and you just reflect a ball back at him. Pretty straightforward. You're going to have 2 cycles of this, so 1 more to go, and then a final section where you actually start to do damage to Makuta.
And an optimal kind of movement here. You can walk with the control stick.
Leg.
I prefer D-pad to hit a little funky Takua.
Doing the stanky leg over there.
Stanky leg Takua is the best tech, honestly.
Also, yeah, another thing that a lot of people, especially casual players, didn't realize, but for some reason Takanova can fly. Not really sure why, but it's incredibly useful during this part.
I think the idea was that they were going to give him just every Toa's powers in this, because he also, if you watch his, I'm strafing right now, so you can't really see it, but when in his run animation, he has the same running as Pohatu, where he will stop and kind of have to catch himself because he has a higher base movement speed.
Oh,
so I think we've never put Takanova in water, but I would suspect that he's able to swim, weirdly enough.
Oh, I should try that.
Because that's just my theory. Because he has Pohatu's movement
coming up right here, by the way.
Flight.
So time is ending as soon as the cutscene appears. And time.
GG. Look at that.
Very, very well done. Yeah, this is one of my absolute favorite games. For
Battle
both,
time 39:08. Not too bad, honestly.
Not too bad. Yeah, sub 40 is pretty good.
For
only the top 5 runners in this game.
And getting checkered and kinged by Panrak, that's not too terrible.
yeah, that's pretty good. Only the top 5 runners in this game have a time under 40 minutes. So to get that live at a Hotfix event is pretty cool. So very well done, Milkblade. We're gonna watch the the interesting little cutscene at the end.
The voice acting is something in this game.
It's interesting.
Because actually they use different takes and different versions. I believe on either PS2 or PC has a more shrill Takanova voice. Not by much, but just enough where it's like you can't tell if it's the microphone being weird or if they just used an outtake.
Yeah, it's a weird different take there.
It's odd. This game has a lot of banger lines.
I want to give a few shout outs here. Firstly, to obviously Milkblade for running this game today, being the most active runner for this game, having the current world record, and just being an absolute goat. Thank you very much. A huge thank you to Flup for helping me out with the Onua route and also top 3 in this game. So good stuff to her. Shout outs to Rin as well. They came along into the scene and really just showed us that we're all doing really bad movement and helped us all get a lot better at the game. So we would be a lot slower without them. Shout out to Anteater, Cowman, Dustiel, Hexadecimal Mantis, Nulpo, Bubble Bass, everyone in the Bionicle Speedruns community. You are all absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
Truly a wonderful gang we have amassed here with Bionicle Speedruns. I've been a part of it for 4 years now? Actually, my 4-year stream anniversary is coming up soon, so at least 4 years. Been running. I started on PC, and then Andre taught me how to play the GameCube version because I don't know how technology works. So it's been a journey getting this far and seeing all the tech and everything. The game has changed so much in these years, and this past year has been a complete renaissance with new Golly stuff, Onua, vision tech over all sorts of things, weird little optimizations with Kopaka and such. Everything's just been changing constantly. It's been an amazing time this past year with this game, and the community's only grown and gotten better and bigger, and it's wonderful to have met some really cool friends. And generally, thank you to the LEGO Speedrun community and Bionicle community at large. This is a very wonderful game. It's a very fun run. And despite some of the harder segments this is a very enjoyable run, and I'm very happy to have no regrets on how much time I've sunk into this game. It's wonderful. The community is wonderful, and I am very honored and very happy to be here at GDQ. And hopefully, this will happen again at some point.
Also, last little shout-outs. Gotta give a shout-out to Nordkey and Footloose. That's Super Mario 64 to ZX353 in chat. The other series mods for Bionicle and community admins. You both have been absolutely excellent in keeping this a warm and welcoming community. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you both so much for being on for showcasing this run. Laser was concerned about putting Bionicles in here. I was like, no, Bionicles deserves to be in here.
We are appreciative. We've been around for a while. We were there. We were there when the deep magic was written for Lego Star Wars, and we are happy to be here and celebrate such a big anniversary and be a part of this. And Bionicle's here to stay. We love the game. The speedrun community for it's amazing. There's a ton of Bionicle games out there too, and this is probably one of the more well-known and famous ones, and I love it. This was my first ever video. One of my stories I tell about this game is that this was my first ever video game when I was a kid. And I remember during the height of the pandemic and everything, I thought, I want to get into speedrunning. I've been watching speedrunning lately. What would I do? And I thought, I could play Bionicle. And 5 years later, here we are at GDQ running the game. And everything has changed, and I wouldn't change it for the world. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to have the game on. Thank you both so much for being here. We do have a bunch more LEGO coming up today. We have LEGO Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, coming up. Before we go to our break to get ready for that, just a reminder, you can join the official GDQ Discord, add the hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. That said, we'll be back in just a few minutes here with LEGO Star Wars 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We have LEGO Star Wars 2, the original trilogy here. I'll hand it over to our runner commentary and let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello. I am Captain Paxo. I mostly run kind of PC LEGO games, but I make an exception for this game because it is the greatest game ever made. Joining me on comms today is Lasertrap.
Hello, it is I. I press buttons and go fast, and I'm kind of the handheld wizard of the LEGO community. This is the funniest LEGO game ever made, just not on purpose.
Yeah, no, that's a great way of summing it up, I think. But yeah, we're going to be playing all levels, which is all of the 15 main levels, and then kind of one extra level that they kind of threw in right at the very end. The way they designed this game was weird, but I think I'm about ready to get started.
Yeah, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, so time starts on new game. I'll count it down from 5, so we'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start off. Where do we start off with this game? I feel like the first thing for these first few levels, the most important thing is I'm going to be collecting some money because we want to get about 25,000 studs by the time we complete the 4th level. The game works kind of the same way as your normal Lego game, in the sense that silver studs are worth 10, gold studs are worth 100, and blue studs are worth 1,000. I believe there are no purple studs in this game at all.
That is correct as far as I know. I actually never went for 100% in this game, but there are like clusters of blue sometimes.
Yes, and one in particular is very useful for us. So you're kind of going to see I'm going to be taking lines which pick up kind of some of these studs. One thing you'll also notice very quickly is this game likes to lag a lot. So basically, whenever this game kind of detects lag frames, it immediately cuts the FPS down by a third, so from 30 FPS to 20. It does that pretty immediately, and it means that some rooms can take, well, effectively a third or 2/3 of the speed that they would if you didn't have any lag.
And another thing you might notice is that, so this was the first handheld 3D Lego game, and they made completely different levels, whereas in the next one, the Complete Saga, which was shown yesterday, they tried to stay pretty close to the PC and console versions.
Yeah. All of this is completely different. I mean, there's also, I think the console version of the original Trilogy has 6 levels per episode. This game has 5 levels per episode plus 1 final one. But we start off in this room pushing these boxes. As you can see by kind of how Leia operates sometimes pushing these boxes, the collisions here are a little bit interesting, I think is the right word, even when you're running up against them. As we saw there, I kind of disconnected myself from the box, but was still able to push it.
Classic. And the camera in this game is also something very, very special.
It has a mind of its own sometimes. I think I was doing a D-Rust run earlier today and found a whole new camera angle for one of the levels about halfway through the run. So I'm kind of hoping that doesn't happen again, because I got completely confused by that.
And it makes crossing those thin platforms more difficult than they need to be.
Yes. We also get a ton of hint text boxes in the early games, just telling us what to do. Because there's no button prompts that appear on screen, like kind of you'd normally expect in LEGO games, everything's spelled out in a text box. So we get the opportunity to quickly spam through all of them. But then we'll make our way through with R2 to finish the level. Ideally with R2 here, we will not get hit at all by the stormtroopers, and especially not die from the stormtroopers. The stormtroopers, I think, are coded so they should not... There we go, there's a death. They should not aggro onto droids if there's kind of human characters in eyesight. But when that's not the case, they immediately tend to fire their first shot at the droids, which is really bad, especially with 3PO. As with 3PO, you tend to lose a limb every time you get shot, and if you lose more than 2, you start hopping, which is a lot slower. And especially with 20 FPS gameplay, it's even slower than that. But yeah, this is level 1 done.
So what are we looking at here?
I think this is Leia needing to go to the toilet. I'm not sure, honestly. Some kind of distraction dance.
My understanding is, yeah, it's a distraction dance to let the droids get away. Superbly animated cutscene, and we're going to see another one where the animation is like not even correct somehow.
Yes, I think there's a couple of them further on. But yeah, we start with this. We get our first slide section of level 2. This one's quite fun. Basically, the main goal is 1, to not fall off, and then 2, collect as much money as you can. This blue stud in particular is quite important. And then we have to deal with the Tusken Raiders and our first experience with the game's targeting mechanics. Yeah, these targeting mechanics can sometimes leave a little bit to be desired. because we need to shoot both these platforms to spawn Obi-Wan. That was actually surprisingly good. Just going to pick up the money for a bit of safety. We only need to build one of these platforms because jump physics are cool. And we can just make it all the way up here. And then we have one funny jump we can do here onto an invisible platform. And then, do you want to explain the trick we're going to do in this room, John?
Sure. So what you're going to see is Ben Kenobi does a double jump and a slam, which gets to the highest point you can without extra antics. And then he goes into the pause menu and turns on wireless hosts and jumps out of that using, I guess, the lag frames. It's a quirk that I honestly don't know why it exists, but credit to those who found it. A long time ago, there was a task made by Skiko, and the first all levels run was done by a good friend of the LEGO community, Zulus, former mod. And here, you can delay the second part of a Jedi's double jump as much as you want in this game, actually, which is pretty crazy. And now, Paxo's going to clip through a door by jump rolling first of all, and then doing a few menu moves with the wireless feature. And we'll see if this one gets through. The minimum you can get through is 3, and he's through.
Very nice.
So it's
so
basically
each
a
time
lag
I'm...
clip.
Yeah, essentially. But I think each time you come back in, like you can load back into the level, you need to hold jump. And I think it's a similar kind of thing where your jump gets reset and you're able to just get a small jump in the door itself. And for some reason, that leads to clipping through it. We're going to see it again here.
Yep, and this one is possible to do with only 2 pauses. So we'll see if this one gets through the door.
Not quite.
Oh, it's still stuck in there. And you can usually tell when you're through based on the camera angle when you unpause. Look over there,
yeah,
Greedo.
that is our second. I think Han definitely shoots first in this case. But yeah, one thing you might notice for the moment is we're also save cancelling. Save cancelling is very important for early game because it's how the host wireless stuff works. If we save the game, then the host wireless, I think it actually goes through or something, rather than it being blocked, which is what we're trying to achieve. So it can't happen. And we need that all the way through up until 4-4. But we have this level, which is our introduction, and I think the only time we use Stormtrooper helmets in this run. Oh, I jumped over the transition again. I did that in my practice run earlier, and then swore to myself not to do it, and then forgot again.
Game is well made.
Yep. But yeah, the Stormtrooper helmets are really useful because they basically de-aggro all the Stormtroopers, which means you don't have to worry about them shooting at you. We got lucky with the RNG of actually putting the helmet on, because sometimes the enemies will just shoot you in that room, because obviously they've seen you put it on, they know you're not a Stormtrooper. But we managed to avoid that. A little bit of awkward platforming here. I say awkward, the jumps are fine. The camera can have a meltdown every now and then, especially on this next bit here. You have to take somewhat of a circular path to be able to make that work. Mini-kit jump. No mini-kits today, let's go. And then we have this final bit where we're rescuing Princess Leia. Hopefully, good. An AI character actually pulled the lever there. Sometimes they decide not to.
No, this is
but then that is... Yes.
They're all so good.
Yeah, Leia just takes all the gunfire. Purely by the looks of it to make Han cry, if I saw that correctly.
It seems like the cutscenes in this game like actually take place in the levels. Some weird quirk like that. Because they aren't consistent. Like, you won't always be shot at there.
I think that is definitely the case because that allows us to do an incredibly dumb strat slightly later into the run. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But what we've got to do here is we've got to move with the droids to activate the panels. And then we're going to do a small skip with R2, where basically this room here is the Millennium Falcon room. You can see it just there, and we're just going to die apparently. And then attempt to cross this gap by sliding up here. And then we activate this panel, and this, I think, is meant to stop or signify stopping the trash compactor so that the rest of the party is now able to escape. Got a cutscene skip here, whereby jump diving through here, hosting wireless again, and lagging the game, and then holding down as you come back in. You're able to skip a small cutscene which is meant to play there, which I think shows like Han and Chewie running off or something. But instead we take this side path through here, get all the money in the world, jump up here,
so this
and then
is
do
a
another
really
door.
strong sequence break. It's also kind of inconsistent for how many pauses it will take. You can do it in 2, but that is actually really rare. It's kind of all about
3's not
jump
bad.
positioning. 3 is good. I would take 3 anytime. And so now he's kind of going backwards, and he's once again in the Falcon room when he's not supposed to. A jump roll with Luke to get over that once again. And then Vader appears.
Somehow
However-
Vader returned.
However, by using that lag and using the lag again with the wireless, the boss hearts have been deleted, and Vader's being really trolly right now.
Dude, please. There we go. We punch Vader to death. And
You
Obi-Wan.
got Ben as well. I haven't seen it be that bad, honestly, but the goal is to delete his health down to, I believe, 4 by using lag, and this is something that we can abuse at various points throughout the game.
Yep. And you also see now we met the 25,000 stud threshold, courtesy of that large gathering of blue studs we found. So instead of playing this level immediately, we are going to head to the shop. And we're going to pick up an extra here known as Rainy Day Mode. And basically what this does, kind of in short, I guess, is replaces the effect that the host wireless had in lagging the game, and we can do a similar kind of thing but with an extra instead, which is a little bit quicker, and saving the game also is a little bit quicker as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to have a game where saving is fairly significantly faster. And also, I'd like to point out the shop warp that happened there, because by entering this level first and then exiting and going to the shop, when he saved the game, leaving the shop, it immediately warped him back into this level, and I have no idea why that works.
I think the correct answer is it's LSW2DS.
And now, instead of doing wireless, quicker menu to turn Rainy Day Mode on, once again deleting the boss's health. Really clean kill there.
That was insanely quick. Also, what I'm going to do... Oh, did I mess something up? Did I actually softlock something? Uh-oh.
You better not.
Well, I think I might have done. I think I actually lagged through the ending of the level, which is kind of funny.
This game is running on very dangerous fumes. And everything we do to it, I guess, was mapped out specifically a long time ago for a reason. And if we mess with it, this is what happens. But the reason Paxo turned off rainy day mode is because it does seem like rain lags, but clearly that was too early, which was something neither of us knew about.
Nope. We were discussing before the run because we think although rainy day mode is good, because of how it makes the screen look, it's a visual basically filter applied to the game. It makes the game look pretty bad, and I think as a result kind of tanks the FPS a little bit. So when turning it off, I was hoping that we'd be okay.
Well, another quick Vader kill.
Yeah, that's honestly surprising. I spend so much time chasing that around normally, but that was actually pretty good. But you could see, yeah, rainy day mode, it has an effect. That cutscene is not normally blue, because that is deep space. But yeah, this is the end of episode 4, signified by Leia doing a funky dance, and Luke and Han, of course, who can forget. And the good thing is with this game is continue story immediately puts us straight into episode 5. In kind of most of the Star Wars Lego games, you complete a level, complete an episode, and then you go back into the cantina and can choose to go into a different episode. This game just assumes you're going to play it in order, which conveniently enough is the fastest way.
Are you going to try turning off rainy day mode now? Yeah.
I will indeed.
This camera has enough
okay,
lag
yep,
already?
there we go. Yes, that it does.
Honestly, this does look faster already, although the cave is going to lag no matter what here.
Yes.
And there's a shortcut to the left here. Just like that. Built-in shortcut, how nice.
Yeah, this level... a lot of the levels actually in this game, they're a lot less linear than kind of your traditional Lego levels. So kind of trying to work out which way to go when piloting a ship is a little bit complicated, but what's more complicated is this from here and dealing with the walkers. I don't know if you want to explain this.
Not really. What is there to say? You are supposed to tow down 4 of them by going around them, and you will die frequently no matter what you do. So honestly, the best strategy is to try and manipulate where your hearts are at, but unfortunately, right at the end of toppling that one over, Exo died. This one should be good.
Oh no,
never mind.
That's so sad. Commentator's curse right there.
LSW 2DS curse.
Oh yeah, no, that too. Good point. But yeah, also with these walkers, it doesn't count as to whether you've done full laps around the walker. It counts whether you've hit specific kind of vertices going around it, and those vertices do not line up at all with where the walker's actual legs are. So I'm having to take a way wider line around them in order to be able to... Yeah. That was quite painful, but you know what? It worked.
For the record, I do genuinely love DS Lego games. Even this one, it's a good meme at least. And very fun to show off. But
yeah. This one definitely has a unique charm to it. But we've now got to...
unique speed.
Sorry, yeah. Yes, that's true. We now get to escape from Echo Base, which is a level pretty much entirely done with Han Solo and a couple others, I think is the best way of describing it. The first thing here is navigating these corridors, making sure you're on the right route, and dealing with the lag. Oh, I did wonder whether that guy was just not going to shoot at me. But our goal here, I think, I'm not sure how in order we actually do things here, because I have no idea what any of the rest of these other paths do. They probably just go round in a circle. But we need to get C-3PO and we need to get Chewbacca, and then head to the Falcon and run before Vader gets in. So we're currently heading to 3PO now. Should be in this next room. And it's a very quick rescue, because we rescue him and then run away, because he is slow, very slow movement speed. We also get this random silver droid who I believe is meant to show you the way to go, and normally ends up running into this ice wall, but for some reason today has chosen to go completely the opposite direction. So instead, we can, we're going to carry on here, pull 2 of these levers and build the other 2. A nice quality of life thing, I guess, it is for this section, if you build the lever, you don't need to actually pull it, which is great once you realize that that's what's happening. I don't want to talk about the amount of times in my first playthrough I was standing in front of those levers and pressing B and then complaining why nothing was happening.
I played this casually once. This level was a nightmare. I called it Echo Labyrinth for a reason.
Yes. It is much easier once you know the route. That was a very well-timed death, actually, to get 3PO up here. We have some fun tech in this room. We're going to be able to pull these levers from positions we really should not be able to. And we can actually use that to gain momentum to the left, which is why we go around the back there. And then we've got to push these boxes. For some reason, the game shapes this up to be kind of like one of those sliding box puzzles, where you push them and you'll have to, like, wait until... Oh, come on.
Classic.
Yep. Wait until they push against the trees. These, like, hitboxes for the receivers are very annoying. I'm surprised they got 1 out of the 2 of them as cleanly as I did. It doesn't happen often. But then... Oh, my voice is going. This isn't good. This frees the way to get to Chewie. And from there we can get to the Falcon and run away. Hopefully I don't get shot here. Okay, nice.
And Vader is about to be unreasonably happy. Absolutely devastated that they got away. Did I say unreasonably happy? I meant unhappy. Double negative.
I mean, can you blame the guy? He just wanted to talk to his daughter, but... Not gonna happen. But we go into this level, Falcon Flight. Quite an infamous level on any PC version, because you're meant to have torpedoes to blow up rocks and all that stuff that would just not work on a DS. So instead, we get to just move forward and kind of shoot for the most part for this room. There isn't kind of much else to do, but in the next room, we do get subject to a lot of RNG, because there's a load of falling rocks that fall from the sky, and it seems like they just have absolute aimbot on you in particular. So you try and avoid them as much as possible, but chances are I'll probably be taking kind of 2-3 deaths in this, although I missed the heart. That's a shame. Yep, there's one.
There are, like, designated points where you basically can never avoid one of the falling asteroids.
Yeah. This level is one of the reasons I will never try and take on this game damageless. One of the many reasons, I will say.
Were you thinking about it?
Absolutely not. But we keep going this way. There's a... Oh, that's another death. There's a small shortcut we take down this kind of... I guess it's kind of a side path, but it's really just an inside line for the corner. But we end this level in, you know, the way you always would, which is by flying over the asteroid pit where the what's it called? The thing comes out of. You're going to be better with names than I am.
I don't know, giant space snake?
Yeah, that works. So we get this wonderful end cutscene of the Falcon coming over and then just fish, but actually space snake. And I think, yes, we get a second Falcon drift into view as well and just kind of sit there.
Beautiful execution.
Absolutely. Okay, so this level. Lasertrap was mentioning earlier that the cutscenes take place in the levels themselves. And yeah, this level has a very fun little quirk to it, in the sense that where the characters are right now is the end platform. And on this particular version of the game, which is the 1.1 version of the game, there is a small little window where the characters are not teleported back to the start of, to basically their starting positions, and are still at the ending positions. And we could take advantage of that, because in this cutscene, I'm just holding right and spamming jump. And what that should do is we're able to hit a particular door, and that's the end cutscene.
Wow, look at that. So, you heard that correctly. This is version 1.1. That skip is not possible on 1.0. They patched this into the game. That's an entire level played in about 3 frames or so.
Yeah, something like that. But somehow I still always lose time to gold, and I cannot figure out why. But we immediately... Sorry. We immediately spawn in this level with Luke, and I miss a jump.
This is a very technically hard level, because while you can space out your double jumps pretty freely in this game, the timing for that is hard as it should be. And then he's going to get up onto the roof here of this building by using the rainy day mode lag. And from the roof,
I'll turn it off as well.
Pick a certain spot to jump and skip the RNG puzzles. There's a whole puzzle where you're supposed to check what color a few switches should be, and unfortunately it's different, so you could never just gamble on it. But we can skip straight to the Vader segments. Now, I mentioned that you can delete boss health. For some reason, this phase 1 with Vader, that doesn't work. But also did...
Is it that it doesn't work, or is
damage.
it just faster to not?
I believe it straight up doesn't work.
Oh, interesting.
But for whatever reason, yeah, dealing 2 hearts of damage at a time.
Yes. Lightsabers do 2 hearts of damage, I think, pretty consistently throughout this game, which is quite nice. It means that we can, even if we can't use the glitch to delete bosses, we can just delete the boss, like so.
You can also stun Vader if you hit one of the breakable objects on the side there. It looks like it did kind of 2 hits in 1 there. And Vader's upset before Luke even walks on. But that will do it for episode 5.
Yep, we've only got 1 episode and technically an extra level left. It's amazing how quick this game goes, but then one of the levels in this episode is between double and triple the length of all the others.
And that's with a skip that saves about 2 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, we go straight into 6-1, and the game-breaking stuff doesn't necessarily stop here, because this level is very broken. At least, well, actually both parts of it, I'd say. But we'll start off here. The whole point here is to rescue Han, frozen in carbonite, but for some reason can still move, because Lego Star Wars 2. And basically, even though we were just in the room, we have to, for some reason, leave the room and then go back into the room in order to be able to rescue Han. So we're going to start by opening the first gate.
Actually, there's a clip or something that Zulus did in this level where you could go through that door, but I don't remember. I think I couldn't get it on 1.0, but it might be a 1.1 exclusive. Shout out to pulling that from behind.
Interesting. Maybe I need to look at that. But once we get control of Luke, this level gets kind of fun. We're only opening up the middle door, which goes direct to the carbonite. We're not going through the kind of blue or yellow doors. So that kind of ring fence field is still around Han. So what we're going to do instead is just jump on top, and that's the trigger for ending this section. It only checks, I guess, for your X and Y position and not your height. So you can just jump directly on top and it counts that as the section over.
I think the fact that Leia walks into that barrier is proof that the cutscenes exist within the levels rather than separately.
I need to switch to Luke, please, game. Thank you.
So how do you find this fight, Paxo? Are you a fan?
This fight is one of the creations of all time. But yeah.
Once.
Basically, all you have to do in this fight is hit the Rancor 4 times with the gate. I say all you have to do. Basically, you kind of just have to manipulate your party so that they get grabbed by the Rancor and stay in place so that you, as Luke, can then consistently lower the gate. So I'm gonna come around this time for the last one, and I think Han is in a perfect position to get grabbed, like so. And that is strangely clean for how that boss fight usually goes.
That is actually absurdly difficult to get that cleanly. We have a really cool jump at the beginning of this level, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, this level is fantastically broken. I absolutely love this level. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to abuse rainy day mode for the fact that we can just chain jumps. So each time I'm turning rainy day mode on or off, I'm getting an extra jump, which is allowing me to make it to this other side, and that's the trigger for this section with the droids. And then guess what? We're going to go through a door with rainy day mode.
Nice, really clean so far.
That was really good, yeah. And then we come over to Jabba and immediately rescue Leia, even though Jabba is right there. And we're already on the end platform. And we have a boss fight.
Does not know how to behave because your sequence broke so much.
But yeah, so we have a boss fight. And you know what that means? That means it's rainy day mode and die, apparently. No, rainy day mode and hit Boba, like so. So we basically cut Boba's hearts to 4, and then the lightsaber does 2 damage per hit. So we only need to do 2 hits on Boba, and then that ends the level. That's a very sick level when it goes as cleanly as that. And then we have the best cutscene. Sliding down a slope. Can you guess what we do in this level? That's right, we drive a speeder. Very obvious from the cutscene, I think. Oh, that was a quick death. I don't think I've seen a death that quick before. But again, with the speeder, it becomes a little bit of a maze. But our goal is to, 1, die as little as possible, and then break down these shields which kind of block the way. So we can.
That was actually a good spot to take a death, though, because you have to wait for the force field to deactivate.
Yes, it's not just when the barrier goes away, you also have to wait for an invisible to disappear as well. So that was room 1 of that. Which way do I go? Yep, that way. With how low the camera pans down sometimes, it can be quite difficult to just see where you're supposed to go. For example, here it looks like the obvious route is to the right, but if you go to the right, that's just a bonus area with one single mini kit, and you can't get out of there. So instead, you go down this way, probably take a death. Okay, that is some decisions that I made. But then we blow up this final shield, hopefully not die again. And we go into the boss fight. This is a ridiculously quick boss fight because the ATST is there, and I went the wrong direction, but it's still fine because you can just kind of face the direction and fire some shots off, and we killed the ATST off screen. And yeah, this is the best cutscene. If you can't work out what those pixels are in the middle, that is an Ewok. Kind of just walking about in some kind of random path. I have no idea what goes on in that cutscene, I'll be honest. But we now go into the best cutscene known to man, I think. Would you agree with that, Laser Trap?
This cutscene? I don't know.
Oh, this
I
level,
don't
sorry.
know if I've ever paid... Okay. I don't think I ever paid much attention to this cutscene. You put me on the spot for a second. The level, on the other hand... let's see. Do you like platforming?
I've been known to like
a level
platforming.
for you? It's like they suddenly put Donkey Kong Country into the Lego game because all of this treetop platforming, but it's like actually really difficult, like absurdly difficult for Lego standards. Lego has this reputation of being chill, casually, like nothing is really gonna get you. But this level, even speedrunners are gonna lose time from missing their jumps. Those are intended jumps too.
Yeah, jumping across these logs in particular is, well, that happens, really.
Perspective moment as well. Like, I thought you were fine there.
So did I. Thankfully, we can skip the final one of these logs. But the goal here is to rescue 2 Ewoks, and this is basically a giant circular stage. But it's a very large circular stage. So we've rescued the first one, but we have a decent way to go to rescue the second one. And most of this level as well tends to be flicking between 30 and 20 FPS when the game lags. These platforms are the bane of my existence. Okay, getting that first try is huge.
It's also
but basically,
a massive grapple maze.
Yeah. But yeah, those platforms in particular, they drop down on contact. So you can't jump dive onto them for extra security because Han's animation for jump diving is too long. I didn't make the jump. But you just have to kind of work with the depth perception and also try and anticipate with the lag that you get when you're going to land to be able to make it up there. We get this swing up to here, and we are now, because we've rescued both Ewoks, we're now on our way back to the end, and on the way back we're going to run into Chewie, who's trying to pass to us, bless him. But he's just not as skilled as we are. So we see Chewie trying to jump up here. He can't build the block, so instead we are going to switch to him because he's needed for the next bit. And then we jump back up to here. And we get spawned with about... How many hearts would you say that is? 10 or so?
More than any character can carry, that's for sure.
Yep. Which is
These logs are
kind
my
of funny.
least favorite, though.
Yes. These logs are notoriously difficult. You've got to wait for this one to be on the right part of the cycle. First
and
try,
beautiful.
let's go. I have not had that first try at all practicing this game for this event, so that's pretty
There you
huge.
go. It may look simple from what you see, but it genuinely is an absolutely ridiculous challenge to force players to do, and we have no skips around it. But going over that fence actually saves about 2 minutes, which is convenient considering this level is already really long.
Yeah, this level itself is, yeah, it is 2-3 times the normal level length. But we're getting to the bunker here, and of course, R2 naturally tries to use a panel, immediately gets blown up. But don't worry, he will return in Infinity War. Instead, we take the backdoor, conveniently placed open access backdoor to the bunker. And we get in there with our little Ewok friend. I'm assuming this is Wicket, but honestly, I have no idea.
Doesn't look like Wicket. Wicket usually wears red.
That's what I was
don't know
thinking.
what the game calls him. Play a little bit of whack-a-mole with Wicket to let Chewie in.
Oh,
And
was
that
that
target
first
is
try
actually...
shot?
Yeah, that target is not helpful most of the time. Like you think you're shooting it,
Yeah.
and it just doesn't happen.
There's very little kind of aim assist, I guess, with targeting in this game, which is very bad when you can only move kind of the 8 ordinal directions, like up, down, left, right, and a combination of those. So, yeah, being able to get that shot first try is actually pretty huge.
That was
and that's
a ridiculously clean Endor.
yeah, was that one death maybe?
There was that one death from the first 3 logs, but that's better than I would ever really hope for, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, same honestly. We're now in the second to last level. This is the last level, I guess, of the quote-unquote main story, and then we go into our final level, which I guess can be described as the 6th level of episode 6 because we are fighting the Emperor, but I don't really know how to describe it. But yeah, so for this level, we are making our way into the Death Star. Literally, we are flying directly there as the crow flies for this first room, but then we have our kind of second room, which will be inside the Death Star itself. The main thing with this level is avoiding as many deaths as you can and trying to take the right path. I seem to always feel like I'm not particularly on the right path, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to take this path off to the right. I have no idea if it's actually quicker or not, but it avoids a lot of potential death spots. And
I have to say... Sorry, Paxton.
yeah, no, go for it.
This looks a lot faster than I get on version 1.0. Because one thing they did do when they patched this game was they removed some of the lag.
I think they removed the top layer of the lag and then just uncovered a bunch more lag underneath.
And they managed to patch other broken things into the game.
Yes. Yeah, of course. You give and you take, the way it goes. But yeah, we have these electric fences, which normally kill you. The way to avoid them is to try and very precisely time a shot to be able to hit them. In this core section, you've got to break down the barriers, and okay, I am not having a fun time. There we go. Wow, these TIE fighters actually have aimbot. But then we need to shoot the core, and we can only rely on kind of the extra turret on the Falcon that we can't exactly control. So we kind of just have to circle around for a bit until the shot goes off, and then we can escape. And then we get the exact same, I believe it is the exact same level design, but we play it in reverse, and there's fire for us to escape. Everything goes very red. It would have been a nice touch if rainy day mode turned off the fire, but unfortunately that is not the case, so I probably will end up taking a couple of deaths to the fires here.
For the record, rainy day mode does rain inside everywhere.
Oh yes, yeah. It's just a filter applied on the screen. Rain is permanent. It's like living in the UK. But as we get to the end of this run here, we are about 30 seconds from the end of the run. Because the last level will take maybe 10 seconds if I menu poorly. So I guess get ready on time. But what we're going to do here is one final boss manipulation and kind of stun using the rainy day mode manip. So immediately as we spawn into this level, rainy day mode, and then go to Palpatine, go 1, 2, and that is time.
GG. That episode 6 was really, really good.
Yeah, that was super clean.
6 is actually really hard.
Yeah, that was not a bad run at all. What was the final time? Was it low 46, 46.10? Yeah, my
You had
PB,
the
which
issue.
Yes, yeah. My PB, which I set about an hour ago, was 45.32. So even with having to restart episode 4-5, we managed to basically be on PB pace throughout the entire time, which is pretty insane. And now we get this dance break cutscene as a celebration.
In rain, as it should be.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, I guess we can start on the shoutouts now. So I'm second place on this game at the moment. World record is held by Flaming Laser. Has an insane time. I think it's a low 43-minute time. And then it's John, who's been helping me on comms. But most of the foundations for this run was set out by, I believe, Skiko.
Yeah, that's right. Did a TAS in 2017 and had the any percent record for a really long time until Flaming Laser also beat that one.
Yeah, and also we have kind of Zulus, who's done some stuff with this game. The shoutouts to Zulus as well. And then, of course, we have a large amount kind of around the LEGO community. The reason why I got into this game in the first place was because a few members of the community, we wanted to do a relay race of a few of the DS games in a row, and this game was designated to me, and I am really glad that decision was made, actually, because this is a very fun game on the whole. It has its flaws, don't get me wrong, but on the whole, yeah, this is just a really enjoyable game to run.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that you submitted this for our event here. Shoutouts to you, because you're mainly a PC runner, like particularly Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, but Paxo is very generous. He knew that Carcoon and Flup wanted to do their co-op run, which worth it because they got a GDQ record. And so he's like, okay, what else can I show off? How about Lego Star Wars 2DS?
Yeah, I think that was a good choice on the whole.
Yeah, thank you. Shoutouts to everyone who plays the handheld games. We only have 2 in this showcase, but I am happy to say that there will be another one shown on Hotfix on Tuesday on Express Lane. I'll be running Batman DS there.
But yeah, I think that's about it from us.
One more time, thank you to GDQ for having us. A dream of mine.
Yes,
to
of
have
course.
the
Oh,
community on
nearly
here.
forgot. Yep.
I could not be happier with how this whole event has gone.
Yeah, thank you, both of you, so much for being here, and the entire community for showing up, for representing everybody. Y'all have been fantastic. I expect the rest of the day to go phenomenally. Y'all have been really nailing all your runs. So thank you so much. It's been super entertaining, and I'm happy to have the community here. With that said, we've got a few more games coming up for you. We've got Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures next. Before we go to that, just a quick reminder for you. If you have missed out on any of our other Hotfix shows or our events like Back to Black or Frost Fatales, you can check out the VODs over at youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Lego Indiana Jones. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Lego Star Wars, the video game. We've got Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures here. I hand it over to our runner and commentator. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hey, my name's Sonic. I've been running this game for almost a year now, and I'm really excited to do this run. And commentating for me is Ferminator.
Hi, I'm Bionicle, and I'm also an 80% runner for this game. I'm a big Lego Indiana Jones enjoyer. And I'm excited to commentate for this run today. I'm going to see it go well.
If we're set up... Alright, time starts when I hit new game. So I'll give you a countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, let's get started.
Alright, so this run's going to start out with a nice opening cutscene. It's exactly 1 minute long, plus 3 seconds for the load or so. We don't care about that with load remove time, but this level starts off with some basic movement, and then we're going to see our first main trick of the run, which is called a drop and warp. And I'll let Ferminator explain that while that's happening. This is actually the shortest Lego game with cutscenes in it. And so if you're running a lot of different other Lego games, a big thing is having no cut or standard. In this game, we don't have no cut, which is just a cheat code to disable cutscenes. So we get to watch every single cutscene in any percent, which is cool, because a lot of these cutscenes are a lot of fun.
Truly get to enjoy the full movie experience.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically word for word with the movie, just like a little different.
So yeah, as you said here, cutscene's going to end. We have some basic movement here. As you can see, we're panning the camera upright, which right here will let us warp Satipo over faster than it was swinging on the rope. Spamming LB or B to dig faster there as well. Now here we're going to have a drop and warp to get above this gate, which is where you manipulate the camera, where player 1 is positioned to drop in player 2 on top of the gate, skipping the whole room, and to do like a 20-second pop.
So here's our first instance of lag in the game. When you alt tab in this game, it causes it to lag, which makes your hitbox do some funky stuff. So that right there, we were able to get up on top of that dock just by lagging the game with while double jumping. And that's a big mechanic in this game. Like, we can do a lot of funny stuff, like go through walls.
Yeah, if you position yourself between an object and a wall and hold the right angle, you can just clip straight through it, which we'll see a lot during the run. Right here, we drop in player 2 for a skip called idle skip, which skips having to grab the idle, as you could guess. Now right here,
we had the alt tab right there, because Indy was trying to pass across the gap, but he'd get stuck on
right here we are hugging
collision.
the wall to keep our respawn point next to the bridge, and then we kill the spider so it doesn't mess with our setup here. Then you get Indy stuck in this hole, and the game will send him back to where the respawn point was in an animation we call a super jump, and then you can alt tab to catch yourself in the wall, then land out of bounds, which is a very complicated piece of tech. But it's only used a couple times throughout the run.
And because we have to backtrack so far there, we have to backtrack so far to be able to like get the right angle for the super jump. So that only saves about, I think, 6 seconds to watching the cutscene, mostly because of that, but it still saves some time.
The main time save there is you don't have to watch the cutscene, which is like 23 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Which it's the one where Indy grabs the idol. It's very iconic. So obviously we get to skip it.
Right here, we're taking some intentional deaths for using as many studs as possible. So you want to end the level with 0 studs.
You might have seen that in other categories as well. I know in Batman, that's a big thing. Because in the first level for this game, the status screen is not skippable. So if you have studs at the end of this level, then we're not able to skip past the animation that counts up the studs. So we want to have 0 studs ideally at the end of the level, so we can just skip that part entirely.
Yeah, and at the end here we have some enemy combat, which is right before variance and annoyance, since the enemies can hit you and you drop any boxes that you're currently holding, or you can stop building and stop fixing. So it's very important to deal with the enemies efficiently to stop wasting time, since they can waste a lot more time.
Yeah, this next room is a little bit RNG. It's pretty consistent, but like there is some times where you can just kind of get messed up. And I'm gonna do some movement here to try and 1, not lose the box in the water, and 2, be able to build this with Jock while also taking Indy to the edge over here. I want to avoid that blue stud right there. I'm taking another intentional death at Indy, and then I'm going to drop out player 2, swap with player 1, and then we ended the level with 0 studs.
There we go, that was a pretty clean execution of that level. We ended with 0 studs, which skips 2 unskippable cutscenes in the state screen.
Yeah, I think 0 studs strat saves about 10 compared to not caring about studs at all. So it's like pretty worth going for just because it's easy.
Yeah, and you don't have to watch your studs tally up, which is, you know, embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what kind of runner will let their studs tally?
Come on now. There we go,
This
see we're
next
already
level-
able to continue the story.
Sorry. This next level is a nice level to have for level 2, but it's got a couple hard tricks in it, but it's for the most part very consistent. It just takes like skill. I'm mostly consistent at these tricks. You'll kind of see once we get to that spot like what I mean. It's a lot of funky stuff just to like skip some puzzles and normal Lego game sections.
Yeah, it's mainly just a lot of movement and some difficult jumps, and because of that, hitting the jumps first try is crucial if you don't want to stack up a lot of time loss, because that can happen very easily in this level.
Yeah,
So
most
it's
of my
important
PBs don't have great 1-2s.
So yeah, you want to get good at these jumps so you don't lose too much time. And also, I should mention this, at the end of 1-1, when you click continue story, you see we cancel saving the game, and that saves around 3 seconds every time you do it. So it's important to do that every time you get the ability to cancel saving the game.
There will be a point later where we intentionally do save the game, and then we do a reset to skip an unskippable cutscene. And with load remove the time, that saves, I think, 11 and a half over the course of all the cutscenes we skip. That happens twice.
Here we have our favorite boss fight.
Major tote. I'll let you explain this next part because it goes really fast.
Alright. So we hit the major toad 3 times with Indy on the left.
My bottle.
Pick up the ball with Indy. We dropped it, but it's fine. And then we use the bottle after this cutscene, and then throw it straight at the boss, so we don't have to pick up another chair. And throw in the chair player 2 chair there.
Player 2 dies here.
You get
totally missed the
movement, but we
strat.
missed it, but it's fine.
Yeah, when player 2 dies there, instead of player 1 not being able to move because of the camera pan, you can still move. And so the strat is to die with P2, and then you can get 3 early hits off on the boss and just end the level early. I unfortunately missed it there.
Here we drop out player 2, roll first, hard jump to skip a puzzle here. Usually you have to build this generator, you can see, but using that jump you can just jump over the lift and skip it.
Yeah,
Right here we
that's
take
one of the
this weird line around the bridge to prevent enemies from spawning in.
Yeah, there's an enemy trigger there we miss. That generator skip is known as Gen 1 skip, and it's kind of infamous for just being annoying. It gets pretty consistent, but it's just like one of those tricks that you'll either hit it or you don't.
And after Gen 1 skip we have creatively named Gen 2 skip, which you narrowly jump around the kill plane there and are able to skip building the second generator and the second layer.
Yeah, we do not like generators in this level.
I hate generators. Here we have a jump off some weird collision on the corner of this pillar that you can see. The reason why you could jump off that collision is the collision for the pillar extends all the way down into the pit, so you can sort of just jump off of it if you position yourself correctly.
Yeah, that one's a little goofy just because you can just get a silly pixel jump there. Right there you notice we skipped another elevator by jumping off of the edge of that fence, and then we grab the bazooka, we do some bazooka movement, and then we end the level here.
Yeah, we end the level with both layers dropped in, which is useful for the start of the next level, where we have multiple drop and warps. Which if you're a big drop and warp enjoyer, then I'm excited.
Yeah, this is one of those levels. There's a couple levels in this run that are basically just drop and warps, and this is one of them. We're going to start off grabbing a banana here, and then swapping who's player 1, so that way we can drop in player 2 and go through a door. The banana is going to come in useful later. There's a monkey right near the end of the level that we can throw the banana to and save a little bit of time.
Yeah, a common thing in this game is that if you pick up an item at the start of the level, you will have that item permanently until the end of the level. So in a couple levels you'll see us pick up an item at the start that we use at one of the end rooms, or later rooms rather.
Yeah, we'll see that again in 3-2 with the bazooka. We're gonna carry it to the end of the level. Hopefully. Hopefully.
As you can see, we grab the banana with player 1, drop our player 2, and swap to Marion, and then jump into this corner. And the camera upright, we can drop in player 2, skip building the generator again. Here we do the same sort of thing to drop player 2 behind the door, skip having to grab 2 keys.
This is our first instance mainly of going through walls with an alt tab. Here, if we can get the angle and the jump right, I can go right through this wall and get to the other section of the level. There we go. That one takes a couple tries sometimes.
Go to the next room of the level. The reason why you could go from one room to the next is because they are in the same map file, so they are loaded at the same time.
Yeah, instead of going through the transition, which would have been a soft load, we just skip that part and go right to the next section. So here I'm going to be pushing this golf ball. This is the first instance of using character swapping to maintain movement during a camera pan. That's going to come and play later as well, but right there, that lets us get some early movement under the bridge. Here I'm just jumping to take the best lines possible to save a little bit of time on this movement. And this is where the banana will come and play. I can just spam B here to get the banana out, and that'll give Indy this key. Indy could put the key in the socket. We'll have Marion turn that, and then right here we're doing some more movement. This is probably a good time for Ferminator to explain 1P2C.
Yeah, well, 1P2C here is just to save time, as Indy is the bottleneck with player 1, so while Indy is doing the action of building the bridge and grabbing the box, we can fix the generator with player 2, which skips having to just swap players and then fix the generator, which would use a lot more time. And if we just fix the generator while we're waiting for Indy to move the box.
Yeah, so in this game I have my left hand controlling the keyboard and my right hand on the controller. When I have one player dropped in, I'm oftentimes holding the controller in both hands anyways, like normal grip. but sometimes I'll need to do 1P2C and I'll set my controller down to do that. Here's another last drop and warp to get to past this gate, and this is the end level trigger.
Yeah, there we go, that's the level done. As you can tell, we utilized 1P2C and drop and warps a lot in this speedrun.
Yeah, for sure. Those are like some of the main stuff. 1P2C especially saves a lot of time just because it, one, enables some extra tricks we wouldn't be able to do otherwise, and two, it allows us to just be more optimal with our movement. Like, that second to last room was a great example just because we were able to do both sides of the puzzle at once instead of having to do it individually, which is just some nice overlap to save some time.
Yeah, a big thing with 1P2C is understanding which character is the bottleneck, so you can do menial actions with the other character while you're waiting for the main thing to complete. And again, with save cancelling at the end of each level.
Yeah, so this next level has an infamous trick in learning Raiders of the Lost Ark in this game called Snake Skip. It essentially, we'll explain it a little more when we get there, but it essentially, you're tricking Indiana Jones into pathing to where he's not meant to path. Like, you dig up some monkey bars, which is a bar you're hanging from in this game, and once you dig it up with Indy, you drop him out, and you do some movement with player 2, which makes Indy warp to a completely different set of monkey bars, because he's like, oh, I need to get to some monkey bars, but he goes to the wrong ones, which saves, I think, like a minute to casual strats.
Yeah, and it saves having to throw 4 torches at the snake, which is an excellent design boss fight.
Yeah. We'll see.
At the start here, we have a massive sequence break for the level where we skip multiple rooms in a cutscene. And
yeah, I think this goes from the longest level casually to the shortest, almost the shortest level in any percent. I'll let you explain that part.
Oh yeah, well, so right here you're supposed to walk through this massive door in front of you to continue with the level, but instead we'll see you can wedge the character between the statue on the left, just clip through the wall, and then you could jump in here, transition, out of bounds, to skip after level. So right here, flipping out of bounds, and then instead of going where we need to go, to the right.
And you're going to see here, we're going to swap to having Indiana Jones and Marion here.
That's part of the sequence break there, is the game just assumes that you're at that part in the level. We have Marion, so it just gives you Marion as your second character. It comes to us quite a jarring difference. Right here, we utilize another alt-tab clip to get through the wall and then just walk under the next room.
That one's a little bit finicky sometimes.
Once again, this is because they are both in the same map file, and you can just walk under the next room.
Yeah, so here's where Snake Skip's going to come into play. I'll let Terminator explain exactly what I'm doing here.
So pay attention to what player 2 is doing here. We dig up the bars. It's made the AI think that the bars are there, but they're not. So Indy tries to grab them and realizes they're not there, so he just warps to the next bar that's available, which is on the other side of the map, just as you skip the boss fight.
And ideally, you don't fall off the rope there. Indy fell off the bars last second, so I kind of jumped just to be safe. But that saves a big chunk of time in a level that's already cut really short.
Yeah, I mean, this level is supposed to be around 6 minutes long, usually, and because of the massive sequence break at the start, it's around 3 minutes, which is hilarious. At the start of this level, it's mainly just movement and a couple difficult jumps to, once again, skip entire rooms. The first room here will jump off a wheelbarrow and then just slide up the wall. And then the second
You're going to see a good example of using the Lego objects in this game to completely destroy what the developer was intending to happen for the room. Like here, I can get up this wall pretty easily.
And here we have the gate skip, and if you notice, we jump in the bike with Indy there for later on in this run. Then we jump off a bit of weird collision behind the lamp, jump over the gate, skipping them to open it, ride into this corner and walk into the corner to skip the room.
Yeah, that spot there, the developers just made the trigger extend too far. It's really silly.
Yeah, they extended to the corner and didn't think that people would find it for some reason, but we did. And here we are utilizing Anvil, push player 2 out of bounds, hit trigger out of bounds, which ends the entire boss fight with the boxer, the sumo wrestler, I should say. And
that one I'm also alt tabbing for to make it a little bit easier. You can do it without tabbing out.
Yeah, it's mainly just usage of the box there, or the anvil, rather. It's just a glorified box, really.
I'll let you explain this next part.
Yeah, this next part is all just a load of enemy combat jumping between trucks. It's a scripted combat sequence. A big part here is being very efficient with your combat, especially with Indiana, who can have long animations off of the first punch. There's a random chance with Indiana where the first punch you could get a long animation, and the big part of Indiana's combat is to intentionally miss the first punch and then hit the other two since they can trigger the animation.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see some low animations in this run at some point. I'll try and remember to call it out when it happens.
Each of them loses like 3 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
And you'll also notice we use the shovel combat a lot because long animations can't happen with the shovel, but the shovel does attack slower than you see they punch 3 times very quickly, the shovel cannot. So,
yeah, ideally for these sections we one-shot all the enemies with the shovel because that can happen. And so then we don't have to deal with the slow animation there.
As you can see, the enemies have been a little silly and walking off the truck, which is useful for us.
And we want to end this level here as Indy, because after this level we're going to put out to hub. And so we want player 1 to be Indy, so that way... Because if player 1 was Sala at the hub, we'd have to wait an extra half second for Sala to put his shovel away, because they'll start with the shovel out, and that'll interrupt the movement. So we want to end as Indy, so we don't have to wait for that. This is one of the longer cutscenes in the run. Especially, I think this is the longest level ending cutscene.
Yeah, it's one of the longest ending, but thankfully we, yeah, as you said, we quit to the hub after this, and then we go to the Lost Crusade, which has another 1.5 minute cutscene for us to watch.
Yeah, this is a good spot for like a water break or something after this cutscene.
But yeah. So yeah, we come back to the next level in this chapter last because it has the longest ending cutscene and timing stops when you lose control of your characters in the last complete level. So it makes sense to leave this for last, so the cutscene timing is included.
That was a pretty good one, 5.
Yeah, it's been a very good start to the run so far.
So we're gonna see here, Indy can just get moving right away. Sala had to put away his shovel there, even though I wasn't dropped in as him. So we just wanted to avoid that. We play episode 3 second here because the first 2 levels in this movie are like some of the levels that take the most practice to get good at. One of them is a little bit of RNG, and another one is just 6 minutes long. And so we want to get these levels done as soon as possible so we don't have to reset to them later in the run.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that we also don't finish the last level in the Last Crusade yet either. We'll get to 3-5 and then exile to the college and continue with Temple of Doom. And the reason why we do that is so we can utilize more save cancelling during Temple of Doom. And then we come back to 3-6 after we save the game. Since we reset after 2-6 and 3-6 to not watching any cutscenes at the same time.
So basically, the story here that I could gather from this cutscene is that this guy buys us plane tickets to go to Venice, and then we go to a library and we find a hole in the floor of the library, and then we find Sir Richard's missing shield or something like that.
I do
and then we
believe
fight some guys in a boat.
This covers like the first act of the movie, which is quite interesting.
Yeah,
And
it's just in one cutscene.
my favorite part of the movie is when we clip our bounce in this level.
Yeah, it's canon. So here, I'm going to start with a character swap to Elsa. I'm going to save a little bit of time by grabbing onto that rope, because it technically pulls you forward a little bit. It only saves a few frames. Here, we're going to get a nice jump off of this bridge collision, and then here's going to be one of the first not very consistent alt tabs at the run. We're going to try and get through this wall here. It's helpful to jump and then tab, because that can help with the flip sometimes.
This skip's having to do the book puzzle, which you see above the door here. Typically, it only saves around however long it takes to do a book puzzle, which is typically around 7 seconds. So we pretty much broke even there.
Yeah, typically, if I'm on a good pace run, I might not go for it.
Right here,
just because it's inconsistent for me. Yeah, go ahead and explain this part.
We got box scooping right here, which is when you pick up a box with a character with a long animation and swap away from them, it will go into limbo where they're like holding the box, and then if you pick up the box on the floor, then they will spit out a duplicate box, and as long as it lands on one of the green panels, it counts as another box. So we skip having to go and collect 4 of them across the room. You only have to use 1.
Here we're going to trick Indy into jumping up to the bars there by positioning him in the air like that. And then you see Brody was positioned right on top of that spot on the floor there to skip a camera pan. Brody will just fall right into the trigger and hit it. And I also swapped to Elsa as player 1 during that whip swing, so that way my players are correct going into this next room. I'll let Terminator explain this part because it goes kind of fast.
Yeah, here we go. So right here, we're picking up the shovel with player 2. That's very important for the final room of the boss fight. And then utilize a drop and warp here to get behind the wall. And
I missed the jump.
We jump over this river and then hold the torch so we can bring player 2 across. If you drop in player 2, they just drop in behind the wall for some reason. And then you notice how we pick up the shovel again because we don't want to lose that. Switch VSync off for this next skip, which is a transition skip. So you line up Indy against it and punch him. Stand where he respawns so you can push him through and then just walk out of bounds. Use a couple times throughout the run. Requires VSync off to work.
Yeah, when we're swapping VSync in this run, one sec. When we're swapping VSync in this run, it's what we do is we select it VSync off in the settings, then we click B to exit out, and then we Alt Tab to change the video settings. That's faster than if we were to do it normally, we would have to hit a confirm menu, and that takes a little bit more time. So while Alt Tabbing while we're loading the next room doesn't really lose any time.
Yeah, a lot of small micro optimizations in the menu there. In this next room, we have the main boss fight on the boats, and you'll see why we picked up the shovel, as we can pretty much break how you're supposed to kill this boss when he's in the boat.
Go ahead and explain this part too.
So right here, we punch him once, and then land Indy on the boat, where the boss jumps in, punch him again with player 2. Then as you can see here, we can just smack his boat with the shovel, and skip having to jump into the boat and ram into him, which is what you're expected to do.
At the same time, I was holding left with player 2, and by doing that, player 2 got far enough out of the screen to drop out by themselves, and that saved some menuing. But yeah, like Terminator was saying, since the shovel damage type is the same as the boat's colliding, we're just able to hit him if we're on the boat with him, and this saves a decent amount of time and frustration.
Yeah, right there on the island, for some reason, when the boss jumps in the boat, you're just able to move for a second, which is very useful since you can just walk to the boat after it. If the game didn't do that, then it wouldn't be possible to get onto his boat second stage. It's very fortunate that the developers let us do that.
Yeah, they're very friendly people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave Burton.
What guy?
So this next level is the level with the bazooka we were talking about. This is kind of the most hated level in any percent. I don't mind it that much, but it's kind of like, it's not as bad now. There's a new backup to the bazooka, which saves. It only loses like 10 to bazooka strats, but we want to grab a bazooka in room 1, carry it to the last room of the level, and then blow up one thing with it, and then that's it. And so sometimes you can just, if the bazooka guy blows himself up, that's something you can't always control, and then he won't drop the bazooka when he dies. There is a second bazooka guy. I'll kind of just see what happens here.
There is
Usually
a lot
I
of
can get
variance with the enemies here, but like usually they're predictable, but sometimes it's not your fault if they manage to blow themselves up.
Just like that.
Just like
that guy
that.
walks right in front of
There
him.
we go. Perfect example.
That's a great
case in
example.
point. But don't worry, we have there's another guy with a backup, bazooka, fortunately. But here we are subject to RNG.
Bazooka flies off.
We are subject
That's
to
okay.
bazooka drop RNG, where it just flies off the map sometimes. It's completely random which direction it drops in. And we got very unlucky there. So that means
now
we're
we
going to
can
have to
do-
do a backup in the last room, since we don't have the bazooka to do the regular strat.
Yeah. I'd say that's not my fault, but honestly, skill issue. Should have just got the bazooka.
Don't worry, I'm sure Sonic is excited to do the backup anyway.
Yeah, the backup's cool. Secretly hoping this would happen. But yeah, this backup, you'll see it. It's like basically a pixel jump up a tower that was discovered by, well, it was known, but it was made extra consistent by a setup made by Thenzoda, another runner for LIJ. He's also, he runs Complete Saga blindfolded, which is really cool. But this next section, we're going to be in a library that happens to be on fire. And so, as they do in the movie, we're going to clip through the wall.
Just happens to
then
be
go
on fire.
under the
Wonder how
floor.
that happens.
Yeah, just happens. We're going to go under the floor, and then we're going to hit the transition behind the fireplace.
Yes, and this is a especially difficult clip because you can't see where you are when you're out of bounds in this room. So it's largely feel-based and takes a lot of practice to get down. And clipping out here is sometimes inconsistent, but as you can see, we are taking a wide line around the fire since it extends downwards and will kill you. So you have to walk around all the fire, land behind the fireplace, jump up, hit the transition. Here we utilize another drop and warp. So we jump on top of this desk, pan up, and then drop player 2 behind the glass, so we don't have to build the speakers.
So here we're on the side of the fence to take a better line over here, because Indy will just decide he wants to be up here with us, so we can swap to him. That time I got unlucky, he's appeared a little bit farther back than I wanted, but now we can do this little jump to get up this tower. I missed the double jump timing there.
It's unfortunate, but you have to do this with both characters as well. Since you
This
need
looks
the both.
hard, but it's actually pretty consistent.
So here we're doing it with the second player as well, as we need to utilize the 1v2C over here to clip out of bounds and skip the guy in the hut. So you push the gargoyle off, which pushes you out of bounds, and then you can land under the floor, land behind this door, and then swap character. Then eventually,
So Indy's gonna super
into the
jump, and we
transition.
swap to him.
Yeah, there you go.
And then we
Just jump down.
we swap to Henry there to get a better line, just because he's closer. And then typically you're supposed to hit a different section of that staircase. You'll hit the transition right away, but I missed that.
Yeah, that is one of the most highly variable levels in the run, especially in this episode, Last Crusade, and as you can see, we did not get the bazooka, so we had to do the backup strat, but luckily it went pretty well. So, wasn't too catastrophic.
This one's all yours too for a minute, because there's a lot happening
Right
at a time.
Right here, we utilize this box to clip through this door on the left. Usually you have to get 2 boxes, but instead you can just line up the characters as so, and then clip through the door. So you skip
You put Andy on the left, so he'll cooperate with us over here for a drop and warp.
Then right here, this is just good driving. You just need to take good lines around the course here, jump off these ramps, and then right here we utilize another drop and warp-esque trick to get behind this gate.
Unfortunately, Indy did not warp, but his bike should still warp.
Yeah, when he's here, his bike just spawns on the other side of the gate, which I'm not sure why that happens, but it's very fortunate. And then we continue on our merry way next to to get to the next gate, which has another drop and warp to get past it.
This one's called Greg Skip.
Yeah, the
one I'm going for is Fast Greg. Can't believe that worked.
So right there we did a faster variant of the trick to get behind the gate. Usually it's slower than that, but Sonic is insane at the game, so we got the faster version. Right here we drop a warp across here with Skip's having to bring up the bridge. And then drop our Indy swap character. Then we jump into the corner and drop an Indy behind these doors. Usually takes a couple tries, but it's okay.
Indy needs to die for this one to work.
Considering the regular strat for this level takes a long time. And each time you retry this trick, you have to send Indy off the edge, because otherwise it will not work.
We're gonna get it right here.
This Skip's having to raise the bridge and bring the bikes over, which is a whole puzzle where you have to move multiple boxes, grab a bazooka. So ultimately this Skip saves like a solid minute and 30 seconds.
This should be a first try. Just getting a little bit of skill issue here, but we're gonna get it in a second.
Doesn't matter too much since once again this Skip saves a lot of time compared to casual strats, so you could afford to falter a little bit in this level without losing too much time. There we go, we got it. Then right here we hop immediately back in the bike because the game gives our bikes back to us when we hit the hard load to the next map. Because once again, when you hit a hard load, the game just assumes that you're at the point that it expects and just gives you the bikes back. And right there, drop a warp behind the gate, skipping that entire room at the end.
Yeah, that one was really fast. You can move Indy basically immediately after dropping in, so he spawns right behind the trigger and you just move him right into it. That level is also kind of disliked sometimes by some people. I don't mind it. That one skip that I missed a couple times, that has been notoriously difficult for me to get consistent lately. But it will happen. It's all about camera angle and positioning there.
Yeah, manipulating
I don't mind
the
losing
camera
time there, really.
Manipulating the camera in that place specifically requires a very specific angle on the right stick. And if you're even a little bit off, the game will say no, and just drop an Indy next to you, and you have to keep retrying until you get it correct.
Now
very fast-paced level
best
there.
level in the game.
Once again, the level is like half the length that it should be if you have to play it optimally, or casually rather. But the skips is much shorter than it's supposed to be. And here, right at the start in this airship, we have a boss. I have no idea what his name is, but he has a black hat. And basically, he jumps up to this stage you see behind you, and you're supposed to throw chairs and bottles at him. But instead, what you could do if you punch him early enough, his entire AI just breaks, and he sort of just stands there and lets you punch him to death.
We got up there with an alt tab to be able to slide off the railing. That one, it's nice to be able to do that because doing stuff with the chairs is just frustrating. And sometimes he just will decide to wait like 5 to 10 seconds before ending the room if you don't do the fast strat, just when he's on 0 health.
Yeah, and then sometimes your chairs will bounce off the railing and stuff, so it's nice not to have to do all of that.
Yeah, so this next section after this cutscene, we're going to start with a very quick movement upwards into a section behind a house, and we're gonna basically jump off a piece of collision and then slide some to get over an invisible wall and just skip this whole puzzle.
Yeah, because in this game, whenever there is slope collision and you jump into it at the right angle, you can sort of just slide up it.
Do you want to explain the bottle?
It's just invisible here, and we did pick up a bottle in the first room. I don't know if you saw. I should have pointed that out really, but we pick up a bottle in the first room, and we utilize it in the final room here.
Yeah, so here
we
I'm going to
switch
play
to
as
Henry
Henry.
immediately, so we don't drop the bottle, because if you don't swap to Henry, he'll throw the bottle after a couple seconds, so we don't want that.
Yeah, the bottle here I think saves like a minute and a half. We're gonna jump over this gate with a lineup, or this bridge, and then we're gonna throw the bottle at this gate. And I mean, usually you would drive a car that you build through that gate. Instead, we're just gonna use the bottle, and that
Because for some reason
becomes
the
a lot
bottle
shorter.
breaks the metal gate.
Yeah,
It's important
that
to
is a
note
very
that
scary section.
it's very easy to drop the ball there. If you accidentally double jump, you drop the ball and you can't pick it back up. So you have to be very careful with your movement there. But as long as you don't drop the bottle and you play pretty safe, then this also shouldn't happen to you. Right here we have another transition skip, which is why we turn V-Sync off before entering the cutscene. So we line Henry up, punch him, push him behind the transition, offer V-Sync on, then hit an outbounds trigger just below the entrance trigger, which ends the level instantly. No idea why that's there, the developers just felt nice, I guess.
Yeah, you're supposed to go and scare 3 different sections of birds, and those birds go and make those pilots crash, but you can just hit the trigger and it'll do it once. And then we see a blue bus that definitely doesn't look like any other blue bus that I know.
Yeah, what other blue bus is there? It's the only one.
Yeah. This next level is cool. We're going to start with a fast-paced drop-in warp. This was actually very specific. Sala, player 2, will need to get stuck walking into a corner for this one to work consistently. And so we're going to set up the room to make sure that happens. And so it's going to actually look kind of funny because Sala's not going to drop in right away. And he's just going to be floating on some funny collision.
Yeah, immediately right here we're going to have a drop-in wall at the start of the level. Skip's having to build a fan to knock over these barricades you see here. So you get Indy up here on the ledge to the left, put Sala behind these barrels, and the camera up and jump towards the hill, and you can just drop in Sala up on the hill and then just walk to the door, skipping the whole room.
This next room is cool too. Here I'm going to be intentionally placing player 2 next to the tank guy over here, because when player 2 is right next to him, he's not able to shoot. That's very important because if this bush gets blown up, I'm not able to walk through the wall with it. This is another tab clip. I'm getting a bad positioning here. I'm able to just go through the wall, and now we're going to hit the trigger for this loading zone from under the floor.
It's very important to not be too high up there, because otherwise you won't be able to walk underneath the barricades since their hitbox extends on the map a little bit. And here, I don't know if this is intended or not, but you can use the horse to just jump up to the route on the top here. Usually you're supposed to jump up to that ledge on the left, but you could just bring it all the way to the right and then jump up there.
Yeah, we
Again, no
can
idea if that's
drop in here,
intended
too.
or lack of testing, but it's pretty fast, so that's what we're doing. Here it's a section similar to 1.5 with the trucks, but instead this time you're standing on the tank in the middle, and the enemies come on trucks and they jump towards the tank. Now right here, you see how we're using the shovel, because it's more consistent combat once again. You know what to deal
Yeah, here it
with.
doesn't really lose any time because there's not that many enemies.
And right there you see you got 3 enemies very quickly within these punches there. Because we were far away from the enemies, we didn't get a long animation, which is nice. I'm just going to use the shovel when we can because it's more safer to use.
Yeah, another thing in this section is the enemies kind of just like to jump off by themselves and die. So I kind of will be relying on that in the last section, just because there will be 3 trucks at once, and they'll just half the enemies will just do their own thing.
Yeah, unlike 3-2, the enemies in this section are incredibly predictable, and they will always try to jump towards the tank. So that means you can just stand towards the edge, and they will jump into you and fall off, which is quite funny and also very useful.
When the boss comes up here, we hit him with both characters. I'm going to intentionally not do that on the last phase, because if you hit the last heart of damage with both characters on the same frame, it'll stop lock the game.
Since the game only checks if they are 0 health and not -1, which is interesting.
And we're wanting to drop out at the end of this level, so that way we only have 1 player dropped in for the next level, because we're going to be going to hub here.
Alright, and once again, we are not going to be playing the final level of The Last Crusade. We are going to be exiting to the college and starting with Temple of Doom. We will come back to 3-6 though, as the second to last level. Again, the reason why we do that is so we can utilize more save cancelling in Temple of Doom.
Playing a little safe there, I don't want to actually continue story.
Yeah, if you accidentally press continue story, there's no way to get out of it, and you just have to play the level. Well, you have to watch the intro cutscene, which uses like 30 seconds.
Yeah. Here we just walk directly left. We're starting 2-1 here. This is Temple of Doom. Is the movie. And in this first room, this is another very long room in this game. What's intended is for... Here in the movie, Indy's poisoned. And so there's a big, like, commotion going on. There's diamonds flying everywhere. There's, like... there's a vial of... what's it called? Like, the cure to poison. And...
Cure the poison.
Yeah. And so Indy wants that so he can be unpoisoned. There's all this stuff you gotta do. You gotta collect 3 diamonds and throw them to these enemies. And instead of that, we're just gonna not do that.
We can just drop in Indy onto the stage to press the buttons to unlock the sword, which we use to get the gong off the wall. Then we can just drive it to the window. So right here you see Indy is still poisoned on the stage, which is not intended. We're supposed to get the antidote to jump up there. But we could just drop a warp and then ride this into the window and skip the room.
The old strat was having the enemies push one of the buttons by themselves, which is kind of cool, but this is just much faster.
Right here we're gonna do a trick called car skip, which is where we jump off these tarps here. So we bounce up and bounce to the left, and then to the right we could just jump over the wall, skip the whole room. It's kind of funny how they didn't extend the wall very far up.
Here we do some cool parkour off the lamp. We're getting up to this section to grab a box, and we're gonna dupe this one as well. Here I'm kind of on a timer because there's some enemies that can spawn. It's RNG when they spawn, so the faster you can get over here, the easier it is to deal with. Here I'm gonna set up a box stoop and then go kill the enemies for safety. This lets me make sure that the box stoop is set up, but I don't mess it up because of the enemies.
Yeah,
so
when,
when
the character is in the box soup state, they can't be knocked out of it until you pick up the other box or swap to that character, so you can just leave them there for as long as you want while you deal with the enemies.
Ideally, in that last section, we just ignore the enemies, but they kind of spawn in a bad spot for us. So it was better to just kill them, and then also something that happened there is Indy's able to just double jump up those whip pads. Ideally, or what's intended is you use a forklift from the left side of the room to get Indy up there, but you can just ignore that.
Yeah, you're just barely within jump height, which is very useful.
Yeah, you don't even have to alt tab there either. This next level involves a lot of cool 1P2C in the start.
There's gonna be the start here, and in the whole level in general, to be honest. It's definitely one of my favorite levels, to be honest, especially the first room. Since there's a lot of, it's purely execution, and I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like, I don't think there's really any RNG. except for like elephant spawn, kinda, and short round spawn. But all of it's just however well you can do it. You'll be able to do that every time. Up, and then there's another super jump we're gonna do midway through this first room. That's gonna skip having to get the elephants up to the top of the room. That's kind of the whole point of this room, is to build a bridge for the elephants, escort them, and then be able to put them onto a button that only elephants can press for some reason. And so
This is a big button. It's
a very big button. And so instead of doing that, we're just gonna ignore the elephants and we're gonna get out of bounds.
Well, we utilize the elephants at the start here to be able to jump past the bridge. And so we're grabbing the shovel with player 2 here. That comes in useful in just a minute.
Yeah. It's actually kind of like, it says something about this room that we just use the elephants to jump off here. We can barely get up. It's not barely, it's pretty consistent, but we can get up here just by jumping off the backs of the elephants. And here, I need to kill these scorpion, bug, spider things, so that way Willie can dig this key. And at the same time, I'm going to be having Indy grabbing this banana. And then Willie can jump over this gap and then put this key in. While Indy whips over, I'm going to go over here and hit the plant with the banana to pull the banana out. And then I'll throw the banana to the monkey. And that's just optimal because we don't have to wait for the animation for Indy to pull out the banana. Here, I'm going to open the gate as Willie, so that way Indy can go first. He needs to get farther, so kill the snake because Indy hates snakes. Here, I'm staying close to the wall. Yeah, I set the respawn point, like Terminator was saying, right over there. And that time
A little too late there, but that's fine. We can attempt it again. We get ourselves caught on these bushes here. It's kind of difficult to time. We utilize pause buffering here to make the timing a little easier, but it's still quite difficult to hit. So a couple tries are sometimes necessary here, but you still save time with it over grabbing the elephants from the start of the run.
That was just slightly too late. This one is consistent enough with pause buffering that it's just skill, but if you go for it without pause buffering, it sometimes just feels like RNG. Right there, you can see I paused right before I put back in bounds, and alt-tabbed, and Indy dropped right where I wanted him to.
It's important to stay low here, otherwise Indy will get scared of the snakes, and he will slow down when out of bounds. You would want him to be scared of the snakes.
Yeah, that's cruel. So, this is a kind of funny cutscene. This is basically what happens in the movie. They get served food, and it's like food that Willie's not really happy with. And so, for some reason, she's complaining. And, then they get jumped by some people. Yeah. So instead of... There's a big long hallway in this section of the level, and we are going to kind of see the whole hallway, but instead of walking on the hallway, we're going to be under it. We're going to get out of bounds in this first room, and then we're going to just walk all the way to the end and hit a trigger to the next section.
Yeah, because this whole palace is all loaded in at once, we could just walk underneath all of it and then hit the trigger to send us to the next room. Palace isn't like split up into segments or anything.
Yeah.
Right here, yeah, jump off the barrel, then we can slide up the arch, jump off the arch, through the ceiling, which for some reason has no collision whatsoever. And then you could just land out of bounds. Then we proceed to take a nice leisurely scroll.
Yeah, there we need to take a weird line because of the camera angle. It's kind of unintuitive at first, but once we get through that, we're just walking, trying to take tightest lines as possible to the end of this hallway. We're gonna go under a door and then into the back of the section with the trigger, and then we're gonna go around the trigger and hit it from the correct side, so that way we load the room instead of the room we're in right now.
Yeah, so hitting this transition here is really weird. You have to rub against the room and then run right so you can hit it at the right angle and not load into the room that you were just in, because that loses a lot of time. So you have to do the puzzle to open.
Another thing we haven't mentioned yet is sometimes I'll be rolling, like double jumping right at the start of a room. That is because you don't get control of your character for like a little bit of time, so sometimes it saves some time to double jump to get a little bit of space, because you can jump during that time, you just can't walk.
Yeah, it all depends on the angle that the game puts you at when you spawn in. But yeah, once again, we're utilizing the cobweb to clip out of bounds there, which gives them to bring 3 players across the snake pit to open the door. Here we just do some pretty standard gameplay here. We've got both the boxes, build up with player 2, and then we'll drop our player 2 at the end of the level here, preparing for the next level.
We jump into the ceiling here just for funsies. I'm pretty sure that's, if you miss the dropout, dying as Indy lets you have more of a chance to drop out.
You have a run I've ever watched. Drop out after the camera pan to the door, but yeah, dropping into the ceiling is pretty funny though. So
this is another long ending cutscene. It's actually kind of unintuitive. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. This ending cutscene is long, and the next opening cutscene is really short. But we're gonna get control of our characters pretty quickly in the next level. The next level is kind of cool because we do some really fast movement in the first room to take use of some cycles. Like there's some spinning tower things that have cycles based on where you are, just like because they start at a specific time. So we want to get to them as fast as possible so we can get the fast cycle.
Yeah, and there's a hard jump right at the start of the room, and it's crucial that you hit the jump first try, otherwise you're not going to make it in time for the first cycle. And you'll have to wait for the next one.
I think that loses about
no one wants
6.
to wait in a speedrun like one now.
Exactly. Like you straight up are just sitting there waiting for it to spin.
Yeah. So right here we jump on this guy's shoulder, jump around his face to this island, and then we can jump across. Up here, Skip's having to build the ladder up. And right here, as you can see, that handlebar indicates so you've made the fastest cycle. You jump across.
Huge.
And there we go, we hit the fast cycle.
Got stuck
and
on
you
the
can land
there.
down here on top of this statue. Alt tab clip to get under the door, and then hit the transition, which skips time to bring a second player across to pull the second lever.
Yeah, that one is pretty tight because you could tell I had to like time a very good double jump to get to the bar on the first section. Because like if you don't jump that early, you're not going to be able to make the fast cycle.
And this second room is very execution heavy. A lot of 1v2c in this room, just to pull the 2 levers very quickly, and mainly in the boss fight because a lot of enemies spawn, so you have to deal with them very fast. Right here, I believe we are attempting a pixel jump right here in order to jump up to this lever early and skip and do the whole puzzle on the left side of the room. Here we land on top of this box and alt tab a couple times to be pushed through the wall, just like that. And then we could jump up into this little pocket in the wall and then pull both the levers at the same time, which overlaps the camera pan. So that way we only have to watch one cutscene instead of 2. And then from here, enemies will start spawning in while we wait for the boss to spawn. So dealing with all these enemies is ideal, so you don't have to deal with them when the boss spawns in.
Yeah, I swapped Indy to the left side there because there will be more enemies on the right, and short round can't get the slow animation. Oh, I've never seen that before.
Indy gliding on the edge of the death pit there, just...
This is not ideal. I'm sort of waiting to hit him
with
that
height is
fast
crucial
track.
because you have to activate both of these statues to deal damage to the boss when he's in this state. So in this state, he'll just jump away from you. You can't just punch him. So you have to activate these statues. To activate the lava pits, shoot up lava by the looks of it. Just knock him off, then you can punch him a couple of times. Lands on the other one, and then as the boss dead, he explodes, which is hilarious. And that's the level done.
You could, I was kind of waiting there to hit the boss because I was kind of getting unlucky with character deaths there. But if you can hit the boss with both characters on the same frame and then get some extra damage in, you can completely skip having to do one of those statues. And so you only have to do one statue.
Frame perfect cycle skip there, but it's quite difficult to hit, especially when you're dealing with enemies as well. But it doesn't save too much time, so it's more of just a extra little thing you could go for. It's not a necessity.
This next level is also cool. This will be kind of similar to the bazooka level, where we're going to be carrying a crossbow to the ending room. You'll see why in a little bit, but this first part kind of just starts with some basic movement, and then I'll let Terminator kind of explain what's happening while it's going.
It's very fortunate here because instead of one enemy with the bazooka, we actually have 2 chances to grab the crossbow, since it's 2 enemies with crossbows in the same room. Right here we have a drop and warp to get behind this gate. And usually you have to build a minecart and push it into the gate, but you can just skip it like that. We pull this key while we punch the enemy. Player 2 here. As you can see, the crossbow dropped on the floor, we can pick it up. As we get a little bit of extra movement every time the child moves, we can move for some reason. But yeah, so we have the crossbow here. Then right here you're supposed to bring an object across to fix the lift. But you can just jump and shoot the gate, then the child is free immediately. Then we utilize tag moving there, so we can move during the short cutscene. Pick up the dynamite block thing. And here we have yet more weird collision you could jump off of to skip the whole room. The whole room skips in this level.
Yeah, this next part is pretty 1P2C heavy, but it looks kind of flashy. We're gonna double hit the boss with the crossbow there. After this happens, I'm gonna simultaneously grab the dynamite with Indy and blow up the middle gate that has short round in it, and also jump up with Willy and shoot the red kid with a crossbow.
Key part here is that you want to hit the boss and then throw the dynamite during that camera pan animation. And then we hit the boss again, and then he moves to the 3rd platform. We have to utilize an alt tab to slide up this slope. And then right here we punch the boss 4 times, and then hit the red guy before we could heal the main boss. I forgot the red guy's name. What's he called?
Maharaja, maybe?
Yeah, that guy. But yeah, so the Maharaja is supposed to heal the boss, but if you punch the boss and then punch him fast enough, he doesn't get healed, which leaves one heart for this section. But we utilize tag moving with player 1, so we can move freely with player 2 and throw dynamite at him. Since he only has 1 heart, we only have to do it once.
That was a really good 2-4.
Yeah, very solid execution, especially in the boss fight.
This next level is interesting. It's basically an auto-scroller, but it starts with a semi-difficult trick where we hit a trigger out of bounds, which simultaneously ends the room and skips a cutscene. This level is also really known for its soft blocks. It can just decide you're gonna soft block.
But yeah, this is like this is the only auto-scroller in the run. Past this first room anyway. So right here, this post box. Jump on this post box and time an alt tab to be able to clear power bounds, and then loop back around to hit the terrain beneath the track on the left.
Here I'm doing this jump with Willy. It's also able to be done with Indy.
Here we are making
a slightly harder jump over here.
We are making an invisible jump to a transition which loads the next room and skips the cutscene for us. And there usually is 20-second cutscene will play, but if you jump to the out of bounds door, then the cutscene doesn't play. So this is our auto-scroller section, so you can't gain or lose any time in this section. As long as you hit all the lights, then you're gonna be fine.
This is where one of the soft blocks can happen. Sometimes the lights just aren't able to be hit, which is annoying.
Sometimes you'll get stuck on the track as well,
Yeah.
A lot of weird stuff can happen in this level. It's all complete RNG and unpreventable. So if it happens, you just have to reset the level and try again, which is very fun.
There is one small bit of time save that is also RNG. There's 2 tracks there that I could have gone on, and one of them saves like a very small amount of time because it's just shorter, and it's 50-50.
And it looks like we're pretty lucky here. We haven't got any soft locks, which means we could just continue out these mines of hell and be on to the next level.
Yeah, if we use soft lock, we would have to play the whole level over again, which isn't a big deal because it's only 2 minutes long, but it does. It hurts when you're on good pace.
So it's not too bad, but still loses a lot of time and is very annoying because it's completely out of your control. Right here is the final to the temple. Right at the start here, we're gonna have a big wave of water that the enemies use to flood the cave, and instead of running to the end, we can just immediately swap character and walk into the water to immediately start the cutscene for the next room. And it's much faster than having to run all the way to the end of this room. Then also immediately right here, we jump on this bush and alt tab a couple times, and then we can make it into the hill. Yeah, and we can just make it into the hill and then spam jump. Let's give all the puzzles. And right here, we put players who are in the bush, which we utilize to get through a door later, and we pick up both swords here for the boss fight. Now there is a bit of RNG there. There's a chance that you don't get 2 swords and you only get 1, which loses a bit of time in the boss fight. And here we use the bush. Push player 1 through the door. It's very nice and helpful. Thank you, Bush.
Yes, thank you, Bush. Here's just one P2C. We get Willie over on that ledge, so that way we can do this right here. We need to swap to Willie to make player 2 go right past this transition.
So once AI characters can't trigger transitions, so they just fall through it. Then here we have the boss fight. So the way this boss fight works is a group of enemies will spawn in, and then Bolaram will jump down and try to attack you. Then he will do his Kalimara attack, at which point you have to hit him with another player. And then you will get the opportunity to throw swords at the hooks on the bridge. You see here. So right here, we bring out both swords, throw them at the same time. Usually you're only able to hit one at a time, but if you throw them both at the same time, then you'd skip a cycle on the boss, essentially. So right there, we hit the boss again. Wait for the enemies to spawn in, pick up the second sword. We did leave an enemy there, which is currently running after us. There we go. Then set up another double sword throw. We missed one of them, which is fine. We're just gonna have to kill another wave of enemies and get another sword. We have the hit.
Oh no! No way! We got the. Okay, well we still hit him somehow.
Okay, still him. That was some weird tech right there, but Indy decided we'd get a little romantic, but it's fine.
I've never had that happen in that level. That's really funny.
But yeah, so we missed a sword throw there, but we were able to back up by grabbing another one. And luckily we were able to hit Mola Ram for the 3rd time, even though Indy was in a world of his own.
Yeah. That should not have worked, but it's fine. So here we are actually going to save. This is where we're going to reset the run. Or we're going to reset the game. So here I have a command prompt open in the background so I can just run a restart script. And that'll close the game and reopen it really fast. Now, with load remove time, while the game is loading here, not every single section of this screen, but a lot of them, the timers still pause because it's loading. And so we're able to save some time with a reset here instead of watching that cutscene.
Yeah, and right here we're going to load into the same file that we just saved, which is in slot 1. And then we're going to head on to 3.6. And then at the end of 3.6, we also reset again to skip the end cutscene for that level 2. In the first room here, I'm assuming you're going to go for the 1p2c in this room, Sonic.
Yeah, I will.
So we have the 1p2c here where we send player 2 off to the right to grab the key, while player 1 solves the book puzzle from underneath where the book puzzle actually is. So collision is really weird, and you can just solve the book puzzle from all the way below it. So you can see, we use the horse to jump up, grab the key, then solve the book puzzle. Player 1. Get both players in position here to be able to pull these levers. Now this key is utilized in a later room, just like the bananas in 1-3. And here we turn VSync off for another transition skip, our final one of the run, where we, again, push the AI player through so we can just walk back, fall out of bounds. Then we could jump up on the side of the door here and then walk into the transition. The reason why we have to do that is because the transition for that door doesn't extend below the door, it only extends to the left. So that's why you have to go to the left.
Yeah, so ideally, grabbing the key there doesn't lose any time to playing that room normally. The reason we need that key is because we're going to be doing a strat later on in this run that if we have the key, it doesn't lose any time because we're able to carry over this key instead of getting one from a different puzzle.
Yeah, we are going to do a super jump later on, which is why we have grabbed the key, and you'll see why we use the key when we get to that room.
So here's a new and kind of interesting piece of tech. If you enter the book puzzle and then leave it and re-enter it, it saves like 10 frames for some reason.
Excellent. I don't know why that happens, but as you can see, Salah still has the key there. And it's important that you pick the key up with Salah specifically, because he's the only character that you get in this room. Pick up with any other character, you're just going to lose the key.
So here we're going to be grabbing this Lego block. You can either jump on top of it or go around. Then you whip it through the spikes. We're going to be taking a good line here to get up to this section. And we're going to drop the block as early as possible so that way it'll get here and we can push it. This next room is going to be where the super jump is. We're going to swap to Salah right away and then do some movement.
So right here we swap to Salah since he has the key, and we utilize the key to bring up the bridge to bring both players across. This we need both players for the super jump to work, because you have to swap to the other player in order for their AI player to start super jumping. Here we jump to this bar, jump across, jump off some collision there to skip having to grab the third bar. And then we land down here, so respawn point in this corner, and then we hug the corners of this terrain so we don't change our respawn point. Get stuck in the hole, and Indy will do a super jump, line out with pausing, then alt tab, and then we land out of bounds, which skips having to do the whole puzzle on the right of the room, which involves having to grab a blue block and carry it over very slowly. It saves like 20 seconds ultimately, and that was very optimal execution, so well done.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. That jump gets pretty consistent. Ooh. That super jump. That was close, actually.
Character management moment. So yeah, here we pick up the box with player 2 here, and we bring it to all the way over to this door, utilizing player 1 to push player 2 so we can move faster. We place the box and alt tab, and then if you time it right, you get pushed through the door and skip having to build the turnstile to open the door manually. Sometimes the box likes to play up a little. There we go.
There we go. That's usually consistent. I wasn't holding right far enough there.
Yeah, we get through the door there, and then because player 2 is stuck behind the door, we can auto drop him out, which saves having to open the menu and drop out manually, which is very useful. Right here we have the boss fight with this guy, which definitely happens in a movie. One-to-one scene recreation right here.
Yeah, this is exactly what happens in the movie. There are two exciting things in this room. One, we get to do the 10-frame time save on the book puzzle again. Another thing is we get to do some specific stick movement to be able to grab the cup in this next room first try.
Yeah, we go grab the Holy Grail, which is behind this door, and across a large gap. It completely blends into all the other cups, and you cannot tell which one it is.
Yeah, I think it's like it took me a long time to figure out which cup I had to grab here. It's not very obvious.
It's a really difficult puzzle. Only the fittest can survive it. So yeah, you just drink from the Holy Grail, and everyone is saved, everyone is happy. Especially Henry Jones, which gets his legs back.
Yeah, that does happen. Yeah, like we said, this is exactly what happens in the movie. Trust us.
We're trustworthy people. So yeah, once again, at the end of this level, you once again reset. Then we'll be on to our final level in the room. So we have to wait a couple seconds here for the game to save, and then we restart the game again. Because we don't want to watch the ending cutscene because, you know, lose time.
Too long. We don't got time.
We don't got time for that.
So this next level is one of my favorite levels in the whole game. It's a lot of fun, especially as the last level. There's 2 tricks, well, 2.5 tricks in this level that are pretty consistent if you practice them enough. So it's just a good level to end off on.
Yeah, it's a pretty short level, this one. It's only around the 3 minutes long. Because you skip the first 2 rooms, and then it's just the boss fight, and then that's it. First jump in this level is a little difficult though. It's a very precise jump off a tarp, and there's a tiny bit of collision you could jump off of, and if you miss it, you just slide into the water and you have to try again. Luckily, you can just keep trying it over and over again, but time loss can stack up if you keep failing it. So,
believe it or not, this is called tarp jump.
Yeah, because you jump off the tarp, if you can guess. Right here, we jump off this box and try to hit the collision just on the lip of the tarp there. Very hard to hit it, but we do get it relatively quickly, which is nice to see. Here we can use the dropping board to drop in behind this big silver gate. Since we don't need to grab the bazooka for this, if we could just drop in behind it. Can be quite hard to time though, as you can see.
This ideally is consistent. The camera goes off here. But yeah. That should be a first or second try trick. That time it was giving me a little
We kind of
issue.
faltered there a little bit, but you know, we got past the gate, so you know, it's all good.
That's another thing about this level is if you get nervous, like on a good pace run or something, you could lose a lot of time just to the tricks you've practiced a million times.
Yeah, especially top jump could be quite hard on the nerves, but right here we have our final boss fight of the run. Belloc will go between 3 different platforms, and you have to punch him once on each of the platforms, and then he goes to the middle. There is a slight chance that Sonic can hit the frame perfect punch, which allows you to break his AI, and then he just stands there and lets you punch him to death.
These enemies get annoying if you let them get over here before you make the jump. There we go.
Yeah, they're kind of pushing you around a little bit, but it's all good. So you punch him once there, you falls down, and then you jump up here. You can utilize pause buffering to try and line up the right frame.
Oh, we missed it.
And then right
I was
there,
too early.
Did miss the frame perfect, that's fine. So we go to the third one, we'll tap up the slope.
Bruh. We get up right here.
Yeah, we got it. And it falls onto the middle, and then once the cutscene starts, that will be
That's time. You can kind of see how in that level you can definitely lose a lot of time, but it's definitely one of those levels that's a lot of fun.
Overall, that was a pretty solid run, honestly. It could have been much worse than that. You could have dropped the bottle
I could have dropped the bottle.
trouble in the sky, which would have lost 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm definitely very happy with that. Definitely big thanks to the whole LEGO speedrunning community, as like just in general. It's been a lot of fun to like get to know you guys and watch streams and just learn so much about these different games. Big shout out, especially to the LIJ runners. Great community we got here. It's very constructive.
Great game to speedrun this. This is
this game. One big thing is like even if you haven't speedrun a game before, I definitely recommend learning this. Like this was my first game I've ever speedrun, and like it's just very rewarding to learn it. It's very fun.
Yeah, very solid run. As you can see, this is one of the more fast-paced LEGO runs out there. There's a lot of tricks in such a short amount of time, and you could lose a lot of time if you don't manage to hit all of them, and some of them are quite hard to do in quick succession. Like a lot of them require specific angles, either on the camera or walking, so...
But yeah, that's about it from this. We get to see the cool warehouse that is infamous in Indiana Jones. But yeah, thanks to GDQ for having us, and to, I don't know, everyone who made this event possible and everything.
Yeah, massive thanks, guys, for letting us showcase this run. It's been a pleasure being here.
Yeah, thank you both so much for being here. A huge shout out to you and everybody else in the LEGO community for showing up and representing. Y'all have been awesome. We do have 2 more games for you tonight. We've got LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, the video game, coming up right after this. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break and get ready for that. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheer on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching these community celebrations, where we have, communities come on and represent all of their different speed games, like any of our regular content, like Speedruns from the Crypt or Crosshairs, it really does help put on this kind of content. So if you can manage it, Prime subs or NDF subs do really help. With all of that said, we are going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with Pirates of the Caribbean.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We've got LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, the video game here. I'll hand it over to our runner and commentator and let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. I'm Flaming Laser, and I'm joined with Gus here on comms. Today, I'm going to be running LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, any %. So let's just get right into it. Okay, so timing starts when I click OK on the screen. So 3, 2, 1, go. So the first thing you might have seen is that I was actually able to skip the opening cutscene. And that is because we are using a cheat code called NoCut5, which allows you to skip every single cutscene in the game.
So apart from making the run much more high octane, it also saves about an hour, and especially in this level it is quite nice because this level is about 10 minutes total and 6 of that is just cutscenes. So that is quite nice, especially in the first level of the run, and you don't have to worry about resetting and then watching another 6 minutes of cutscenes. So yeah, we enjoy that a lot.
So yeah, you might have seen me go through this room pretty quickly, but the main takeaway is for any boss fight in this game, I'm going to be doing jump/attacks, which is a jump and then an attack, in order to instantly deal a heart of damage instead of going through like a long animation. Yeah, but I am also using a lot of 1P2C. This game
is notorious for having a ton of one-player, two-controller stuff. And you're going to be seeing me do a lot of it.
Yeah, this game is one of the big ones. It's not only is there a lot of it, but a lot of it is actually quite intricate and like confusing. There's especially a couple levels in the back end of the run that are pretty full on. But we will talk about this kind of trick right here. I'll just let him pull it off. Yeah. So as you can see, he just jumped onto a handle, off the handle, and then like phased through the wall. So we call that a stored super jump, and you'll see a bunch of those throughout the game. And basically, it's like storing where he thinks he should jump in a different position so that when you drop out, the AI jumps to where it thinks it should go. And a lot of the times, if you position yourself correctly, that will just be through a wall. So we do that a bunch of times, and there's one in the next level that's really important. So we'll get there when we get there. But yeah. And then you can see he just climbed the barrels like nothing. That would be because of a refresh rate change. It gives you weird collision. Bit of a dumb trick, but early in the run is quite enjoyable.
Yeah, I am playing these first couple of levels on VSync 30 Hz, which caps the game at 30 FPS. That has actually a bunch of benefits. The main two, though, are... Okay, 1 second. The main two are it gives you higher jump height, which allows you to do that wall climb, and then it also makes fixing objects much quicker when you spam.
Yeah, so there was a fixing thing right in the first room that he does with the hammer, and it's so much quicker. It's basically like having the extra fast fix, but without actually needing to buy it, which is huge.
Yeah, so Gus talked a bit about super jumps. We're going to see a pretty large time save using this tech in the next level. That's going to allow us to skip the entire thing. So we should probably explain a bit about out-of-bounds doors first. So in this game, there are certain debug doors that can take you to another room or even end the level that are left by the developers from testing. And we are going to use a stored super jump in order to get out of bounds and try and hit that debug door in this level. There we go. Okay.
Nice, very nice.
So yeah, that debug door is actually located under the map. So you have to get completely under, and you also have to hit it going from below it and then hit it going up, just because that the developers like to make doors only accessible from like certain directions, and that one is just weird for some reason. But yeah, that skip saves like 3.5 minutes. It skips the entire level.
Yeah, and a lot of the times with those out of bounds doors, they're like high up. You need some kind of height glitch to get to them. This game is not too keen on its height glitches. There's not too many. So oftentimes we have to find ones that are just barely in bounds, or for some reason out of bounds, but still close to us. And that, because of the water collision, actually lets us jump up and shoot us into it, which is pretty convenient for us. And there's a few more doors in this run, which all seem like miracles that we can hit. It's crazy. But yeah, anyway, talking about this level, this is the first instance of a really heavy 1P2C level. So he's doing two things at once, basically this whole time in this room. It's pretty full on, and you get into the rhythm of it and it's fine, but sometimes you get out of rhythm, it's all whack. So pretty full on, and it gives you a good taste of what's to come later.
Yes, go ahead.
No.
Another thing that you might have seen is I'm dropping out the second player quite a bit, and there's actually a reason for that. In this game, there's like kind of mini in-level cutscenes, and we call them camera pans, and they take up a lot of time, and they're actually skippable if you drop in either the first or second player during the middle of the camera pan.
Oh, I forgot to hit the monkey. But yeah, you can skip most of the camera pans in this game just by dropping in a player while it starts. So that is a tech that is used all over the run.
And that's also only in a handful of the Lego games. There are versions of them in like Lego Star Wars, which you'll see some right after this. But this specific like era of game, like it's these three really that are adjacent to each other, are really the only ones that have this specific way to do that. And then after that, you basically just have to watch the camera pans, which is unfortunate because it's such a nice thing to keep, to keep the pace going.
Yeah, especially with the later Lego games having a lot more camera pans increasing in length.
Yeah.
It's really nice in this game that you're just able to skip almost all of them. In this level, we're actually going to do a sequence break right now. This jump I did with Elizabeth actually allows me to get to a section I'm not supposed to be at until way later on in the level. So I'm basically doing almost the end of the level and then the start at the exact same time using 1P2C. And overlapping this obviously saves a ton of time. This level... The way this level works is it's comprised between like this above ground section and then the cellar underground. And we're actually going to be going through this entrance on the right side, which you're not supposed to get to until you go all the way from the left to the right underground. So we're actually going to be doing the entire underground section backwards.
Yeah, and if you aren't acquainted with the game, it doesn't actually look like much is wrong at all. It kind of just looks like you're normally going through the level. But yeah, everything is flipped, which is kind of funny.
Dude, these telescope sections in the game, one of the best part.
It does. It grabs your attention on the best part.
Oh, okay. That is a new one. So, yeah, that is a crash. Let me screen share again. Yeah, this game is kind of notorious for crashing, which is why we saved. Yeah, so that is unfortunate. We're gonna have to replay that part of the level.
Hopefully get the crash out of the way now and not later.
Oh no. Is this worth watching, or we'll let you guys watch a cutscene? I forgot to re-enter the no cut 5 cheat code, which is what actually allows us to skip the cutscenes.
And that code stays on the open session of the game that you have. So if you close the game or if the game crashes, you have to re-enter the code. And if you don't, then you cannot skip the cutscene. But because this is an early era game, the grunts, it's kind of a banger cutscene anyway. So
exactly.
Loss.
I think we're good now.
Yeah, that is a bit of a weird crash spot. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I have not seen that one. Typical marathon luck to get just a random crash that you've never seen before.
Yeah. But now, knowing what happens in the level, you can, enjoy it a little bit more, knowing that it's all kind of cooked. So.
Yeah, so the spot you're supposed to enter when you're casually playing the game is this spot right here where I'm with, or near Jack. I forgot to do that. But yeah, you have to dig up that entrance and then go through there. It's a little bit slow with player 2, so I didn't want to actually pull that or spin the wheel until I finished the section with player 2, because then I would not be able to do the camera pan skip, and that ends up losing more than waiting.
Now we get to watch this bozo fall over again, so all is well.
Ooh. This guy tripped on the exact same step.
He never learns, man. Every run.
Okay, surely we're safe now.
Nice.
Okay. I think the cause of that crash is there's a specific spline where it loads like the underground, and when you cross like any spline in this game, it just has a small chance of crashing. That one is a new one for me. But yeah, since we're doing this underground section backwards, it actually makes it a lot easier because we don't have to do a bunch of the puzzles. For example, there's like this bridge here that you might be able to see under Elizabeth that we would normally have to lift up. But since we're coming from the end of the room and trying to get to the start, we can just go on the bars. And then another small optimization you might notice is characters, when they're holding objects, walk a lot slower. So I'm going to use the second player behind them and push them just to speed it up a little bit.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with those planks because they are like notoriously annoying to walk on. You'll just think you're on it and then you're not and you fall, which is really bad, especially in that spot because you have to wait for the item to respawn. It's a bit of a funny mechanic.
Yeah, that's the end of the level. That one was a pretty 1v2c heavy level. So next one, however, I'm gonna see a couple more skips, or like more obvious massive skips. So right away, instead of going where the level wants us, we're gonna do this jump on top of the hammock to get over the wall and out of bounds. And since this entire level is kind of submerged in water, we can actually just swim outside and go right to the end.
Yeah, and this skips like a bunch of puzzles, and they're actually quite long, especially this room that is just passing now. So it's a really nice skip, and it's quite easy too. And then we have this big room, which unfortunately we can't skip in the same way. The trigger is not accessible to us. So we got to fight them all, and there's a bit of RNG in this section. Nothing major, but always a bit annoying point in the run.
Yeah, there's actually like 10 different ways you can like skip the boss fight in some way, but it is coded properly, or it is coded in a way where if you sequence break it in any way, shape, or form, it'll just soft lock. So yeah, these enemies, we have to kill them inside of the moonlight or they'll respawn. So that is like the RNG aspect of the level, because it can sometimes take forever for them to come.
Yeah, and then also sometimes you think you're in the clear by killing them, and then they'll die out of the moonlight, like they'll fall and die, which is so frustrating because it takes 10 seconds for them to come back.
So there, I did a double hit. I hit him with player 1 as soon as he was trying to jump back up, and that allows me to skip one of the cycles technically it's not like a sequence break, so it doesn't actually soft lock the fight, but it does skip a cycle. Yeah, we just have to do this one more time after, and then we're gonna be able to go to the last room. And then, yeah, because I hit him twice, Barbosa isn't gonna jump back down here.
Yeah, and where you're positioned dictates where the enemies are going to walk. So we stay on the right side just because it's quicker for them to walk down the right side than it is on the left because they got to go around all this stuff.
Oh, I'm surprised that guy did not respawn.
That was awfully close.
Yeah, almost done with this boss fight. Just need to hit him like 3 more times, it'll be.
And then we head on to another boss fight, which is fortunately much shorter and also much more fun. It's pretty cool 1p2c actually.
Yeah, we're just gonna chase him here, and then this boss fight kind of revolves around needing to throw either a coconut or Will's axe at him in order to be able to hit him. So you're gonna try and do it as many times in succession before the monkey grabs onto you, because the monkey will aggro onto whoever throws the object. But yeah, with 1p2c, you can kind of optimize it in a way where you can keep switching characters to avoid the monkey.
And that's the first movie done.
So now, instead of going to the second movie, as you might think, we're actually going to go straight to movie 4. And the reason for that is later on in the run, there's an extra called Fall Rescue that we want to collect, and it's useful in movies 2 and 3. And in movie 4, there's a lot of studs that we can pick up throughout the run without really losing time. So we do 4 first.
And there's also no tricks in 4 that use it. So we can do this right now and not worry about any time loss, really.
Okay, so right there, I turned VSync off, which uncaps your FPS. And there's a trick that you can do with really high FPS, which is it basically allows you to get a double jump with characters that can't normally double jump. And yeah, you might have seen there, it took a couple of attempts because my FPS is a little bit low right now, but did end up getting it. But yeah, that tech is only used in a couple of places.
Yeah, there's only certain rooms that you can do that in because a lot of rooms you just don't even have enough FPS to get an extra jump. Or the ones that do have enough FPS, there's just no benefit to having that jump. So yeah, only a couple places that we do it. Now this next section is pretty cool. It's not so fun, at least in my opinion, but it's all cycle based. So if you make the fast cycle, which he seems to be doing, unfortunate.
I got stuck a little bit.
You just like beeline it straight to the end, which is cool.
Yeah, making the fastest cycle is kind of hard, and you have to rely on not getting stuck on like that second cart, which is kind of difficult. But yeah, we did end up making the second fastest one.
Yeah, so not so bad. If you like majorly mess up, you get some pretty bad cycles. Kind of just ends up, snowballing. But if once you get to that point, it's actually pretty chilling. Okay, so we're gonna hit another super jump here to get out of bounds. There is a trigger here, and it is very much not inbounds, but it's very much gettable. So we'll set up the super jump there. So now he's got it stored. He just needs to position Jack correctly that he'll jump out of bounds. So he'll switch to him there, and then it's just a matter of jumping straight into the trigger. Boom, done. And that skips an awful boss fight, which is filled with soft locks and just random RNG elements that can slow you down. That's a very welcome one for sure.
Yeah, that skip is really nice, just because the boss fight, as Gus said, notorious for soft locking, and then it also is just like really easy to lose a bunch of time.
Now this section is really 1v2c heavy. Not only are you doing two things at once, classic, but also the collision in this room is so annoying. Like, you can just run into random things. You can see him like bumping into small things, and he's doing his best not to hit anything, but it's nearly impossible. Like, you have to have two brains to do this completely optimally. But yeah, so the collision and the inside of ship sections are always like that. What you need to do is you really just focus on one like main task at a time, and then the other player does the simple task. So like the Jack compass is actually quite simple. It's just like generally straight lines. And so while you do that, you can focus on the other player and grab stuff, grab the torches, grab the bombs, all that. But once you get out of here, it's pretty good. It's pretty chilling.
And this floor is the main difficulty, just because like the bottleneck on both players is pretty similar, so you actually have to be paying attention to them both. In this room, however, like I can be purposefully slow or like not pay as much attention with one of the players because their task is way quicker. I wonder what character management I will get. So there, I'm gonna pick up this gun and I'm gonna do a bit of platforming to get up top early and skip a build. And we needed the gun to get up so we could shoot that metal object. So that ends level right away. And the top section is cycle based as well, like kind of similar to the last room with the platforms. But yeah, making the fastest cycle is even harder in this room than London Town. But yeah, this level, similar to 1-2, it is really short because we are going to be hitting another end level trigger that's located right in the first room. And it just skips right to the end cutscene.
Yeah, and what he's doing here is he just jumped over a bunch of stuff. But he hit this door here so he can get his party over here, because we need Garhang, who's this Jack-looking guy with the green bandana. So we can use our... Yeah, that's not too bad. We can use the super strength up here and then get everyone in, because we need Angelica back outside. So you're kind of just doing a little back and forth until you get what you need. And we jump on this like weird collision and then set ourselves up to just jump straight into the trigger.
Slightly too low, I think.
Yeah, it's a very well-spaced jump. So it's pretty easy to miss. But luckily, it's not too bad to retry. You just die and you'll spawn back up there.
I think I'm too far left.
Yeah. It's very much a feel-based thing, this one. there is a setup, but you know, getting it quickly is very much vibes.
I think I need to just wait a little bit longer and space it out better. There we go.
Yeah.
I wasn't spacing it out enough. But yeah, that skips the entire level as well.
Yeah, that was a crazy skip to when it was discovered, because it skips so much. And that was kind of like the first of a bunch that came after that skipped, you know, the whole level, or skipped like a giant section. So that was a huge one. This level actually has an end level trigger as well. Fortunately, it's only for the last room. It doesn't really skip the whole level like the other one, but always welcome.
Yeah, this 1v2 is pretty cool.
Yeah, this is a fun one. It's kind of non-stop, and there's a little bit of parkour as well, which is cool. And then we get another telescope section, which is lovely. A little bit of downtime in this somewhat pretty full-on speedrun, so...
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have some sections like this, especially since, like with no cut, you don't really have, or with no cut and the camera pan skips, I should say, you don't have as much downtime as most other games. So these sections are always welcome.
Yeah, especially because, you know, not only is this game, you know, pretty trick heavy, but it's also, yeah, like we were saying, it's 1P2C heavy. So he is controlling both players at once, and you almost can't not focus. Like if you slip focus for a moment, you know, you'll lose time because it all starts to add up. So it's tons of 1P2C, tons of tricks, just a lot going on. So it's nice for those sections, and also. The later games, they have the camera pans that you can't skip, so that's some downtime, but obviously we skip them in this. So yeah, really full on.
So right here, I did another camera pan skip, and during that camera pan, the door actually opens, so the guards can check in on you, and then it closes back up because you didn't actually complete the room properly. But since we skip it, we can just go through the door while it's open for the brief period of time. And then here, I did 2 jumps off of like the very side of that torch, as it doesn't damage you on the very edge, and you can use that to get over the gate.
And that trick's actually not too bad. If you get Jax, or your first one, quickly, which would be Jack, then you're pretty in the clear, because the bottleneck here is that like massively long compass item that you have to get with Jack. So you actually do have a lot of time to get the other player over.
Yeah, there. Even though I missed the jump a couple times, I only lost like a second because of how slow Jack's section is. I brought the wrong players. But here we're gonna do another stored super jump to get out of bounds.
Yeah, and more of that like kind of climbing the wall collision that we saw in the last level. So now he's out of bounds, and he's just gonna climb this invisible wall. So this is feel based. Yeah, pretty easy to pop in bounds because obviously you can't see where you are, and if you accidentally push too far left, then you'll pop in bounds, which is not ideal, and you got to do the setup again. But once he's on top, it should be fine.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, that skips like a minute-long boss fight in the end room. It's a very difficult skip, but it is very worth it.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that you just get so nervous for. I don't know why. not really that different to a lot of them, but that one specifically, at least for me, I get to that point in the run and it gets to me.
It's also really easy to kind of snowball if you miss it once. It's very easy to miss it a bunch more.
Yeah. Another small optimization similar to the pushing of when they're carrying an item is that you can push Jack when he's doing a compass. He is slightly slower. So pushing him with the other player, because you got nothing else to do, so you may as well.
Yeah, this level you basically have you're basically doing stuff with both players the entire time. Because it's kind of, you'll see in the next couple of rooms, it is very open and you need to do stuff on both sides of the room.
Yeah, and a lot of the, problems with learning one of these sections is that you kind of just need to understand what's actually happening. It's not so straightforward. It's not like a linear thing. So understanding what you're actually doing in the room is really important, especially this room, because if you miss one of those lanterns going up and you miss the camera pan skip, because you drop out and call back in immediately after that starts, you lose tons of time. These camera pans are so long. You have to wait for the water or the crystals to melt or whatever, and then the water reaches the pool in the top there. So they're so long. You don't want to miss it, so you actually should understand what's happening. And then that makes 1P2C a lot easier. You don't have to focus on everything at once. You just kind of do what you know.
Yeah, and then for this last one, I position player 2 on top of this kind of pool of water, so that way I'm already in the end of the room as soon as the camera pan ends.
Yeah, and this room is similar. He's going to have them together for now, but straight after this, they're going to split off and do their own tasks. Yeah, so Jack's doing his compass item. He's setting up the left statue to be pushed. Barbosa on the right, he's setting up the right statue to be pushed, but he has to do this whole task and carry the entire thing over, whereas Jack's just going to dig this up. It's not so bad. And we can use the shovel that we had in the last room that we just picked up, and he still has it, so we don't need to pick up a new shovel, which is nice.
You might have noticed I was waiting there with Barbosa for a bit, and that's because when you skip that camera pan for the planks showing up, they actually don't have collision for about 10 seconds. So if I was to jump any earlier, I would just fall into the water, drop the statue, and lose a bunch of time.
Yeah, it's a classic going 1 second too early and you feel like an idiot. This section's pretty nuts. It's another one of the stored super jump things, but it's quite weird because you land in the ground, which means that if you move and you have uncapped frames, it launches you. It's our first instance of a launch happening with it. And once he gets set up, I am going to shut up so he can do this setup correctly, because it is a little bit precise and it's essentially a one track. So.
Yeah. You can technically reattempt this trick, but it is slower to do it the second time than do the older strat for this boss fight. But eventually I'm going to be able to attack Blackbeard again. He's going to jump down and then give the cup to Angelica. This is going to store a super jump. I'm turning VSync off to uncap my FPS, since higher FPS does help with launches. Nice. Okay.
Nice.
So yeah,
Yeah,
you,
so you-
do the launch to get out of bounds there. And then once you're out of bounds, you have to climb back up the invisible wall. And then once you get to the top, you can't actually see where you are. And then you have to blindly jump into the end level trigger.
Yeah.
So it is
and
a very difficult trick.
the thing to miss there is that if you overshoot, then you just fall out of bounds, you die. So that's it. It's over. This trick
Yeah,
is really
now-
cool. It skips building that gate because we don't have enough gold bricks to do that. So we can just jump straight through, and he's getting this red hat, which is our version of a red brick. Maybe you've seen in other games. But this will give us the full rescue extra that he was talking about, which we'll see the mechanics later. But essentially, it's kind of like that super jump thing where it sends you somewhere. But this is a little bit easier to set up. Yep, he buys it there. 175,000 studs, so we make sure we get that. Pretty much all in movie 4. And then we head to movie 2. So finally back at 2. Bit of a detour.
It doesn't take too long to get, and it is useful in for a bunch of different skips. So we do pick it up. So this level is interesting because we are stuck in these balls for the first couple of rooms. And we're actually going to do another super jump, store a super jump from that. And I'm going to do another launch here.
Yeah, so that just skips going up and across the mountain a handful of times, which is quite nice.
I did not get as much height as I wanted, so I could have actually skipped this gate, but we're just going to do this instead.
Yeah, so you gotta wait for the guys to kill you and then you phase through. Cool, so he's not going to go down the mountain because this is faster. So he's gonna die a couple times and like respawns you in some weird collision. And then you just jump down and you evade the kill plane. So you go around it and then tuck back in and you can land at the bottom of the mountain. So that skips going down the entire mountain. Unfortunately, it's a bit weird because if you go too close, you'll just die. So you got to go out just enough, but not too far. You guys like. And then this room skip too. A lot of that. Yeah, with some like slopes, you can push the other character with another one as long as you're not dropped in. So like if your AI character is just chilling next to a slope, you can jump into them and it'll like send them shoot them up from the slope. And that just skips the whole puzzle, which is quite nice. And it skips an old skip that was RNG dependent. So we love that. It's actually quite easy.
Yeah, there has been a large number of skips for that room, and they have all been called dog skip or dog skip skip, or you might be able to guess it, dog skip skip skip. So I think that one is 3 skips, but yeah, that is probably the nicest variation of them all.
For sure, for sure. So we're gonna see a skip coming up in a sec. We've entered a new kind of idea in this game, I guess. There's gonna be this like swamp that you can't swim in. I guess it's so gross. So this is just water right now, but then after here we get this swamp. And I think the way that it works is that there is a kill plane right above it, but it's only very thin. So if you basically push both players in, one of them gets under the kill plane and it can just swim. So if he was to jump at any point now, he would die. So he must not jump. But he is safe to swim freely. And so this skips all of this because you just swim straight to the end. You're not meant to be able to swim in this. And then we can do another super jump setup. So there we go, he's storing it now. And he's gonna send them out of bounds because if you go far enough right on this platform with both players, it will spawn in this croc boss fight. And there is a way to skip the croc, but it's quite hard. It's quite difficult. It's a lot of weird collision and stuff like that. So he's setting it up now, and he's going to get both players out of bounds and then just walk them around and do the entire thing. Essentially, you know, without doing anything at all. Yep, out of bounds, going around, and then he'll go grab the monkey that's in the middle, because we need that. We need the monkey. It's an important piece to us. Yeah, skips a really long boss fight or a really hard trick, depending on what strat you go for. So, very nice.
Yeah, the old version of skipping the boss fight involved jumping on the crocodile's teeth, which is, you might imagine, very difficult.
Yeah, and he's not so happy about it, so he'll eat you. The rest of the level is pretty much just business as usual. Some casual 1p2c, nothing too major.
And the next level is going to have our first instance of a fall rescue skip. But yeah, just another telescope here to wrap up the level.
Yeah, so the full rescue skip is straight away, pretty much. He's going to position himself in a place that the fall rescue will rescue him to. So when he jumps off the edge, it's going to send him flying. And it will put him back where he was. So as long as he doesn't touch the ground, so he can jump on like objects and stuff like that. Yeah, so he shoots backwards. But because he falls off that specific edge, it shoots him backwards into a trigger, because it's along the way, which skips that entire room. It was the first full rescue skip to be found, so it kind of opened our eyes to the possibilities of others. Unfortunately, there aren't any others that are like that exactly, but full rescue is still a cool trick.
Yeah. We used some buggy collision in the last room to get back up. I don't actually know why that is there, but it's very useful.
Yeah.
And now for this room, you just need to bring the jukebox all the way up. We're gonna spin some wheels to make a path. I'm going to be very careful in this section because it can soft lock very easily. Nice. If you try and
squares.
Yeah, if you miss any of the squares, it resets the entire dance section. And then if you try and jump to end the level too early, you'll hit the vines and they will stay there. And you will not be able to get rid of them, which soft locks the level. So you want to be really careful in that section.
There's another super jump. Setting up right now, and then he'll put himself in position. And there is an invisible wall that lines where all this foliage is. So right now he's out of bounds, and he's just gonna jump into another trigger, just like that. That skips that whole room plus a crab boss fight, technically. Yeah, you just fall into the trigger, which is nice. It's nice that that's just chilling underground right there.
And then here we're going to get another instance of using a stored super jump to actually get a launch. So how this actually works is when you do the super jump, your feet are kind of still in the floor. So when you move there with high FPS, you'll just get launched because you're still slightly in the collision. The game doesn't know how to react. So yeah, we're also sequence breaking this boss fight. The door we entered is supposed to be used as the exit, and we can enter through the exit and then go back out.
Now, if you're prone to motion sickness, this section can be a bit intense because the camera likes to go crazy. But playing it, it's actually not, in my opinion, it's not too disorientating. Once you know where to go. But yeah, it looks a bit weird, but it doesn't feel as weird as it looks.
Yeah, we just have to do this a couple times where he gets stuck in the wheel. We hit him out, and then jump slash him to take a heart. Yeah, now it's almost over.
Now the goal is to kill all 5 of the guys you see at the top there. Shooting them is like the most ideal way because it just one-shots them. Sometimes when you attack them with a sword, it won't actually kill them. And some of them can be a bit stubborn. This isn't too bad. There we go.
Yeah, the main problem with this room is the guy with the orange jacket. He likes to be invincible to anything other than a gunshot. So if you're not able to kill him right away, it can turn into a disaster real quick.
Because they start building each other up. Like we should in real life. Okay, this level has another fall rescue skip. And another super jump thing. So he's setting up now. There we go. And yeah, and he's gonna hop out of bounds and then use some weird collision to get. He's trying to clip onto this edge here so he can catch on and then jump up like that.
That's not good. Yeah. I popped in bounds, so unfortunately that is a soft lock because you're not able to get out once you get one player stuck on the second floor.
Now, thankfully, it's not too long of a section, especially because it's right at the start of this level. Restarting is not that bad, and because we're in the same game session, we don't have to enter no cut again. Still able to skip the cutscenes, which is nice.
Really? Okay, I just didn't get out of balance that time.
Any slight change in your positioning can change like drastically where he jumps to. So if you think you're like in the clear because you're approximately in the right area, you might not be. It's a little bit weird.
I think there's just like sometimes a problem if you mess it up once, it gets screwed up. There we go.
So this is all around, it's a very finicky trick.
Because the reason it's so easy to pop in bounds is because you have to go slightly into the wall where you set a respawn, so you can get like kind of launched up by the fall rescue. But it's very easy to pop in bounds.
Yeah, and it's a much less obvious fall rescue trick, but yeah, that gaining height is, you need fall rescue for it. So
yeah, that right there was another out of bounds door. That one actually is not out of bounds, despite what the name might lead you to believe. Yeah, that one is possible to hit with the setup. And now we just have this Kraken boss fight. You can't really speed it up much. The only thing is I have an extra item right now that I'm holding on Jack, and if I can manage to keep it without dying through this phase, I can do an extra hit at the start of the next one.
yeah, a lot of 1P2C is just simple stuff like that, like literally just grabbing an extra item that you're not intended to grab at that point. So even stuff like that saves a decent amount of time. It all adds up. Small stuff.
And then I died right there with both players at the end to get 0 studs. And that saves like 2 seconds in the status screen.
And that would be the end of the second movie. And we're on to the third and the last. This game doesn't have the fifth movie, thankfully.
Yeah, thankfully. Don't think there are many people who would say the 5th movie is their favorite.
Probably not. This level is sick. You skip all of it. So you're meant to do like a ton of puzzles, do a ton of stuff. You go inside for like couple sections actually. But we grab a fish with player 2, and that fish will become very important later. And then with player 1, we're pushing this barrel into the water so that we can jump off of it. Because we need enough height to jump here, but you don't get enough height from the water. You do if you jump off the barrel. So that lets us go into this next room. And because we grabbed the fish with the other player, we have that here. And then we'll swap players, give the fish to player 1. And then, yeah, more collision, jump over everything. It's so nice. This level is crazy. I think it's the shortest level. Oh, it's not. It used to be the shortest level in the game.
It used to be the shortest one before the 2 end level triggers got found.
Yeah.
And then we used the fish to hit that target.
Yeah. Because normally you need a guy with a gun. So you have to like save him or whatever. You have to convince him to join your party. But with a fish, I guess you don't need him, unfortunately.
And then this level might be a bit confusing. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, this is like, to me, this is like the pinnacle of the 1P2C levels. It's just so much going on. And it's like really hard to remember. So ever coming back to the game, it's like, this is one of those levels that you definitely recheck and make sure that you're on top of it. You can't just wing it. So yeah, he's getting all these items to free all these other versions of Jack. This is in his mind, so they're not real. But yeah, so you're grabbing the duck, you're giving the duck to the other Jack, then you'll unlock that Jack. That Jack has a shovel, and then you can dig up another item. You get the point. So it's a lot of like back and forth, but you can almost do everything at the same time if you do it right. So yeah, but only one of the Jacks has a compass. So he needs to do the compass items, and then the other Jacks kind of do all the item stuff. They grab them, they give it, swap around, all that. But the main goal is to get this ship back in action. So the front of the ship is being dug up there, and then we'll do the back right now. And then once we enter the ship, the next section, it's more 1P2C, and it's more of the ship 1P2C, so we've got the weird collision to worry about. Thankfully, it's not too long of a section. So.
This one especially likes to have like certain pieces that just stick out for no reason.
Yeah. So any of these like railing things, like with the ropes, if you run into them, you just like get stopped for a moment. So you gotta focus on that, but obviously you're doing tasks with the other player. So a lot of back and forth, making sure you don't accidentally keep running into them. Other than that, it's not too bad of a section. It's very easy. And then this section is no different. This is more 1P2C. So this level is just full, like, two-player chaos, really. Yeah, you're going and you're saving everyone. So with two players, it actually happens pretty quick. There's a lot of downtime. Like this downtime here, you can free all the people on the cannons and stuff, and then get this guy, and then you're done. That's it, basically. Swing left and right, and the level ends. A lot of these levels in this movie are quite short. We had Singapore, the first one, and that was pretty short. That other one wasn't so short. This one is also really short. We do a bunch of skips that are small, but they, I don't know, they add up. And then with 1P2C, it speeds it up dramatically. You're not having to go back and forth, like pushing things. So this section, right, one player can do all this spinning the wheel thing, and the other player can push this item as they do that. So it actually happens quite quickly. But our goal is to get under the bottom and then free our girl.
The funny thing with this room is you'd be able to skip the entire thing if there was anywhere where you could get a super jump, restored super jump off. But the only place you can do this do that in the entire ship is after you already free the tattoo pirate, which is what you need to open the room the intended, or open the door the intended way.
Yeah, so it ends up not really saving time at all. Bit of a small skip there with some weird collision. Skip's having to shoot it with your other player, so you can just jump on the target. Cool.
And then we're turning VSync off for the next level, as we're gonna do another stored super jump launch combo to skip a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, this is one of the big ones because we knew that this entire room, which is tons of 1p2c, it's quite long. We knew it was possible to skip because there was one. It was a barrel launch. You do some weird collision with a barrel and it would launch you up. Unfortunately, it was just not run viable. It's just not happening. You get way too much height. You have to pray that you land in the right place. So it just wasn't ever going to happen. We knew it was possible. And so it was kind of like this elusive skip that we had for ages. And then finally, the super jump tech came along and allowed it to actually be run viable. So you'll see it in a second here.
Getting slightly too low of a launch the first. Oh, bro.
That's awesome.
That is unfortunate.
So we need to get on top of this thing, which you're obviously not meant to be on top of. That's much nicer.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, and then you jump around behind the door. It skips all of it. So that's a huge skip. And it's definitely run viable. It normally goes better when you have a little bit more FPS. And this one here is also an FPS dependent trick, but it's a transition skip. So if we put one of our players against like a transition to a door, if you kill them, you can push them through. So that allows us to go out of bounds and grab the book without doing the puzzle. That is the level. Now we're on to the last level. I don't know if there are any tricks in this level, actually. I think it's just some 1p2c, just some fast stuff.
Yeah, there's no actual tricks, just a bunch of 1p2c and then camera pan skips.
Yeah. But this room, again, it's kind of like that room in the other level with the bunch of jacks, where you've got a bunch of tasks to do, and you can really do them in any order, but doing them fast is all dependent on the one you're doing at the same time, so bit of a confusing one. I guess there's a trick in the next room. I don't know if that counts as one.
I would say that counts, actually. But yeah, what we're gonna do here is the intended way to beat this room is to shoot, like you might be able to see on the other ship, there's like 3 wooden bars, yeah. And you need to shoot them all to end the room. And the intended way is to build 3 cannons. But we can actually do it with just the leftmost and rightmost cannons.
Yeah, you can like swing the cannon, and the momentum of it allows you to shoot further left than you're intended to. So that allows us to get both of those, which is the one. And then yeah, this is the home stretch. Just setting everything up and battling Davy Jones.
Yeah, this fight is really scripted where he will jump to a new location, do 3 slams, and then you're able to hit him. So the fastest way to do the room is just get to where he will be and be ready.
Can soft lock this fight kind of easily. He's about to climb this rope here. And if you hit him, like once he jumps off the rope, too close to the rope, he'll jump onto the rope and you won't let go. That didn't happen here, thankfully. There we go.
And that is time. Yeah, slightly overestimate because of the crash, but that was not too bad of a run. But yeah, this game is really cool. It might not be like the easiest LEGO speedrun to get into, but it is one of my favorites for sure. Just a really great game all around. Not like any percent. I wouldn't even say any percent is the best category in this game. There's really
any
cool
of the
tech.
other categories are great.
There's really cool tech and free play, and then 100%. But yeah, this game all around is really cool. I probably want to give a shout out to Seed. He found the super jump storage tech, which was used all over the run, and then basically all of the out of bounds stores. So massive thanks to him. He brought down the run by quite a bit. And then he was the world record holder for this category for a really long time. And yeah, he pushed it down quite a bit. But yeah, also shout outs to the LEGO community as a whole.
Yeah, thank you both so much for being here for showcasing fun. Yeah, like you said, huge shout out to the LEGO community. Such a great community. I mean, it's why we're here this weekend because of y'all. So, huge shout out to the LEGO community. If you're interested in any of the LEGO speedruns, you should definitely check them out. With that said, we've got one last run for you. We are going to take a quick break and get ready for LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga. Before we do that, just a quick reminder, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to check out this season's lineup. You can check out the schedule for an in-depth look at what we're going to be running this week. With all that said, I'm going to take a quick break. See you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We have our final game of this two-day marathon. We have LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga. I will hand it over to our racers and our commentator. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello there, everybody. My name is Super, and I'm super excited to be commentating this race between Zach Muffin and It's Jared 97. They want to say hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
They're going to be mostly focusing on the race, but they may pop in here and there to say a couple things. But this is going to be a super awesome race. Two of the game's best runners going head-to-head in the any percent category. We're going to beat all 6 episodes from start to finish. Without further ado, I think if the runners are ready to go, we can start the countdown.
Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta, sorry to stop this. I didn't realize my hotkeys aren't transferred to this version of OBS, so I gotta restart my game again. Just give me 1 sec.
All right, one quick restart and we'll get this on the road.
Justin, you got any fun facts for us while we're waiting?
I got a fun fact about you, Zach, is that this guy has not, he retired from any percent a long time ago, but he's coming out of the grave to do a run for the people. Should be really exciting. It's Jared just recently set a new world record just under a month ago with a large collection of new strats that have been found over the most recent months of this year. There's all sorts of crazy new tricks, and the both runners here are going to be going for every single trick. The hardest tricks, all the easy tricks, the new tricks, the tricks that save 2 seconds, the tricks that save 2 minutes. We're going to be going for every single one. So we're going to get to see absolutely everything this game has to offer. And if you've never seen a run of this, the game is super, super broken. If you have seen a run of this, then you know that this is going to be a great matchup between two of the best runners. It looks like Jared is just about ready to go.
Getting there.
Once that happens, we'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah, there's a lot of pre-run setup that you have to do with this game.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Now we're ready.
All right. Perfect. I'll give a countdown from 5 and we'll get this show on the road. All right. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Zach.
Right, and our runners are off. Good luck to both runners. Like I said, we're going to be going through all 6 episodes, 36 levels, but there's only one unlocked at the start. And that's episode 1, The Phantom Menace, into the first level, Negotiations. For anyone who hasn't seen this run before, you've probably seen this throughout the entire weekend, but this run is it's very familiar with 1P2C or 1 player 2 controllers, where the runners will be controlling 2 players at the same time. If you watched, like I said, if you watched any other run this whole weekend, you've most definitely seen this in basically every single LEGO game. And this game is no exception.
I would argue this game takes it to the extreme levels.
Yeah, this game does not have split screen like many of the more recent games that you may have seen, so it does kind of restrict the characters into a small little box on the screen, but other than that, it's a super 1P2C heavy game. As you can see, we got our 2 players running down the hall, 1 player killing the droids, the other one just kind of making their way to the end. This level is one of the least broken levels in the game, if I gotta be honest. We got 1 goal here, and that's finishing this level with 0 studs, which are the coins that are all over the floor. And the reason for that is this is the only level in the entire game where we cannot skip the menus at the end of the level that tell you how many coins you collected. But if you collect 0, they don't even play. So that's a nice little 7-second time save. So we're going to try to intentionally die at certain points throughout the level. 1 is right there. A little cutscene skip with player 2. By going into this hangar instead of player 1, it causes a cutscene of droidicas coming out to just not play. You can see the droidicas are just kind of sitting there doing nothing. And it looks like both players got a good second death. We get the players down to 0 points. Gonna warp TC-14 to the panel, open the door, and it looks like it is basically a dead tie out of the first level. Pretty smooth for both runners. All right. First level down, and you may notice that unlike some of the other LEGO games we may have saw, this level, this game does not have skippable cutscenes. Unfortunately, every cutscene we have to sit through and watch.
Make sure to save, Zach.
Pretty charming, pretty fun. Yeah, the runners will be saving for marathon safety. So normally in a world record attempt, we would kind of cancel the save here because it's a little bit faster to do that and so the game doesn't have to autosave. But just in case someone's game crashes or some other strange things that can happen, we're just going to save for the safety of the marathon run. All right, into the second level, Invasion of Naboo, and this is going to be our first instance of getting to see some awesome out-of-bounds movement. And this is one of my favorite parts about the game, is how many times you can go out of bounds and just how lenient the out-of-bounds mechanics are in this game, which we'll see in a second. We're going to backflip up this tree, change our refresh rate, and if we force the tree while standing on top of it, it just clips us in the floor. And in LEGO Star Wars, if you are underneath the floor, you can just walk around out of bounds. It doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, as long as you're under a floor, you can walk out of bounds, you can jump up, you can fall down, you can basically do whatever you want out of bounds. It's super, super lenient, and that allows you to go under a cutscene trigger and into this next room. This is where we unlock Jar Jar, and we're going to get to see some crazy jumps here. All of these are just kind of skipping tiny little puzzles. You can barely tell because it's happening so fast, but by doing all these little precise jumps, we're skipping all sorts of little mini puzzles that take two or 3 seconds here and there. Looks like both runners did a beautiful job with those jumps. Jared hits the log skip, and so does Zach. So very, very beautiful invasion of Naboos from both runners, and at this point, it's basically just a sprint to the end of the level. And it looks like we got ourselves a pretty close race to start out. We'll have to see if it stays that way. But so far, both runners off to a pretty smooth start.
And there's a very big reason why he says that. It's because you'll see in about 4 minutes time. But one of the big skips that Justin mentioned, the new skips that was found that helped pave the way for the new world record, is in the next couple of levels, and it is a pretty complicated and difficult trick. Justin, if you want to explain it, you definitely can.
Yeah, we'll wait till we get there, but yeah, some brand new discoveries very early in the run that save a lot of time, but you may not, you only get one try to do them. I'll leave it at that for now. But for now, we are heading to the third level of the run, so that's 2 levels down, 34 to go. We're flying through this. We're into the third level of the run, Escape from Naboo, which, I don't know if you guys agree, probably the second least broken level in the run, behind Battle over Coruscant, which is way later in the run. But this level is basically all about just precision and just maintaining perfect lines from point A to point B to save frames in each room, because there's not much else you can do when you're playing through this level. It's basically just a run from the start to the finish, but it's still kind of cool to, and there's one cool trick in this level that we'll get to see in the first room.
Yeah, and this trick in the first room may or may not be one of the oldest glitches in the entire game.
Yep, and we'll get to see it in just a second here. So we start this room. It may appear that we want to go to the grapple point on the left to get up to the upper portion. We're actually going to shoot out this door and jump underneath it, and bang. Character just warps up. It's the exact same, bang, first try. Anyone can do that. Literally, just stand under the arch and jump, and your character just warps up. Super simple, super cool. And now at this point, it is all about just trying to get to the end without dying is a big thing, because there's all these droids trying to shoot you. Going to utilize the heart drops on the ground to keep our heart count up, make sure we don't die. Dying is not too punishing in this game. It's exactly, assuming you're on the ground when you die, it's exactly a 2-second time loss. So compared to some games where you may have to restart a level, restart a section, it's nothing like that. But avoiding that little 2-second time loss is always a good thing to look out for. Looks like both players got the power-up there. We're going to get to see power-ups a bit throughout the run. Power-ups are probably one of the most overpowered things in the game. It's that little blue orb next to their character icon. It gives you invincibility, it deflects bolts off of you, you force faster, you build faster. It gives you all sorts of crazy status effects and basically makes your character superhuman. And we're going to step on this button here, and you may notice that we called in the second player and switched right as they pressed the buttons. That is a camera pan skip, where when the camera normally kind of pans to show you an objective, if you switch characters right when that starts playing, it'll interrupt it and allow you to just keep progressing. Normally your character kind of freezes in place while that camera pan plays, but skip it and there you go. Third level down.
All right, I am going to deafen for this level for maximum focus.
I can't blame you. This level, the next level, for anyone who knows this game, is the oh-so-iconic pod race level. And this level has a lot of notoriety among casual players, but it does among speedrunners as well, because this is, as Jared mentioned earlier, one of the levels that most recently had a very, very large skip found in it that saves over 50 seconds alongside an already existing skip that saves, I think, around 40 more seconds. I don't remember the exact amount, but there's a bunch of huge skips in this level, and I think I will just let the gameplay speak for itself. These skips are very, very precise though, requiring near frame perfect pauses and holding very precise angles in order to get it to work. So hopefully, it's not a guarantee that both runners get these skips. I'm hoping that they're both able to clutch out a good attempt, but let's go ahead and see Jared here first. I'll be quiet so they can focus. All right, looks like Jared clips out of bounds beautifully. Zach clips out of bounds as well. And now the ships, while out of bounds, will be gaining insane amounts of speed because reasons. We're going to activate a cutscene on the other side of the map. And while we're zipping across the map at unreal speeds, we're going to come back in bounds, hit the mid-lap checkpoint. And as we come to the end of the lap, we're going to crash into this rock, clip out of bounds again, and prepare for the lap 2 skip. So beautiful lap 1 skip for both runners. And now it's time to skip the second lap too. This part is a lot easier than the first one, so I imagine the runners here to do this beautifully. They're going to hit that mid-lap trigger, checkpoint trigger, and then they're going to zip back around and hit the finish line straight into lap 3. And just like lap 1, ooh, we'll see if these work. Oh, they both got out. Unbelievable. Let's see, they both get good height. This should be a beautiful, successful lap 3 skip from both runners. That requires hitting an extremely precise angle and an extremely precise pause time. Looks like they both got the speed. Oh, wow. Super fast attempt from Zach. Actually, Jared is
that would have been CG there if I didn't have saves.
And Jared gets it successfully too. Loses about 5 seconds to Zach, getting a little caught up on some collision there, but beautiful, beautiful attempts from both runners. I'm really glad that they were both able to showcase the insanity. That level is.
We were debating about whether or not we should do this before the race, but I was like, imagine how hype it would be if we both got it. And that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, they've been practicing this a bunch. Yeah, that is incredible. Yeah, they've been practicing this trick a ton. It's like I said, it was only found a couple months ago. It's one of the big, huge new time saves that really creates quite a barrier to world record level runs at this point, because there are 10 million ways you can mess that trick up, and all of them usually will result in just a reset. So really awesome that they both were able to get it there.
Nice work, Zach.
All right, now the nerves are gone.
Yeah, now we're chilling for a little bit. Obviously, we got some pretty technical levels coming up, but it's not. You can't suffer the disasters that you can suffer in the pod race level. Luckily, we didn't see any of them, but your pod race can get flipped around backwards, and like your whole thing glitches out, or you just don't get the clip out of bounds. You get one try to do it. If you miss it, well, tough luck. Yeah, there's so many things that can go wrong there. But now we're back into the ground levels, and we're just gonna have some fun on Feed Palace, which is a fan favorite level. It's got lots of technical movement, including right here at the start, where we're gonna hop on this speeder and see our first example of a vehicle clip, as we're gonna zoom this speeder to this wall, and if you jam a player in between the speeder and the wall, they just clip out of bounds. Like I said, very, very broken game, and we use that to skip under.
Oh my god.
Oh no, Jared gets pushed by the Droidica. That's one of the worst things that can happen here. Hopefully he can recover it. Meanwhile, Zach is in the button room. I'm gonna see if Jared can recover this here. Gonna hop in the speeder and try to clip out again. Oh. Hopefully that Droidica stays calm. Okay, he does get out eventually. Pretty tough time loss for Jared there, but does make it to the next room. Meanwhile, Zach in the button room does not get the R2 calling, but eventually gets to the panel and heads into what we refer to as Feed 1. And this room is one of the most technical rooms 1P2C wise. Normally you go to the right side and go up a staircase, but with 2 players at the same time, Zach is going to do some tricky parkour on the left side here to get up a little bit faster. It's a little caught up there, but he's making his way up. Beautiful jumps off the grate and gets up top. As mentioned in many of the previous runs, most runners tend to opt to do 1P2C with 1 player on the keyboard and 1 player on a controller. Usually kind of having this sprawling hand grip over the controller to use it with 1 hand, and then the keyboard with 1 hand there. All right, Zach gonna clip out of bounds here, doing a trick called a transition skip. If you kill a player up against a door that normally takes you to a previous room, you can actually push them out of bounds in that very brief period while they're respawning, And when you're out of bounds, well, you can just run to the end of the room, just like that. Super, super flashy out of bounds trick. One of my favorites there. And from there, he's just going to kind of run his way to the end of the level. Meanwhile, Jared still just trekking along, obviously suffering that tough time loss for the race on that speeder clip at the start of the level, but just focusing on some good, consistent gameplay to try to pick back some time here and there. All right, if you remember the camera pan skips from Escape from Naboo, Zach is going to do 4 in a row here. Repeatedly switching characters every time they happen to skip all 4 of those camera pans, showing you where the royal guards are being held captive. And now going to do some awesome jump shots to free the guards. The auto aim mechanic in this game is extremely generous, to the point where you can hit these crazy jump shots instead of doing the intended puzzles, because the bullets will just kind of auto adjust to wherever the enemies are.
I imagine you can't tell if you can't hear my audio, but I did like a cool optimization there in the end room where you can get, it's the first instance of force movement in the run, which I guess you'll talk about later, where if you can force push R2 and it actually lets you move during that camera pan to get a jump slash off. And you'll have to see a lot more of that later.
I missed it. So I unfortunately could not show that off.
Yeah, and those are those like less than half a second little micro optimizations that we talk about. Something that we've really been pushing towards the last year or two. As the game gets more and more optimized, we try to find these like super, super small time saves. Of course, the big skips are huge, and we still find big skips, as we just saw one in the pod race level, found just this year. But these small time saves really do add up, so always looking for small little ways to save time. As we make our way into the final level of the first episode of the run, Darth Maul, gonna start off with a huge skip here by jumping on a lamp to skip the first boss fight. Looks like Zach does get a miss on the first attempt. He has to hit some glitchy collision underneath the lamp, and it can be a little bit tricky sometimes. Alright, hits the glitchy collision, clips up, and leaps across the other side of the gap, skipping the first Darth Maul fight entirely. A huge skip, also one that was found years and years ago in the really, really early age of speedrunning this game. This second room is one of my favorites. It's just quick optimization, using some glitchy collision on the wall there to make his way up top. Backflip is a little faster than a double jump. All sorts of tiny little things there to go as fast as possible, and some Matrix style bullet dodging here to make it to the end without dying. Jared making his way into that same room. Hopefully we see some slick movement from him as well. Beautiful.
Roger, roger.
And we are into the third room of the level. A pretty simple room. This is one of the only rooms in the entire game that does not have some sort of skip for it. We have to run to each side, kill the commander droids, kill all the rest of the droids to progress to this room. This room is been skip hunted a lot, but it's kind of locked down like a fortress. There's quite literally no leads here for any way for us to skip this room, so we just kind of have to do the casual approach here of just killing all the droids and progressing as normal, forcing these droids to spawn in. I'm gonna grab a power-up here. Like I said, power-ups make your character insanely overpowered, so this is gonna help shred through these droidicas. And very good killing from Zach there. As Jared is finishing up this room, Zach is gonna run through a hallway and enter the end fight, which is gonna bring in a very, very tough frame-perfect trick called cycle skips, where he's going to attempt to hit Darth Maul with both players on the same frame. And if he's able to do this correctly, Darth Maul will not jump away. Gets one, gets both cycle skips, very beautiful. Like I said, you have to, the frame perfect trick, have to hit Darth Maul on the exact same frame as both characters. And if you do it correctly, it'll make it so Darth Maul's heart count never reaches a point where he's supposed to jump away. And he doesn't jump away, and it saves a few seconds per each one. does the final few hits there, and that is the end of episode 1. Zach taking a small but solid lead over Jared. Jared heading into the cycle skips. Misses the first one. That's going to be a couple more seconds for Jared Lost. Let's see if he can hit the second.
Oh my god, man.
Oh, misses the second one by 1 frame. There's a little bit of an indicator there with the heart count that shows that, yeah, Jared was exactly 1 frame off from hitting that second one there. So Jared going to be losing quite a few seconds in this fight. But that's okay. This race has just begun. And episode 1, if I'm being honest, is one of the simpler and easier episodes in this run. It's only going to get more crazy from here. So there's tons of places to gain and lose time. But as of right now, Zach with a pretty clean episode 1. And you may see that he actually closed his game and reopened it. And that is to just skip a cutscene. So normally at the end of each episode, there's like an additional cutscene that plays. However, the game saves before that cutscene plays. So if we just close and reopen the game, we skip watching the cutscene, but the game's progress still saved, so you're good to go to the next episode. Coming in back into the cantina, all 6 episodes are now unlocked, so we have a lot of choices for where we want to go, but we're actually going to go straight into episode 2, and it's not because it's after the number 1, it's actually because there is a certain red brick power-up that we want to collect in episode 2 that'll be very beneficial for all the later episodes, but I'll go a bit into that when we get there. Jared going to be restarting his game as well.
Oh, my controller's disconnected for some reason.
Uh-oh. In case it isn't obvious, in case it isn't obvious, this game is a bit of a technical nightmare.
Add that to a list of things that have never happened to me before.
But yeah, look, I'm glad that you were able to get that resolved pretty quickly. But yeah, let me tell you, let me not be the first to tell you that this game has many tech issues, including setting up for this race, any race, running the game. It could be rough at times, but for the most part, we've invented a lot of pretty cool tools to help resolve it to the best that we can. But every once in a while, issues still pop up. But here we go into episode 2. We got our second ship level in the run. First kind of proper one. I don't really count pod race. It's a little different than the other ship levels, but Zach is going to be flying around here, shooting some turrets, destroying, hitting some lights, destroying some towers, all while controlling 2 players at once. Very, very technical, difficult movement here. Looks like he's got a pretty good start. These torpedoes are these little pink spheres that are behind the players. They can be really, really wacky sometimes. But it looks like Zach has it under control as he makes his way into the 3rd room and eventually into the 4th room, where he'll do the exact same thing again, except there are 12 towers instead of 6 he has to hit. I'm not too sure what the lead looks like right now, but Jared, wow, that was quite the sync. Jared entered the first room at the exact same time Zach entered the final room. But we'll see that Zach's going to take much longer in this room because there's a lot more to attack here compared to the first one. Once again, going to kind of split up both players here. He's got to hit these lights. The hitboxes on these lights can be really annoying sometimes. It looks like Zach gets through with no issues. Making sure to sit in very, very specific spots when we shoot these torpedoes. Because like I said, if you're a little bit out of position, the torpedo will just fling across the map and just go in random directions. I don't know who coded them. They did not do a very good job. But here we go, time for the Zam boss fight. Really, really tough boss fight. Pay close attention. Oh, okay, it's over. Yeah, really, really, in case you couldn't tell, it is not a very hard boss fight. Actually, this is a fight skip that anyone can do. Call on the second player and hold the attack button with both players, and Zam will be dead before you even get a chance to move. I don't know what they were thinking there, but that's about it there. On to Camino for Zach, as Jared is heading into the final section here. It looks like he's also gotten through with not too many hiccups. Oh, looks like you can see that one torpedo on the left side kind of start to go a little bit crazy, but luckily made its way into the tower. Got 3 more. Oh. Okay. Got pretty lucky there. The torpedoes went a little bit crazy, but all made their way back. Meanwhile, Zach onto Camino. Going to see more of those force pushes with R4 there. Makes him move a little bit faster. And a cool little skip at the start here. A pretty precise fly to skip fixing the bridge. Super simple. But there's some weird kill planes there that if you don't fly in a very, very precise direction, the game will kind of just force you into the void. So he takes a very, very specific line there to make sure that doesn't happen. Coming up here, we have a pretty complicated skip. It only saves a few seconds, but I'll try to explain it as fast as I can. So R4, Zach is going to take off with R4 in a very specific spot there. And then he's going to hug the wall and jam R2 so he gets stuck. The game has a mechanic where if a character gets stuck, they'll kind of jump to the last safe point they were standing. However, that jump happens in a perfectly straight line, including through walls. While that jump is happening, Zach force pushes R4 to interrupt the jump. And he does that while R4 is out of bounds. And then now that R4 is out of bounds, he can kind of fly around the outer wall and skip the playing a cutscene to open up the gate. Saves a few seconds. Pretty complicated. There's a lot that goes into it, but basically just has to do with R4 getting stuck somewhere and the game having a built-in mechanic that tries to make the character jump to the last safe point. And we'll get to see Jared do the same. Oh, Jared accidentally forcing R4 into the wall there. If you do force a droid into the wall, they get kind of deactivated. So Jared gonna touch that safe point that he wants R4 to jump to. It kind of creates a straight line between where he's stuck in the out of bounds area. Gonna force push R4 to interrupt that jump. Kill him. And oh, he doesn't get the respawn out of bounds. That is really unlucky. Gonna try it again. Hopefully he can get it on the second try. Is he out? Alright, he's out.
Yeah, I think I dropped out too early there. That was probably my fault.
Yeah, but you did make it through, so that's all that matters. Meanwhile, Zach heading into the end room here, we're gonna get to see a cool little clip. There's kind of these blocks that fell on the R4 panel here that you normally are supposed to force up. However, if you force them up partially, stand where they fall back down, when you respawn, the blocks will kind of clip you out of bounds, just like that through the wall. It's super weird. It almost looks like he phased through the wall, but it allows him to go underneath a cutscene trigger. So it actually skips a cutscene. A very, very nice time save and a beautiful attempt from Zach there, getting it successfully. Finally, the final thing in this level is a pretty scripted boss fight against Jango Fett. There's like 2 seconds of RNG variance, but for the most part, this fight is kind of second nature. There's not really any way you can mess it up. Just kind of deflecting some bullets, deflecting some rockets, hitting Jango a few times. But you'll see that normally when Jango shoots these rockets, you're supposed to force them back at him. However, they literally spawn inside his head. So if you're just spamming the force button when he summons the rocket, he will just take damage instantly. As you can see there. Gonna do the final hit and a beautiful Camino from Zach. That level is a very, very scary level. As you can see, we saw Jared mess it up a little bit, but Zach was able to get through with not many issues. So very, very good Camino, and that does widen Zach's lead a little bit more, off to a really, really solid start. Let's see if Jared can get this Camino clip. Also gets a beautiful clip out of bounds, goes underneath the cutscene trigger and into the final fight. We got a little bit of a lull here. with this Camino end cutscene and the droid factory opening cutscene is a pretty long cutscene. It's actually the longest cutscene in the prequel episodes. So we can, in the meantime, we'll watch Jared do his little Django fight.
So, Justin, you want to explain to the people what we kind of did with the robots in the second to last room of Camino?
Yeah, I'll get to that. It's a little interesting, but believe it or not, we did a little bit of RNG manipulation there, which is going to be for something in the next level. Not the level Zach's playing now, but the one after it. But in the previous room before this Django fight, there were these little robots kind of coming out of the windows. And the amount of robots that they killed has an effect on RNG 2 levels later from now. And they were actually very deliberate about how many robots they killed, which I'll get a bit into when we get to the next level. But it's all part of setting up for RNG manipulation later in the run. So there are certain things that happen in previous levels that may have an effect on a later level, and that is an example there. But for now, Zach has made it through the long, boring cutscene into the droid factory. For anyone who has seen the movies, this may look a little familiar. I mean, hopefully all the levels look a little familiar. They did a pretty good job with the rendition, I would say. Zach taking a death to, is that Frederick, the droidica?
That is Frederick.
Yeah. Frederick strikes again. Jared, you better get by Frederick without dying.
Yeah, get my 2-second time save.
Yeah, we can't let
Frederick need it.
Take 2 of you out.
All right, now we gotta be quiet because he's about to do something cool.
Oh yeah, we got a mini strat here that not many people do. Let's see if he gets it. This is the first attempt. Oh, beautiful second attempt. That is a trick called Pixel Bucket. And it's a trick that is not meta. There's maybe like a couple people who do it. For the most part, it's not a trick you typically see in runs. But like I said, they are bringing out every single skip today. And by kind of jamming yourself in that corner, Zach was able to skip a bucket puzzle earlier in the level by gaining a little bit of height. And it's a nice small little time save. I think unfortunately, since he did get a second try, it does not save time, but still really cool to see. All right, let's see if Jared, he's at 2 hearts. It's going to be tough to get by Fred. Oh, Jared. Jared takes the death of Fred as well. But he could make up some time in the next room if he gets the Pixel Bucket trick first try. Zach coming into the second to last room. Another one of these very 1P2C technical rooms where we're going to see a lot of pretty complex controlling of both players. Going to have Anakin jump across to kind of force R2 to warp over. And then once that happens, R2's going to fix the bridge, and he's going to run all the way to the end of the room and pan the camera to the right in order to warp 3PO over to the panel. As you can see, all the characters just kind of zip over, as the game has a tendency to kind of teleport players around if they're off camera. Also, I was not looking at Jared's screen there. I'm not sure if he got the Pixel Bucket first try or not. At the very least, he got it pretty quickly. I'll have to ask him when he undeafens from his focus mode. From here, though, we got all these enemies in the end room, but since power-ups are insanely overpowered, we're just going to ignore all the enemies and just use the power-ups to free Obi-Wan from the cuffs and make our way to the 4th level of Episode 2. Looks like Jared did get the Pixel Bucket first try. That is super awesome to see. Gonna make up a couple seconds for him. To Zach, making this race a little bit closer, as Zach still holds a pretty strong lead. But here we go into level 2-4 Jedi Battle. As I mentioned earlier, we did a little bit of RNG manipulation earlier in the run that's going to have some influence in this level. And we'll get to see it after it's in the second section of the level. but it's pretty important, and you'll see why. For now, though, for now, Zach is going to be taking out these waves of enemies, going to be doing some cool deflects here at a very precise spot to wipe out the enemies super, super fast. Beautiful first wave. He's got 2 more waves to go through. And there is a little bit of RNG variance with how these waves tend to treat you, like the patterns the enemies kind of walk in, but looks like he gets a pretty clean clearing there.
I just golded Droid Factory, by the way.
Very nice. We did see, I missed it at first, but that first try Pixel Bucket was awesome.
Yeah, I golded it by less than a second. I took a death to the Droideka, unfortunately, like you.
Fred struck again. We got the final wave cleared there for Zach, so now it is time for the hide and seek, where the game spawns in 5 security droids in this amalgamation of enemies in the middle. However, because of the RNG manipulations acted earlier in the run, he already knows where all 6 of them are going to be. So instead of having to kind of aimlessly wander around looking for them, he is on a direct route to each individual enemy because he knows exactly where they're going to be. And that's the first wave down. He's got 1 more wave where once again, he's going to know exactly where they're going to be thanks to the RNG manipulation he did earlier in the run. This wave can be a little finicky. As you can see, that Super Battle Droid was trying to run away from him, and that can tend to happen, but for the most part, the droids are relatively in the same spot, and doing RNG manip versus kind of aimlessly wandering around for the droids can often save upwards of 20 seconds. And Jared is clearing out the last wave right now, going to head into the RNG manip himself. Depending on how many robots you killed back in Camino determines the orientation of the droids. I'm not too sure how many robots you killed, Jared.
I killed 1. I'm either going to be on seed 2 or seed 3, and it looks like I'm on seed 2. It's perfect, because that's the best one.
Yeah, so he knows exactly where they are, but there are multiple potential seeds, but the runners have learned every single possibility of where all the droids could be. And a very nice first wave from Jared as Zach cleans up the end of Jedi Battle there and heads into our next ship level, Gunship Cavalry. A very, very fast-paced level. Blink and you'll miss it, including this opening cutscene that's a whopping 2.5 seconds, which I love to see. Everyone loves short cutscenes. So we're going to see here that normally to destroy this first barrier, you got to tow 2 bombs to break the little energy beams on the left and the right. But instead, we're just going to roll around the right side and skip that barrier entirely. And if you remember, I mentioned earlier, the reason we're going to episode 2 next, even though we could have gone to any episode, is that red brick that Zach just picked up. A red brick is sort of just like a power-up that you can buy for your character, and that red brick gives you the power-up of exploding blaster bolts, which makes it whenever you shoot a blaster bolt, it creates a massive explosion, which allows for all sorts of puzzle skips, is huge for crowd control, and all sorts of other things that save you a ton of time throughout the rest of the run, and is the most overpowered red brick in the entire game. So we want to get that as soon as possible, which is why we are going to episode 2 next. And we're doing it right now. This final room is a kind of a beautiful orchestra of towing these bombs and hitting all these lasers in a very specific order. Gonna be grabbing the final bomb here, shooting the last 3 targets, and that is the level. Red brick collected. We're gonna not buy it right away. We're gonna finish episode 2 and then buy it on the way to our next episode, which is going to be episode 4.
You kind of speak on this level as if it's kind of some walk in the park, but it should be worth noting that it is not an easy level. Justin may say it's easy because he has the best time, single segment time in this level in the whole community.
I don't know, man. I think it's pretty easy. I'm gonna be honest.
This level can be a tricky one.
It's kind of just a piece of cake. You're just towing some bombs, flipping over some barriers. I don't know. I don't know why people struggle. Couldn't tell you. Anyway, Zach gonna hop on this barrel here. If you force that barrel while you're standing on it, the game just puts you out of bounds. And we're gonna use that to go underneath Dooku, call in player 2 while they're running into the trigger, and skip the entire first section with a cool little skip. Oh, Jared having the bomb hit the spider walker there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, misses another bomb. I don't really know what's going on here. Hits the third bomb.
I think that did not hit.
I guess we'll have to come around and see. Meanwhile, Zach in the Dooku fight, this is another one of those kind of scripted, boring boss battles. However, there's a bunch of very, very subtle, like half-second time saves you can do throughout the entire boss fight that might be a bit too much to explain here, but I'll keep an eye out for the next one happening here, where he is going to try to get fast lightning cycles, which is dependent on how far away you hit Dooku from. And I have to actually, the visual cue for this, I have to get pretty close to the screen to see. We'll see. It's pretty hard to get. Let's see if he gets it. Doesn't get it on the first one. Clutch it up, Zach. You got it. Oh, that was probably 1 frame early to getting it. No fast cycles for Zach, but he's just going to do the final few hits here and clean up episode 2. Jared hitting a beautiful Dooku skip. That's great to see. Missing Dooku skip is upwards of a 30-second time loss, so it's never a fun one to miss. But with that, we have Zach making it to the end of our second of 6 episodes in the run. Just like episode 1, gonna wait for the game to save and then close and reopen it to skip that final cutscene that plays, since it is a little faster to do that as opposed to watching it. He's gonna hop back into the cantina, pop over to the shop real quick and buy that exploding blaster bolts red brick he picked up earlier, which he's gonna be using for the entire rest of the run in many different areas, saving him a ton of time. So we've gone to episode 1, we've gone to episode 2, we got 4 options of where we can go next, and the next episode is going to be episode 4. For the exact same reason we went to episode 2 is because there are red bricks that are in episode 4 that we want to get as soon as possible. Gonna get some switches in the cantina to cut off a little distance. You love to see it. Jared getting a fast lightning cycle in the Dooku fight. Nice little micro time save for Jared there. And that is what he needs to bring it back against Zach.
Got you, bro.
But we are into our first original trilogy level, which for anyone who doesn't know, this game is, I don't know if remaster is the right word, but I'll use that term. It's sort of a remaster of 2 previous games, Lego Star Wars video game and Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. They took all the levels from each of those 2 games and smushed them into one game that is Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. And since they're 2 separate games, the level design is a little bit different between the 2 halves of the game. The original trilogy levels are a lot longer, both gameplay and cutscene wise. They have a lot more puzzles, which doesn't matter for us because we're going to skip almost all of them. But yeah, the levels are a little bit different. We'll get to see our first one here, Secret Plans. And this level is kind of a 1P2C orchestra, as I believe we play probably over 95% of the level controlling 2 players at the same time. And it's one of those few levels that is not as broken as a lot of the other ones. It's a lot of just very, very smooth, optimized gameplay, all while controlling 2 players at once, of course. As you can see, some little corner cuts here. You know, building partially that part of the bridge before having the other player jump over there so they finish in sync. All sorts of tiny little optimizations that we'll see. Nice little bridge jump there from Zach. And it's time to turn on our first red brick, exploding blaster bolts, which, as you can see, when he shoots his first bullet here, the crowd control blows up the enemy. That bomb blows up in one hit when it normally takes like 5. It has so many upsides. He's going to shoot bullets around this corner here and clear out this entire pack of enemies in like one shot. Shoutouts to leaving Jimmy alive, that trooper on the side there. His name is Jimmy. That's canon. Gonna make our way down to find 3PO and R2, and we got a cutscene on Zach's side. Meanwhile, Jared making his way into the level, and we'll see basically the exact same thing that we saw on Zach's side. This level is very, very consistent as Jared makes his way through. Meanwhile, Zach coming up in the crane room, and we're going to see a pretty cool trick here where normally in this room you have to fix a little bridge on the right side so 3PO can get to the other side to pick him up with this crane. But if you use the crane as 3PO walks off the edge, you can actually grab him as he's falling into the death pit to skip fixing that bridge entirely, using the panel and immediately going to the next room. And Zach did something very subtle there, but he died with player 1 at the exact same time that player 2 loaded the final room. And if you look in the top left, you'll see that player 1 has no hearts. And that is a glitch called ghost hearts that you can get by dying at the exact same time another player loads a new room. And it has the same effect as being invincible. So it is a very nice glitch to have. He doesn't have to worry about blowing himself up here with the blaster bolts or anything like that. And creates this super, super easy experience in the end room. However, he will lose the effect of the ghost hearts if he switches characters, but by the time he does that, it's not that big of a deal since he's already killed all the enemies. I'm gonna head to the final room here. He's gonna do a camera pan skip by switching characters right as it starts to play. Use this panel with 3PO, use the R2 panel and the escape pod as R2 and 3PO prepare to escape and finish the first level of episode 4. Meanwhile, Jared, going for the crane, picks up 3PO, and hopefully he can get the ghost hearts as well, dying with player 1 right as 3PO loads in. Ooh. Okay, does get it. You love to see it. Zach still currently holding a pretty promising lead coming into the early to mid-game part of this race, but we're kind of starting to reach the point where it might start to change as we have a pretty tough string of multiple levels coming up for the rest of episode 4. A lot of tricks that are very, very punishing to miss. One-try tricks, tricks that have a lot of time between attempts, all sorts of stuff like that coming up, including this next level through the Junlan Wastes, which has a lot of very, very precise platforming, and I'm really curious to see how our runners fare. As Jared is about to finish up the level, looks like based on the cutscene difference, I think it's a little over a minute difference right now between the runners, which is totally not that much at all, especially with some of the stuff coming up. And to answer Laser Trap in the chat and anyone watching, as we said before, these runners are going for literally every single trick this run. The hardest strats, every single tough out of bounds in this level, including a new one that was discovered, I want to say within the last year. My timeline might be messed up a little bit there, but
I think it's been a little over a year.
You might be right about that.
It's still relatively recent. I feel like anything discovered before last year in general, like 2024, is recent, just because of how much the game has developed and been optimized over the years.
Yeah, we're about to see it right here. So basically, we're gonna see Zach fall off the edge with Luke there, and then kill the rock, and it allows him to kind of get out of bounds by doing that for a variety of reasons. But now that he's out of bounds, the reason he wants to be out of bounds is because he's going to be picking up the second red brick of the run, Fast Force, which does exactly as you would expect it to. allows you to force objects faster. And I believe this red brick saves anywhere from 15 to 20 seconds throughout the rest of the run. It's a nice little time save. Go ahead and get the red brick there and head out the first room. Very, very beautiful gameplay there. And from here, it is just going to be a non-stop slew of tricks. Going to do a tenth of a second optimization by jumping on the bantha and jumping off that little speed boost. And here is a really, really tough double jump into this hatch. He's going to do a double jump slam. Very, very nice second try. When your character does a slam, before they slam down to the ground, they kind of shoot upwards, and we can use that upwards momentum to hit the door to the next room in that little tube that you normally have to activate this whole suction thing to do. It looks like Jared does pop in bounds when attempting the fast horse red brick out of bounds there. No fret, we'll get to see the alternate strat here for what happens when that happens, but it is going to be a little bit of a time loss for him. So coming up is this other strat where you can jump. Oh, very beautiful. A nice little jump to get out of bounds there, and he's just going to go pick up the red brick like this instead. Zach making his way through the sandcrawler. Jared, so once you collect the red brick, he just kind of drops and dies, and it respawns him on the last solid ground he was standing on, which is right near the end of the room. So it's a great way to kind of get back to where he was. And Zach is going to make his way out to the quicksand room, and we're going to get to see lots of cool jumps here, where normally you have to kind of drain these quicksand pits so C-3PO can get through. But by jumping on all this slippery collision, there's random spots that you're able to stand and get jumps off of. Beautiful first quicksand skip. And I believe he's going to go for the bone bridge skip here, where normally you have to force this bridge, but why do that when you can just jump over the gap? And the final quicksand skip here, where for some reason you can just walk along the edge of this quicksand and not die. And very nice as well. Very clean quicksand room from Zach. And we're going to head into the final room and get to see one more skip, where if you remember in Thief Palace, how I said that you can use speeders to clip characters through walls, this is going to be no exception, where he's going to use this speeder to clip Luke through this door to hit the end level trigger, skipping this little button puzzle here. And another very, very beautiful, very, very quick clip right there for Zach. So very, very clean Junland. And like I said, that is a very, very challenging level. So I imagine he's very relieved to get through that with no hiccups. Oh no! Jared accidentally zaps C-3PO with R2, but gets a quick recovery. And just like that, it's now Jared's turn on the quicksand skips. I will give him a little bit of time of day, but I do want to jump back over to Zach's screen because we have the most recent large skip found in this game, found within the last month, and it is called Fry Skip, for a variety of reasons, but we're going to get to see something here called Player 3 Glitch. And for a long time, many people believed that this was a completely useless glitch that had no good use to it. But you're going to see that Zach is going to kill 3PO, hop in the speeder, and cause the camera to force player 1 to get dropped out. And that triggers a glitch called Player 3 Glitch, where the CPU is now just stuck walking in a straight line. So if you look at 3PO there, he's just kind of walking into the wall. And that is what happens when you activate this glitch, is that it causes one of your characters to just be stuck walking in one direction. And in almost every case, this is actively bad for this to happen, because you can't switch to them, you can't do anything with them. They're just kind of stuck walking into the wall. And in a lot of cases, you just have to restart the level. However, in this one case, we're actually going to do it on purpose in order for us to utilize a very specific mechanic of the Player 3 glitch in order to do a skip at the end of the level. And I apologize if that explanation is a little complicated, but you'll get to see it all come to light in just a second here. But pretty much as we make our way into the cantina, meet up with Han Solo, the game splits our party into 2 sections. So you have one group that is Han Solo and Chewbacca that you currently have control of, while the rest of your team is just waiting at the end of the level. They're just kind of sitting there doing nothing. So we're going to see here that we just have Han and Chewbacca, but C-3PO had the player 3 glitch, and he's just chilling at the very end of the level. Or if you remember, with player 3 glitch, he's walking in a random direction. And there's one strange side effect with player 3 glitch is that those players can activate, wait for it, end doors. And just like that, the level ends because
that was
C-3PO
309. Sorry,
that was beautiful. That was a super clean, all around perfect showcase of that skip. But yeah, C-3PO, since he's just stuck walking in one direction, we can kind of manipulate the camera a little bit to force him to just walk into the Falcon 3 rooms later in the level to just end the level. And it's I never would have thought that there would ever be a skip like this, but here we are, I guess. It's really crazy to see, but yeah, and it's kind of just visually crazy too, where we're just kind of standing there, and then all of a sudden the level just kind of magically ends. But behind the scenes, what's happening is C-3PO, as you can see previously on Jared's side before he hit that cutscene, was just kind of walking in one direction. And for some reason, they can activate doors to rooms, including the door that ends the level. So
309, FYI, is a new community gold segment. So that's pretty cool that Zach was able to get that.
Saw the fastest someone has ever beaten that level in a run right there. Live on GDQ, love to see it. But that means that Jared's gonna have to pick it up, but let's see if he can hit the skip. It's not super precise, luckily. It's just a matter, like I said, the movement he's doing here is just a little bit of finagling with the camera to get it so C-3PO is walking in a straight line right into the Millennium Falcon 3 rooms later in the level, ending the level just like that. So beautiful, successful attempts from both runners, and a nice little time save compared to what we knew about this game just a few months earlier. However, rest in peace Spy Fight skip, because that was the skip we did before and it no longer exists. Alright, Zach attempting the Rescue the Princess out of bounds here, missing it quite a few times. You kind of have to cut out and cut back in at a very exact timing. He does get it 4th try there. And now that we're out of bounds, we're just gonna walk underneath the map to the next room. Just like that. Alright, coming into this second room of the level here, we're gonna be grabbing our second red brick in episode 4 and doing a cool little pipe jump to get through the wall with Luke here. Grabbing the red brick on the other side of the wall there. Normally you need R2-D2 to get into that room, but by doing a cool little out of bounds with the glitchy collision on that pipe, it allows us to grab that red brick, which I will talk about later. It's a pretty subtle red brick, and it's going to be a little tough for me to explain the use of it now, so I will when it comes up later. But for now, I'm going to have Obi-Wan help us fix the bridge here. God bless you, Jared. Thank you, sir. We're going to be proceeding forward, and the troopers in this level are not very smart. So because Chewbacca is wearing a helmet here, he definitely looks like a stormtrooper. I mean, I think he looks like a stormtrooper, so they're not aggroed on us. Because Chewie is a stormtrooper, obviously. And, looks like Zach accidentally pushed Luke off there. I'm not sure if he has to shoot the enemies because of that. I don't remember. Okay, no, looks like he is good. Enemies are still de-aggroed because Chewie is definitely a stormtrooper. Looks like Jared misses the out of bounds as well. There we go. Was that second try, Jared?
Yeah.
So that'll probably make up a good 8 to 10 seconds against Zach, but meanwhile, Zach proceeding his way to the end of the level. And you'll see something like small there is that like he shot himself with Chewie while Han was taking the elevator down. And that's just to get a fresh set of hearts. So a lot of small stuff like that you'll see throughout the run. Obviously, I can't talk fast enough to cover everything, but there's all sorts of small optimizations like that throughout the entire run. Gonna go ahead and free the princess and head to the next level. And you may notice there that he, right at the end of the level there, he went to his video settings. There was a blink and you miss it, but he changed his refresh rate from 60 hertz to 40 hertz. And that is going to be for a trick at the very start of this next level that kind of requires it. And the reason is because this game's engine, or like this game's physics engine, is frame rate based. So certain things are only possible on certain frame rates. As a rule in the community, we only allow the in-game options. So it's like 60, 50, and 40 are what people typically can play with. Those are the in-game options. If you were to use some kind of third-party limiter to make your frame rate like 5 frames per second, then the game really starts to break down. But we don't allow that for obvious reasons. But there are some other cool tricks we can do by setting our refresh rate to stuff such as 50 and 40 hertz, including a cool little clip at the start of this next room. So he's going to build here and pause buffer to wait for the exact frame, kill Chewbacca, and he respawns out of bounds. Oh no! Zach gets the auto switch off of Chewie that was out of bounds. We are not going to get to see the skip on Zach's side. That is a skip called Trash Skip for 2 reasons, because it's in the trash room and it's also just a horrible skip. But unfortunately, Zach is going to miss it there.
It should be worth noting, though, that this trick used to be way worse than it is right now.
Yeah,
we used to not have a setup for it.
Exactly, but even though with the setup, Zach had an issue there where Chewbacca was too far off camera, so the game auto-switched him to a different character that was not out of bounds, meaning that his character out of bounds was no longer in his control and just kind of fell and died. And it is a one-try trick. Once you build that thing that you clip out with, you can't do it again. So unfortunately, he had to play through that entire room casually. But this does give Jared a good opportunity to make up a good 25-30 seconds here if he's able to hit it. On the meantime, on Zach's side, he's just making sure not to lose his helmet. That is kind of the whole objective of this level, is to not lose your helmet. If you get shot one time, your helmet falls off, and you need it for certain helmet checkpoints later in the level. So it's very important he keeps it here. Meanwhile, Jared gonna be going for the clip. Oh, he gets the insta clip. No death needed. Let's see if he can stay out of bounds. So, oh, okay. Han Solo drops out. It should be fine though. Chewie is still out of bounds, and that's all that matters here. Meanwhile, Zach clipped out. There's so much happening on both sides right now. Zach clipping out with the turnstile. If you missed that, don't worry. You'll get to see Jared do it. Meanwhile, Jared going to jump up in the door in a beautiful trash skip for Jared. As you can see, he's skipping that entire room, making up a good amount of time to Zach there. So now over on Zach's side, we're going to see something a little bit strange, where even though he made it to the next room, he actually ran straight backwards into the previous room. And that may seemingly not make any sense that he's running backwards in a level. It would just be slower. However, this is an important setup for a trick we're going to see later in the level called Falconless that involves deloading and reloading the final room in the level, which causes a pretty strange side effect we'll see in a second. While Zach makes his way to the end, though, we're going to see Jared go for the little clip with the turnstile here. Let's see if he can get it. You got to kind of time walking into it as it pushes you out of bounds. Beautiful clip there for Jared. Meanwhile, Zach going to be heading to the final room here, and we'll get to see the strange side effect that normally in this final room you have to do a bunch of really, really long, tedious puzzles to raise the Millennium Falcon out of the ground, kill a wave of enemies, and then finally you can exit the level. But as you can see, he just jumped into the pit and the level ended. And that is the side effect of deloading and reloading the final room, is it causes the end trigger for the level to be activated early. and I believe it saves over a minute and a half. It's a super big skip, and it also takes out a very, very annoying and unfun part of the run. So it's one of my favorite skips for that reason. This level used to be, back in like 2019, this level used to be a good 7.5 minutes long, and now it is under 4 minutes. You basically skip everything. You skip the entire first room, you use that turnstile clip in the second room to skip the vertical room, and you can skip the entire end room with this deload. There's so much that you can skip in this level now. It's basically super fast, and there's even more clips out of bounds you can do in this level that are at this point debatably tasks only. They have been done by humans, but not in runs, only in single segments. But we may see them in runs someday, but not quite today. So this level may even reach a point where it's almost under 3 minutes in the near future. But without further ado, both runners, Zach missing that trash skip, allowing Jared to make up a good bit of time there. So like I said, Jared's just chipping away at that lead, slowly making his way back in this race, which is what we like to see. But Zach's still holding out strong as we make our way to the final level of episode 4. This is Rebel Attack, another ship level. And this level is all about just good 1P2C and good torpedo management. That you need a bunch of torpedoes to destroy these targets. So you're always making sure that you're collecting more from the dispensers while also maintaining a good speed throughout the whole level. So this is the second room, which technically you can skip this room, but it's another one of those skips that is maybe just a little bit too inconsistent and too difficult to do in the speedrun right now. That we may see in the future, but for now, Zach is just going to be destroying these targets as normal, and destroying the final two here, and finishing up the second room. And although we're not skipping the second room, we will be skipping the third room with a little gap in the collision here. So between the door that takes you to the previous room and the wall there's just a little gap that you can just drive out of bounds and skip the entire third room just like that. Very, very clean first try room 3 skip from Zach. And a very, very good way to finish off, or make his way to the back half of this level. For anyone watching at home, we are going to be taking a bit of a short break after both runners make their way to the end of this level. I believe we'll wait till Jared makes it to the end of the level, and both runners will just kind of pause, Alt-Tab out of their game to pause at the same time. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after that for the second half of the race. But for now, though, we have a little bit more in these levels, so we'll see how Zach fends this final room, which is a pretty simple room. Just shooting a couple turrets, hitting the final core of the Death Star as we prepare to try to save the world. Yeah, gonna use a little bit of 1P2C here, as always. When are we not using 1P2C to destroy these 12 turrets here?
Zach, go ahead and pause your timer as soon as you split on Rebel Attack. Or actually, let's do it like as soon as we get into the Jabba's cutscene. Let's do that.
Well, I think we're gonna do it when you reach the end of this split.
Okay.
So that's when we'll do it. But yeah, there we go. That is the end of episode 4 for Zach. A overall decent episode 4, besides that trash skip miss and Death Star escape that obviously hurt him a little bit. But other than that, I mean, he had a beautiful Junlin waste. Like I said, episode 4 is tough trick after tough trick, a lot of one tries, a lot of very punishing time losses, but he was able to get through it very well. And he is coming up on the split here, and then, like I said, just like all the other episodes, in order to skip that final cutscene that plays, he is going to close and reopen his game to skip that cutscene as Jared comes up to the final room. He's going to shoot his torpedo, and the final cutscene is going to play. And like I said to both the runners, I'll give you guys a countdown for when to Alt-Tab out for the pause, but it's going to be right when the cutscene ends for Jared. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for the second half of the race after that break. But meanwhile, Zach is going to be heading his way into the 4th episode of the run, which we're not going to see until after the break, but it's episode 6. In the meantime, I'm going to buy a couple things here as we approach the end of the cutscene coming up for Jared. So I'm going to give a countdown for the runners to pause. We're going to enter our break in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, runners, go ahead and tab out and pause the game. And that is half of the TCS any percent race. Zach currently leads by just a little bit, holding the lead strong, but Jared has been chipping away, making some time back. I'll hand it over to Church to announce the break.
Awesome, thank you. So just during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So somebody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break. GDQ will be doing a live celebration of AAPI here on May 3rd and 4th. You can celebrate AAPI Heritage Month with a weekend full of Asian and Pacific Islander speedrunners. You can use !AAPI in chat for more information. With all that said, we are going to take that break here. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the rest of the race. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We are in the middle of a LEGO Star Wars, the complete Saga race. I'll hand it right back over to y'all.
All right, welcome back, everybody. For anyone who just tuned in, my name is WeSuper. I've been commentating this race. We have just reached the halfway point, and we're going to let the runners get this race resumed. So I'm going to give them a little bit of a countdown. We're going to resume the race in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, for anyone who forgets where we left off, we are currently heading into the 4th episode of the run, which is episode 6. Which, of course, is a little bit out of order, but just like the other episodes we did out of order, it's all in the goal of getting certain red bricks we want for later episodes as early as possible. And episode 6 is no exception, as there's yet another red brick that we're going to be picking up a little bit later in this episode that'll help us later in the run. As it stands right now, Zach holds a little bit of a lead over Jared here. As Jared is just now getting in the cantina to head to 6-1 as Zach is almost at the end of this opening cutscene. During the break, we took a little bit of our liberties to equal out the load times. Our community does time our runs without loads in order to keep a balanced playing field between all the runners. So we made sure to sync the runners back up for any load differences during the break. So it is a true perfect match right now, as it should be, as Zach makes his way into Jabba's Palace, a level that has a lot of out of bounds that we're going to get to see. Since he did restart his game to skip the cutscene, he does have to turn the red bricks back on since they all turn off when you close the game. Quick little menuing there. And he's going to head up here, find Luke chilling in this room, and going to use this helmet checkpoint, making sure not to get hit by the Gamorrean, and heading to the next room. Starting off pretty simple in this level, but it's about to get a lot more crazy. But we're gonna force this platform up. Chewie's gonna pull 2 levers here, and it's going to play a little cutscene of a gate opening. But if you pause and drop out right as the cutscene starts to play, the cutscene doesn't play. Nice little time save. I'm going to shoot these locks here, being careful to not shoot them at the same time, since if that happens, the gate does not open and you are soft locked for finishing the level. And I'm going to proceed forward a little more, and he's going to head over to this little droideka corpse on the right side of the room and force it to push the player out of bounds. Beautiful first try. That is not something you typically see. You typically just kind of sit there and spam the force button on that object until the player clips, usually 3rd or 4th try. But a very, very nice first try clip there. Gonna walk underneath the map all the way to the next room. coming to this next room, we're going to see yet another out of bounds clip. Precisely lining up Chewie on this forcible object. This is a lot more precise than you would think. It does not clip out, so you can really see the precision. He's using pixels on Chewie's feet to line up there, forcing the object, and when it comes back, it clips Chewie out of bounds, and he's now going to walk all the way to the end of this room, but instead of going to the very end of this room, he's actually going to jump up into this grate on the floor, where there is a leftover trigger that takes you directly to the final fight of the level. You can only hit that trigger when you're out of bounds, and it skips a cutscene from playing if you were to go through the level as intended, which is a very, very huge time save and really, really nice to see. And that brings us straight into the fight with the Rancor boss. He's got 3 hearts, and it's pretty set in stone on how runners do this fight. It's kind of just down to a science at this point. And looks like it is going to go pretty smoothly for Zach as long as he doesn't pull these levers too early. And he plays it extremely safe for that final hit there.
So I did gold, but I don't think that was an actual gold.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The split, but
there's a pause.
Might have been a thing with the pause.
I don't know.
But either way, very, very clean split for Zach there. Meanwhile, Jared coming up on the clip here. Oh, that was really fast. Wow.
That was not intentional, but I'll take it.
Gonna do the exact same thing here. This pretty tricky out of bounds movement. It's a little tricky because you kind of have to do that blind movement there where you can't really see what you're doing. And then jumping up to the crate. Very, very clean. And hopefully Jared gets a good Rancor fight as well. There's a little bit of stuff you have to consider with the AI of the Rancor here. And so as you can see here, the Rancor is taking this long route all the way around here. And that has to do with where he picks up the Gamorrean guard there. We try to manipulate the Gamorrean guards. The Rancor will walk straight to the bomb instead of this really, really wide, out of the way line. But unfortunately, it's a little tough to do, and Jared didn't quite get the Gamorrean in the right spot there. So that's going to cost him a few seconds. But that is all good. Going to do the final hit here, and Jared's going to finish up Jabba's as Zach is getting ready to head into Pit of Carcoon. And in case it isn't obvious already, Episode 6 has the longest cutscenes. We'll get to see more of that, so we're going to have a lot of sitting back and relaxing, enjoying the charming and iconic LEGO cutscenes that many people love. For a variety of reasons, the witty humor, the no dialogue, only the grunting, which a lot of people like. But anyway, we have made it into Carcoon. We're gonna see right away a tiny little skipping that bridge. Just jump from sail barge to sail barge, why not? And we're gonna head into the Boba Fett fight, which by doing it like this, we're gonna do a camera pan skip. To skip the little camera pan showing Boba spawning in, which allows us to attack him before he even takes off flying away, and making it one of the easiest and quickest boss fights in the entire game. Very accurate to the movie, I would say. And we are gonna head onwards. Just a little bit of platforming and dodging bullets here. So there's 3 platforms you have to extend here to get to the front of the sail barge. However, we're actually only going to do the first and third one because with a pretty precise jump, we can actually skip the second one. This jump is a little weird. Oh, but he gets the damage boost. Makes it super, super easy. No sweat there for Zach. Getting a damage boost makes that jump very, very trivial. And it's just something that kind of happens when the skiff guards are shooting at you from behind. Do a little color puzzle there and make our way into the sail barge, which has what many, at least in one point in their time running this game, has one of their least favorite skips, the iconic disco skip. Looks like Zach is having little issues with the elevator skip, but does get it. This is Disco Skip. Looks like he's going for the Han setup, which is very untraditional. Or no, he's going for the Chewy Pixel setup, it looks like. There's like 10,000 setups for clipping out with this speaker. But this one, he's going to position Chewy in a very precise position. Does not get it. He's looking at Chewy's foot here to make sure it's the exact pixel. And just like that, he can clip out of bounds with the speaker. Second try on the Chewy Pixel Disco setup. Gonna get the auto drop out there and head into the cutscene.
Yeah,
Since he did
that's
get a second
definitely
try,
what I meant to do there.
Yeah. Since it was second try, this does give Jared a little bit of an opportunity to maybe make up some time, but I would not say it's a guarantee in any capacity, as Disco Skip is unforgiving, unrelenting. It is not a fun skip at all. I don't know what setup. Jared, are you going to be going for the pixel setup as well?
Yep.
All right. That's kind of become the meta recently. So there was a bunch of old setups that involved kind of like running in corners with two players and like pushing the player in the right spot. But the meta has kind of shifted recently to a very, very consistent but maybe slow to set up setup where we use a visual cue with the pixel of Chewy's foot to make sure he's in the right spot.
Wow.
Clip
I
out
did not
every
think I
time.
was going to miss that.
Unfortunately, I can't even tell if your setups are going to work because when I do this myself,
I knew mine was going to miss. I meant to hit, I meant to tap left and I just didn't press it hard enough, so he didn't move.
Doesn't get it the second try, but I am not joking when there is quite literally like a 2 to 3 pixel range that you have to be for this to work. So when I do it, I literally have like a magnifying glass that in order to see these pixels. But it looks like Jared gets through third try, so gonna bleed a little bit of time to Zach there.
That was kind of unfortunate.
A little embarrassing because we should both have gotten that first try.
Yeah.
Also, I'm on my second controller right now. I just realized just not what I wanted to happen in Cartoon.
We are now into the third level of episode 6. So this is Speeder Showdown, which is the level in the game that has a skip that saves the most amount of time out of any skip in the entire game. The famous and long-standing Speeder Showdown skip. I mean, that's what people speeder skip. It just skips the entire level. Normally in this level, it's kind of this long, drawn-out section where you have to hop in these little speeders and kill waves of scout troopers driving in the speeders as well in order to disable that big blue barrier. Not the one you see on screen now, but the one on the right side we'll see in a second. To disable this barrier. But why disable it when you could just go over it by doing that? And that saves 4.5 minutes. And it's very, very easy. And from there, we just have to do the little final section of the level, and that'll be it. This final section has a couple small optimizations we'll see Zach do, including like pulling these two levers at the same time to combine these two little cutscenes. And like he'll have Luke get in to the vehicle, the big AT-AT over there, and start shooting some of the satellites while Leia pulls the other two levers. It's all about multitasking here to speed everything up. This room has seen like multiple iterations for the route of how people take on this end room, but this seems to be the fastest. I have an inkling that there might be an even faster way to do this that'll be found in the future, because there's so many different ways you can do this room, but we'll have to let time decide that. But either way, Zach has the final two levers activated. He's gonna pull them and finish the level, and a very, very quick level that should take a very, very long time, but thanks to the speeder skip, luckily that is not something we have to worry about. And thank the Lord that speeder skip exists, because the section that we skip in this level is horrible.
Giving thanks on this Easter evening.
But going straight from a short level into one of the longest levels in the entire game, Battle of Endor. And let me be clear, this level is it has plenty of skips and a lot of quite big skips at that, but this level is just abnormally long. Whoever was building this level, probably Glenn Scragg, that's probably who made this one, I don't know, one of the developers. They went crazy on this level. It is a huge level with a ton of different rooms and all sorts of different sections.
Yeah, episode 6 is by far the longest episode to complete casually.
Yeah, casually, I think some people will take an hour alone to just beat Jabba's Palace. It's these levels are crazy, crazy long, but thankfully we have all sorts of cool speedrun skips to help make that process a little bit more efficient of our end goal of going really, really fast. But after this very, very long and draining cutscene, Zach has finally made it into Endor, and right away we're going to start to see the list of skips start to build, starting with the rail flies, where we're going to fly on these railings with R2 to skip fixing all these bridges. Oh, we're going to see him go around the backside for a micro time save rather than going around the front, landing on this railing here to skip this bridge as well, basically skipping the entire first room with nothing but R2. And very, very clean. This room is the one room that we cannot skip. One of the few rooms in the entire game that has no sort of skip. I mentioned the third room of Darth Maul all the way back in episode 1. This is one of the other few rooms in the game that we just kind of have to do as fully intended. We have to fix this elevator. There's just like nothing else we can do. But either way, fixing the elevator is pretty quick. Gonna bring this button elevator up, step on all the buttons, and make our way down. And at this point, Zach is going to get ghost hearts with Han by jumping off the edge as player 2 loads the trigger. If you remember all the way back in episode 4, he did something similar, but now Han kind of has those blanked out hearts in the top left that makes him invincible. And he is now setting up for a trick that is also relatively new, a little over a year old. This is the 12 button skip that skips having to press these 12 buttons here by doing two pretty tough movements. The first one is jumping on this lamppost to get over this fence. And the second one, which is what prevented the skip from being possible for so long, is smushing Han in the corner to slingshot him over the wall here. And looks like he does not get it there. Oh, there we go. Beautiful second try. Smushing Han with Leia to slingshot him over the wall to skip this puzzle. It may seem simple, but it took a long time for the community to kind of put that together and find that skip. And it saves quite a bit of time. And it's actually pretty fun to do. Kind of having Han boing over the wall is really, really fun to practice. Making our way into the bunker room, and we're going to get to see another example of a super jump in the run all the way back in Camino. If anyone was, I hope there's people that were watching that here still, where we stood on safe ground and then made a character stuck in order to make them jump back to that safe ground. We're going to do the same thing here. So Chewie's safe ground is up on top of the bunker, and we're going to push him in the corner to make him think he's stuck, to trigger the super jump of him jumping to the last safe ground, and he intersects the door that leads into the bunker in that process, which lets us get into the bunker without even opening the door. A nice little skip there. And now the bunker is, once again, for the second time in this level, one of the few areas in the entire game that just does not really have any way to skip. We have to pull the 4 levers scattered across the bunker in order to activate the final part of the level. We're going to build a couple bombs to blow up the bunker, which is what we need to do to finish it. We are going to do a few camera pan skips here by forcing characters to switch right as these little cutscenes start to play. We did one on the first one there. We're not going to do one on the second one since it's not really a good way to set it up. in this third lever here, we're going to do a little bit of tricking the AI into thinking that we're farther into the room than we actually are. By standing in this corner, Wicket just kind of warps into that next section that you normally have to repair a grate and do all this crazy puzzle to do. But by just standing in that corner, Wicket is like, oh wait, you must be in the next room, and he just warps in there. And then finally, he's going to do the fourth and final lever and build the final 4 bombs and end the level. Meanwhile, Jared has just been trekking along Endor as well, just kind of making his way through. If it isn't obvious, this level is extremely technical, and due to its length, there's so many small optimizations everywhere that allow for all these tiny little time saves. And once again, for anyone coming in with the question in chat, these players are definitely indeed controlling both players at the same time. The most common way they do it is with one controller and one keyboard, using one hand for each, kind of using their pointer finger on the control stick, their ring finger on the buttons on the controller, and it takes a lot of practice of learning kind of how to split your brain into like 2 modes of focus for each player. It's a lot of kind of like switching back and forth between each one, and it's certainly not an easy skill to learn. It's something that you don't really have any prior experience doing in life, and it takes a lot of practice because it is a brand new skill for a lot of people to learn. Jared missing a camera pan skip there. Very subtle time loss. But he's going to be finishing up the final little section of Endor here. Meanwhile, Zach is heading into the 5th level of episode 6. This is Jedi Destiny, which is kind of the grand build-up, the final boss fight of the game. Everything has led up to this moment, as it's time to fight the Emperor Palpatine in this intense arena. He's got tons of health. There's all sorts of different sections he has to go to. It's the longest boss fight in the entire game, but we might try to not do that. Like, we don't really want to do that. That's not fun. So instead, we're just gonna kind of lure him over here. There just happens to be a little bit of an edge over here. If you watch the movie, you would know this edge is over here, and we're just gonna kind of just push him off. And he dies. That's the whole level. Good job. First try for Zach. Very clean. And that's it. And for whatever reason, that does end the level. There's a bit of a debate among the community whether or not it's an Easter egg and intentional, or if it's a bug. Not intentional.
You will never know.
We may never know. People have their theories. It goes both ways. You may have your own theory. Feel free to share. Is it an Easter egg? Is it intentional? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like the same spot they push him off in the movie, or throw him off in the movie. I mean, you can do it wherever you want in the level, but I don't know. But either way, it ends the level. It makes it the level that has the least amount of gameplay in the whole run. You spawn in, lure the Emperor to the edge, push him off, and the level's done. Looks like Jared's going to be setting up for it too. And very nice, only 2 slashes. Very clean. And they both made it through the very intense Emperor fight. And now it's time for the final level in episode 6, another ship level. This is Into the Death Star, which has a pretty large RNG element, probably the first pretty notable RNG element in the run, where we have to get these torpedo ships that have a 1 in 3 chance of spawning. We have to get 8 of them. And you may remember in episode 4, in Rescue the Princess, the runners picked up a red brick there, and I said I would explain it later because the use is kind of niche, and this is the use. The red brick is tractor beam, and if you notice, whenever the ships get close to Zach's players, they kind of spin out of control. And that is what Tractor Beam does, and it just allows you to kind of flush through these ships a lot faster than you normally would. Looks like Zach got pretty decent RNG there. A solid opening room for Zach. Did you by chance catch what that opening room was, Zach?
Yeah, it was 145.
145. That is.
Yeah,
you never complain about a 145. You can easily get upwards of a 25 seconds slower than that if you get really bad RNG. So super good opening room. You can get as low as like over 5 seconds faster than that. You basically need to get like perfect RNG. Basically 1 in 3 torpedo spawns over and over and over. We'll see what Jared looks like. Looks like he gets 1, maybe 2 off the bat, if he can pick that up. There we go. There's another one. Let's see if he can do it. There's a pretty tough to do and rare thing you can see here, where if both players collect a torpedo on the same frame, you will actually duplicate the torpedo. And I don't think he got any there. It's pretty hard to do, and it's like, you can't even always do it, but it is something that can happen sometimes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
I'm on Gold Watch right now.
What was your opening room?
I got a 136 opening, and I have 2 torpedoes on both players.
All right. Oh, Zach got a pretty cool thing there. He did a backflip in and out of the room to skip a camera pan. It's a little precise, but he did get it. Meanwhile, Zach is going to be preparing to grab a red brick.
Dude, I'm cooking.
Now.
What is this? Holy cow.
Yeah, these were both very clean. This is a rough level.
This is like a 506, I think.
Oh, wow. That's really clean.
I sold.
Oh, Jared taking a death. Unfortunate death for Jared, but assuming he's able to finish this out clean, this is going to be a great 6-6 for both runners. This is kind of like a little checkpoint before you enter the final 2 episodes, where the game kind of decides if it's feeling kind or not. This is like really the first like big RNG point in the run. So, like, game, are we being kind today or no? And at this point forward, the RNG is just going to ramp up and up and up for the rest of the run. It's only going to get worse from here. But this is the first big thing. This final section that Zach's playing is just an auto scroller. As you're running away from the explosion, as he flies out of episode 6, still holding a good lead over Jared. I think the episode 6s for both runners were pretty similar. I don't think we really saw much of it.
I blanked. I didn't get IT.
Oh no.
Oh god.
No. Well, that is a huge change of pace there for Jared. As I said back in episode 2, sometimes the torpedoes can be really, really dumb. And right there, when he was trying to open the capsule with the red brick inside, the torpedo just got stuck in the wall and blanked. And that red brick is for infinite torpedoes, which once again are those pink balls behind your ship. It gives you an unlimited amount of those, which is very, very important for a level in episode 5. And missing that is not good at all. We played a little bit risky there, where we tried to collect the red brick during a countdown for the final chase sequence starting. So if we miss it, we can't go back. Like, we can't slow that down. So there's nothing Jared could have done there to change it. Oh, Zach gets Yoda in the cantina, the fastest character in the game. Huge time save.
If only I hadn't... I wasn't tabbed into command prompt.
Oh. What?
You know, Jared, I wouldn't be mad if you used a code. That's all I'm going to say. If you don't want the race to just
What's the IT cheat code?
Someone in chat will have it, surely.
Are we okay with this? Is everybody in chat and in...
I mean, the race is just over if you don't do it.
Yeah, so it's a 2 or 3 minute time loss if I...
Yeah.
Here, I'll
it's not like the runs are valid anyways, because we paused, so.
Yeah,
I got
so
a 501 ITDS, by the way, which is 1 second off gold.
We might have to dig into the world of cheat codes here. It's NUJ666 or 866.
NUJ 866.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna see. You can double menu. You can double menu on the cheat code, by the way.
We're gonna get to
grab
see
it.
We're gonna get to see something that you never see in a Lego Star Wars speedrun. We're gonna get to see some forbidden tech here, as Jared is gonna enter the secret cheat code menu and give himself torpedoes. You gotta buy it. Just remember.
Yeah, you just still have to buy. Oh, no, you don't have to buy it. You just have to turn it on.
No, you have to buy it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just buy it in the normal spot.
Yeah, so fine.
Anyway, you haven't. Meanwhile, while all that is happening, you have not missed anything over on Zach's side. This is Battle Over Coruscant. It's an auto scroller. If you have 2 players called in, it makes it faster than 1 player, so that's why he's doing that. Hugging the corners also saves a little bit of time, but that's about it. So yeah, Jared gonna be using the cheat code since he missed that red brick. That's just for the sake of the race. Like we were saying, missing that red brick is kind of devastating, honestly.
I mean, if I missed it, it would have been great, but yeah, with Jared being behind, it would have just ended the race, basically.
It's really, really bad.
Yeah, there is a backup that doesn't lose. It probably only loses like 20 to 25 seconds, but you have to be in practice.
It's really, really hard.
Yeah, very difficult. I don't think I would be able to do it.
There's only one person in the community who I think is bold enough and also good enough at that trick to go for, and that's T-Fresh. So shout out to T-Fresh. But I will not be doing that.
Yeah, so yeah, for the sake of keeping the race alive, we'll let that one slide. I wasn't even watching. I didn't even see him typing the cheat code. For all I know, he just
I don't even think he did.
Yeah, no one saw that. Speaking of,
oh my god, I'm gonna need to use a cheat code as well.
Oh no, Zach missed the. No, he didn't. Oh no. Yeah, so Zach picking up another red brick there. That
what do you mean? I didn't see it. He missed it.
I don't know.
This always happens to me, man.
That's the final. Yeah, it's the 5th and final red brick that we're gonna pick up in this run, which will be useful in 5-1.
And only 5-1.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit, but good red brick pickup for Zach. He may have missed it. He may have had. I don't know. I wasn't watching that
one. It's up in the air, really.
Yeah, it's up in the air. No one really knows. But anyway, coming up to the final section here, finally making our way out of the auto scroller. Just as a quick update for anyone who has maybe lost track, we have 2 episodes left to go. We've done episodes 1, 2, 4, and 6. We have episode 3, which we're doing right now, and then we finish off with episode 5. But we are on to the second level of episode 3, probably one of the most difficult levels in the game. Zach is going to go for a frame-perfect skip here. Oh, misses it. If you pause on the exact frame that cutscene starts, you can actually skip it. It's very, very difficult.
Oh, I missed it too. I didn't get the animation. What? Not fair, man. No. The game hates me.
That may, I don't know. All right. Zach into Chancellor going to do a cool little jump around the pillar here to skip, forcing some. I don't even know what the casual strat in this room is. No one. That's not our concern. We're speedrunning. But here we go. We're going to have Zach come into this room, do some fast enemy clearing, and then following this room, I'm going to make sure to quiet down for just a second, because Zach is going to be doing a trick that has a very, very subtle audio cue that he needs to listen to here in this next room after he switches to R2 and blows up the bomb. but I'm just gonna let this gameplay play out from here on out. Let's see if he gets the trick. Very nice. Jared going for the frame perfect pause and gets it. So now we get to see that in the first room. As you can see, he's just running through during the normal camera pan, making it to the end. Meanwhile, Zach is going to be setting up for yet another skip, the Dooku fight skip. It's another super jump, setting R2's safe point on the left side there, pushing into him so he jumps to his last safe point and interrupting that jump with a force push while R2 is out of bounds to get him out of bounds, and then riding up some collision to get up to the hallway for the next room. Just like that. Very, very nice. And we're going to see a drop-in warp from Zach here, tricking your team into thinking you're farther in the level by loading them off your screen. I don't really know why this one happens, but it does. There you go. Takes you to the end of the room. It's just trick after trick after trick. And once again, Jared is going to be coming up on the same audio specific trick Zach was doing, so I'm going to be quiet for just a second here. Actually, Jared is deafened on Discord, so I can talk while he's doing it. Here he goes, listening for the audio cue, gets the call in out of bounds and gets the trick. Very, very nice. The timing there, if you drop in player 2 at a very specific timing, which we use an audio cue to hear, he just spawns in out of bounds, which allows us to kind of jump under the floor right into the door to the next room. All right, Jared going to be going for the Dooku fight skip as well. Another, like I said, very tough trick. Gets the force push out of bounds. Now he's got to ride up the collision, and there we go. With that, Zach is into the final room here. Going to force these levers, and that will finish the level. Uh-oh, hopefully... Oh no, okay. The Magna Guard almost ruined your day there. But it all worked out. Are you going to be changing resolution, Zach?
Yeah, it'll be fine though.
Okay.
All right, Marty.
Okay, so this next level is the one level in the game that has a strat where you actually are changing the resolution. So most runners play in a standard 1920 by 1080 resolution. However, in this next level, we're switching the resolution to 800 by 600, which is the smallest option in the entire game. And looks like Jared just did the same. He just switched his resolution, and this is a crucial part for a trick in this next level, and this is actually the shortest split in the entire run. It's a little over a minute long, and this is called Grieve Cheese, which is the Grievous fight skip. So what we're gonna do is basically lure Grievous to the edge of this platform and jump away, and as he runs away, we're gonna shoot bullets at him, and hopefully, not a good start for Zach, but hopefully we'll just kind of do damage to him. The way this fight works is that the fight only progresses when he takes damage while you are standing on the main platform. So if you damage him while you're not on the platform, the fight does not progress, and you can just keep repeating this over and over again until Grievous is dead. And we just saw a very, very clean Grievous fight skip from Zach there. And the reason that we change our resolution down to 800 by 600 is, for some reason, it just makes the hits there a lot more consistent.
Should be worth noting, I just got a 354 Chancellor.
That is very fast.
So my first ever sub 4 time, not quite CG, I believe. I think Zach has a 53, is that right?
Yeah, the last run I did was a 53.
Yeah. So not quite, but
not
still really good.
Back to the correct resolution though.
But we're gonna, if you want to watch Jared's side, he's gonna be going for the same Grievous fight skip, and really the evaluation for how good you do here is how many hits you get each time you turn around to shoot Grievous. Ideally, you want to get 3, and then 4 would be really good. Looks like Jared has gotten 2 and 2, which is not ideal. 1, 2, 3. If he can get 3, oh, falls off the edge. But if he can get 3 more hits here, that would be a very, very nice way to end it. 1, 2, 3. Very nice. Meanwhile, Zach is in Kashyyyk, and his game looks a little wide, which will it's a little
it'll
bit
be fixed in a second.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bug with the resolution change, but next time he pauses the game, it will fix itself.
Yeah, and I actually leave it like this intentionally, just for this part. I can see the troopers. And I don't think I hit that guy. Yeah, so that's funny because I said that's why I leave it like that, and I didn't even use it.
Big mistake from Zach there. You have to free the 3 Wookiees in this section by killing the troopers standing next to them, and he pulled the camera, which caused the bullet to miss, and had to go back and recover that. A little bit of a time loss there for Zach, but gonna hopefully clear out the rest of these Wookiees pretty smoothly. Another one of the few rooms in the entire game where we just have to do the room basically entirely as intended. This entire room is just surrounded by huge invisible walls that you cannot get through. But Jared is going to be doing the same here. Heading into the Wookiee section, can easily make up some time on Zach here. That mistake that Zach made missing the first Wookiee is very, very, very rare. But Zach is just going to kind of keep trucking along. Going to do some cool shots from the ground here to hit some targets. Normally you have to take a grapple up top to the bridge, but thanks to the extremely lenient auto-aim system in this game, you can just hit it from the ground. This room, you do nothing. You run from the start to the end, and that's about it. This room is kind of the same, where we're just going to run to the end, but there's a little more that happens towards the end. Oh, accidentally blows up Yoda on Zach's side. Jared making it through the Wookiee room, trying to do everything he can to just kind of, once again, just chip away at that lead Zach has, trying to make his way back in this race. But now we're going to use Yoda here, use his wacky hitbox to kind of jam him into walls to jump up here faster.
And we don't do a lot of it in story, but Yoda's hitbox is more useful in the free play categories of this game. You can clip through almost every single ceiling in the game by doing a triple jump on Yoda, triple jump slam, and then switching after the peak of your slam. It's called Yoda clipping. Very useful technique in the free play categories of this game.
That was a really good end room, Zach.
Probably the best executed part of the entire run for me.
Yeah, Yoda is the most broken character in the entire game. Story mode and free play and everything in between. He is just he's crazy. And it's he's even more broken in the original Lego Star Wars video game. In that game, he can literally fly. Unfortunately, they decided to patch that out, but he still is very broken in many other ways. And as you can see, episode 3 is way faster than episode 6. This is actually the fastest episode in the run. Many short cutscenes, very, very fast levels. And for anyone who doesn't know, that this episode was made before Revenge of the Sith even came out, which may be partially why that this episode is seemingly just like really scuffed and the levels are just like don't make any sense. But we are into the 5th level of episode 3, the Ruin of the Jedi, which I don't even think is like in the movie. Someone might know.
It's in a deleted scene.
Yeah.
They're deleted scenes. There's a deleted scene where Obi-Wan and Yoda go up to a bunch of clones who are disguised as Jedi and then absolutely massacre them. And then there's a deleted scene that shows Shaak Ti at the end getting decapitated by Anakin on a hologram, but that didn't make the final cut either. So this level is made entirely out of deleted scenes.
Very evident that this game was made before the movie came out. We're going to see a trick from Zach here, another drop-in warp, which once again is just kind of tricking your CPU into thinking you're farther in the level than you actually are by positioning both characters where they are right now and panning the camera up and jumping. You'll trick Yoda into going behind the door there, and that is library skip. Huge time save, over like 40 seconds, I think. And
I'm so good at this game.
Oh, he got the auto dropout in the final room.
It's like the hardest thing I've done the entire run.
Saving the 0.8 seconds of menuing.
Okay,
Nice.
Zach doesn't drop out in 0.8 seconds. That's a little.
Okay, yeah, Zach's a pretty fast menuer. I'll give him.
Well, actually, that's not true because he goes in the extras menu a lot.
But yeah, it's a good first try library skip from Zach there. We'll see if Jared can do the same. In order to do it, you have to clear out these enemies, which is a little RNG, but really good clear for Jared there. You'd love to see them all kind of go in one slam. And we're coming up on library skip here, but I don't want to ignore Zach's side either because he's going to be going for another drop in warp. Oh, missed skip from Jared. Hopefully he can recover it. But on Zach's side here, we're going to see Zach do some really specific movement here to warp Anakin to the end of the room, drop him in, drop out player one, and kind of zip to the end of the room, just like that. Oh, Zach going for the pillar clip. He clips through the ceiling and through the wall. First try pillar clip. That is amazing. Awesome pillar clip from that, Zach. That is a non-standard. It's becoming a little more meta, but a lot of people still don't do it. Really, really awesome to see.
Including myself.
Jared making it to the end of Ruin. This room that Zach's playing is pretty simple, just kind of making your way through.
That is not what it is supposed to look like.
Yeah. And finally, got some lava parkour. I don't know if Zach will be going for the hardcore parkour route or just the standard route. Opting for the standard route. I don't blame him. There's a couple like micro time save crazy jumps you can do here. But I don't think they're worth it at all. We're going to see Jared do the non-pillar clip version of this room, which is, like you said, you can see it's still quite fast. Pillar clip only saves a second or two. But it's still a nice little time save. In this final fight here, you have to duel your best friend. If you're playing as you and your friend as a kid, you fight each other, but we're speedrunners, so we're just going to let one guy kill the other guy, and that's that, and move on. And that is the end of episode 3 for Zach here. Once again, going to be restarting the game to skip that finished story cutscene and make his way into the final episode in the run, episode 5, which is kind of the grand buildup of everything we've done previously in the run. We're going to be buying the final 2 red bricks we picked up because we need all 5 red bricks in episode 5. Every red brick we picked up is useful in some way. And, I guess technically...
I mean, tractor beam works in...
I guess tractor beam is maybe not super useful, but everything else is.
Not useful, actually.
So we're going to be buying all these final red bricks and heading into our final episode, which is often regarded as one of the most RNG and difficult and just brutal episodes in the entire run. Some of the hardest levels, hardest tricks, biggest RNG swings. It's got all of it.
Yeah, it's kind of the conclusion of the story, almost like, of the speedrun. You mentioned there's every single red brick. There's so much RNG involved. It's got some of the most difficult tricks in the game, most nerve-wracking skips in the game. So yeah, it is definitely a epic conclusion to a pretty epic speedrun, if I don't say so myself.
And if there's anything to build up your nerves on a world record pace going into episode 5, if you're grinding attempts at home, you have a world record pace coming into episode 5. Nothing better to start it off with a 1 and 40-second long opening cutscene, the longest in the entire game for this Hoth battle here. So you're just kind of sitting there waiting almost 2 minutes to just to play the game.
Also, Zach said that you had to buy IT after getting it on cheat codes, but you do not have to. I already had it.
Actually, Zach said that you do not have to do them. Because
I thought you did. I don't know how cheat codes.
Somebody said it.
I'm not a cheater.
Yeah, someone said it. I don't know. Who could it have been? No, yeah, you don't have to buy it, but you do have to turn it on.
Anyway, we're now both in this. This.
If only the gap was more than 1 minute and 48 seconds. Fortunate.
But Zach's about to hop into gameplay here. This level is, like I said, there's a lot of RNG in episode 5, and this is one of the 2 big sources for that RNG. First 2 rooms are going to be pretty simple here. We're going to see some cool barrier skips in the next room, but it's the 3rd room, which is the arena. The arena, which is what we really care about, and that is where there's going to be a lot of RNG. Before we get there, though, going to do a cool, what's called a 2-player ship flip, where if you flip and call in player 2 at the peak of your jump, you can utilize the fact that player 2 spawns on top of player 1 to kind of just fly over the invisible barrier there. And then to skip this barrier, we're just going to kind of roll right over it. Normally you have to drag a bomb to blow up those barriers, but we're not going to do that. But here we go, onto the arena. We're going to see the red brick that they picked up in Battle Over Coruscant, the auto-scroller, come in handy here. This is Vehicle Smart Bomb, which by just holding the special button, which is just like B by default, if you hold it, it just makes everything explode in ship levels. And we use that to kind of wipe out this arena as fast as possible. So yeah, as you can see, like, we're not even really shooting here. We're just kind of driving in circles while just holding the special button, and the whole screen is shaking as everything is blowing up. But depending on how your RNG is will really depend on how many times you have to do that before you finish the wave. Sometimes you can get really lucky and do it in only 2 or 3 explosions, but sometimes you're just driving in circles waiting for them to spawn in, and they never spawn in, and it's a horrible time. And this is the AT wave. This time we got to use our snow speeders to tie up their legs and then drag a bomb into them. Where they spawn is kind of RNG here, and can also have an influence on how long it takes you to beat this level. But doing some tough 1v2C here, while one player is tying up the leg, Zach is controlling the other player to go grab a bomb and get ready to hit them right when they trip. And here we go. Let's see how Jared's RNG looks. Gets 3 off the bat. Gets 3 more off to a slow start, but if you can get the final 2 here, that was decent. Meanwhile, Zach onto the 4th and final wave here. See if you can get the final 2 here. Gets 1, got 1 more, and there we go. Pretty average for Zach. It looks like Jared's has kind of been around average as well, but we'll see if that turns around in his final 2 waves. But that is a Hoth battle complete for Zach. 5 levels to go. And now that we have finished Hoth battle, we're going to go down into Echo Base with we're going to be joining Han and Leia as they make their escape. Looks like Jared's AT-AT spawned a little bit away from each other, but still like kind of on the same quadrant of the arena. Ends up just kind of being pretty average once again, which is something you can never complain about in these RNG levels. You know, average is better than bad. Ooh, that could be rough for Jared. That AT-AT spawned in the pile of rocks, which means he has to clear out all the rocks here because they like to break the cable. Looks like he gets that done just fine, but ooh, he brings out the bomb too early. He's gonna have to grab another one. He's got one more guy and clears him out. Just, I think, a little bit above average RNG there. I think it was approximately the same for both, but we are now in Echo Base on Zach's side. We're going to get to see another skip found within the last year. A skip called Boom Skip, where if Zach gets it first try, we got to give him 5 big booms. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. It's going to be coming up here. There's going to be a bomb cart, you know, like the ones that go boom, and he's going to be trying to clip out of bounds with it, and which will allow him to skip this room. But it only has about a 7 or so pixel range for lining up, and you have to line it up pretty quickly because the bomb cart is coming. He's going to try to line it up. Let's see. First try, and that is 5 big booms. Let's get 5 big booms in the chat for Zach. Let's go. Boom! He's now out of bounds. Gonna hop behind this door here and head right into the next room by triggering a super jump into the door. Oh, that is unlucky there. So Zach gets a power-up despawn, which is just something that power-ups like to do sometimes. They just vanish out of thin air, which means he will not get the benefit of fast building that panel or the bomb coming up here, and will not have the invincibility either. So in this next room, we're gonna be going down this slide to hit 5 buttons. And this is one of the few rooms in the game where we actually have a way of skipping it, but it is one of those skips that once again is so unbelievably precise that it is nowhere near ever being viable for full game runs in any capacity. So we're not going to be seeing that today, but it does exist. Meanwhile, Jared coming up on boom skip as well. Let's see if he gets 5 big booms. Gonna be lining it up. Ooh, he's a little high. Oh, 0 booms for Jared. Unlucky. Oh, Zach missing the jump onto the Falcon. Cool little skip there to skip the Tauntaun. Just a quick little jump on the Falcon. Jared getting second try boom skip, but unfortunately he lost his chance for 5 big booms, but he will make his way through the level. Meanwhile, Zach finishing up with a very, very clean Echo base. Had a little issues getting on the Falcon at the end there and the power-up despawn, but other than that, making it through with no big issues.
Okay.
Jared having a little issues boosting 3PO up here. Normally you have to build a cart to get 3PO up there, but you can just literally just push him up. As Zach comes onto what is probably universally agreed to be the just worst
best level. Oh,
what?
Sorry. Huh? Maybe there is some disagreement. I don't know.
There could be some disagreement. I think a lot of people might say this is the worst level in the game. I'm gonna be honest. This is Falcon Flight. It's boring. It's really boring. It has a lot of RNG and even more RNG, and it's at the end of the run and has a lot of RNG, and nobody likes it. There's nothing interesting about it. There's no cool tricks. There's no cool skips. There's nothing cool about it at all. Nobody likes it. It's really boring. Yeah, you get the point.
Yeah, it would have been 10 times worse had I not gotten the cheat for infinite torpedoes.
Yeah, and that is true. It would be even worse without infinite torpedoes, which is the first time we're actually going to get to see the use of infinite torpedoes, which is the red brick we grabbed back in episode 6 in the Death Star. And as you can see, Zach just has like torpedoes behind his ship. Normally you have to shoot these rocks in this room, and it's like RNG for when the torpedoes will drop from the rocks, and it's just horrible. There's nothing good about this level. It's just, this is like not, like Glenn Scragg did not have any input on this level, to say the very least. One of our favorite devs. But yeah, you have to destroy these barriers and then fly in a straight line for 40 seconds straight. So we're just gonna watch Zach here fly in a straight line for 40 seconds straight. There's literally nothing else you do here. I guess you can collect the mini kit, why not? Just actually exhilarating gameplay here. Coming up on the second torpedo wall. Gonna kind of space them out. So, okay, well, torpedoes decide to target the same one for who knows why. Just a bad level, I guess. And Zach has almost reached the worst part of the level, which is a big boulder that goes by the name of Dwayne.
because the boulder is a rock.
It is a rock, and it spins, and there's 6 targets on this rock that he has to hit with torpedoes, but the direction the boulder spins is random, the speed the boulder spins is random, and you can usually only hit the targets on the front of the boulder, which means that by completely random chance, sometimes your boulder will just hold a target on the back side for many, many seconds at a time. Looks like Zach is off to a pretty good start, has 1 target left on the back, and it comes to the front. That was a good boulder.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the 1 target that I missed was just directly in front of me with nothing in the way. That pretty much sums up how that level works.
A solid boulder for Zach there. Can't complain about that at all.
106 boulder. Not bad.
Fun fact, there's been so many world record capable runs that I've either lost a lot of time or almost completely died to the boulder. But in my current world record, the 2:18:35, I actually got the best ever boulder ever. It was yeah.
Well, it goes to show how much of an influence the boulder can have on a run. It can literally be the difference between a new world record and a run that no one will remember ever again. And it's we're over 2 hours in. We it's the 4th to last level, and there have been instances where people have quite literally lost over a full minute to the boulder just not presenting the target to the front side.
Justin, you know a thing or two about that.
Yeah, I may have some personal experience with enduring the pain of that. Oh, okay. Jared misses the first one. Hopefully it comes back around. That's 2. 3, I think. There's the 4th one. Oh, going around to the back. Hopefully that comes back around. The 5th one's coming. Okay, wait. You might be able to make this work here if these last 2 hit. All right. That was not bad. Take that any day of the week. All right, we're gonna jump back over to Zach's side here. He is on to Dagobah, a very technical level, and we're gonna get to see a pretty interesting skip here. This is Dagobah button skip, and normally you have to rise these buttons out of the water because this is poison water and will kill you if you fall into it. However, the buttons you can stand on while they're still in the water. So if you memorize where they are in the water, you can just step on them. I'm gonna be quiet for a second here. The skip Zach just did there is called Hut Skip, and it requires an audio cue, which is why I was silent for a second there. But pretty much, it's another one of those instances of tricking the AI into being further into the level than you actually are. And in that case right there, this level is kind of weird in the sense where normally if you were to go any further than Luke was standing there, it would trigger a cutscene and activate this Jedi training sequence where Yoda teaches Luke how to be a Jedi in a separate room, and then you come back into this room to finish it later. But by standing in that rock, R2 will actually go past the cutscene trigger for you, and once he's past it, you can drop him in, drop out your first player, and use that as a way to kind of circumvent that cutscene trigger and get later into the level than you should be, and skip that cutscene and that entire sequence entirely. And it doesn't matter that you skip it; you still get Jedi Luke in the next room anyways. So so it all works out perfectly. Time for a Vader fight, a pretty technical 1P2C section. Gonna see a couple subtle things there. If you force an object, spam force an object during a camera pan, your characters can actually move. Don't know why, but you're gonna get to really see an example of that here, where he's going to have Yoda just kind of tap the box over and over to let Luke walk during this camera pan when he normally couldn't. Into this final room here, the big thing is just making sure that these bats are not being horrible to you. It was quiet for a second for a successful hut skip for Jared there, listening for that audio cue. As Zach is finishing up the final boxes here. Gonna build an R2 panel, force the X-Wing out of the ground, and finish the level. This level is interesting because only Yoda can force this X-Wing. The Luke Jedi, but
Old alert.
Yeah, the Luke Jedi behind you cannot force the X-Wing. So if you try to force the X-Wing with him, it just doesn't work. But Yoda can do it.
I don't think that's a 43, Jared, but told you I was cooking something.
Yeah, okay. My gold's a 44.2, so
it's probably a little slower. The end room had one tiny mistake where I didn't walk through the turnstile, unfortunately. It must be like a second.
Yeah, could be a gold here. Did you gold?
Yep. Yeah. 44.7.
Nice little gold there. Fastest Dagobah Zach has ever played. But now it is time for the most iconic level in LEGO Star Wars speedrunning, Cloud City Trap. Often regarded as one of the most difficult levels in the entire game, one of the most punishing, most technical. It is trick after trick that are all extremely difficult, and it's at the very, very end of the run. It has built up a notoriety of being kind of the final wall that you have to make it past in order to get a good run. Starting off here with a simple super jump. Once again, making R2 stuck, and then when he jumps back to his last safe point, he intersects with the door and happens to hit it. Gonna deflect the bullet here to break the door. That was really good RNG. And what are you doing, Zach? The fly or the jump? Looks like he's...
I'll do the fly. Sorry, I was muted. I'm just gonna do the fly.
You're good. All right, yeah, fly. So there's two ways you can skip this room. There's the extremely risky strategy where you just jump across this gap with Luke. But here is the safer strat where you fly off the panel with R2 to get to this section early. Normally you have to do this Vader fight to get over here. But by doing that fly, you can get over here early and skip the first room. Perfect first try fly. Second trick, this is DVT, short for Darth Vader Transition Room. This is the room between the first and second Darth Vader fight, and we're going to do another super jump to skip this room.
Pat, what do you think? Should I go for the old trick?
Don't do that. Definitely not that.
Yeah, so this trick replaced an old trick known as DV2 skip, which was considered probably the hardest trick in the game. Luckily, that trick is obsolete now. And, oh, beautiful first try gap jump from Zach there. That is a 3-frame window at 60 FPS. You would love to see it.
I don't know if this is golding. I honestly don't remember what the gold is.
This was really clean. I mean, first try everything, really good RNG on the door.
It's like a 307. That must be a gold.
Beautiful Cloud City Trap. Zach is on a roll right now.
This would low-key be like a really good episode 5 if I didn't miss Falcon jump in Echo Base, which is a little embarrassing. But, we've all been there, except we probably haven't. I'm like the only one that does that.
Ooh, Jared gets basically the exact same deflect that Zach got. So good RNG for Jared as well.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, Jared slipping off the panel there. But
apparently that was a gold as well.
Wow, it's 2 golds in a row.
That like never happened in this episode. Like,
could you believe this guy's retired? But either way, I mean, Zach, like I said, this level is the ultimate test to make it to the final level, and well, I guess Zach passed with an A+ flying colors. Oh, Jared pops back in bounds there. You have to kind of thread the needle between falling off and not popping back in bounds there in between the wall, and it is not easy at all.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, forces too early. Yeah. Now we're seeing what a more typical Cloud City trap would look like.
Oh.
This is brutal. Looks like Jared is resorting to meme strats. As Zach enters the final level in the run. Betrayal over Bespin. A level that used to be pretty easy, but as of recently had a new trick implemented that makes it much, much harder. And I'll get to that when he gets there. Oh, beautiful shot on Boba Fett there. Doing all the hearts in one go. Jared getting a successful clip with the old fight skip there.
First try.
Alright, Zach's going to be doing door clip here, which allows you to clip out of bounds and skip a huge portion of the level. Doing it with Chewie, which is kind of a new thing that... Oh. Did you blow yourself up? I think Zach accidentally blew himself up with the blaster while out of bounds and respawned all the way back. Alright, hopefully that doesn't happen this time. There we go.
I did do that.
That saves like a minute and a half, by the way, compared to the casual strat there. There's like 3 different ways you can skip that room, but that is the fastest. But we're now going to see Zach attempt the new strat here. Oh, that's so unlucky. Okay. Zach,
I'm actually kind of annoyed by that, I'm not gonna lie.
Is it faster to just not do it?
Yeah, it's definitely faster not to do it.
So we are no longer going to be...
I just wanted to do the trick.
Since Zach lost his helmet there, we are no longer going to be seeing him attempt the new trick.
I'm gonna lose it.
Oh no, Zach. He's kissing Leia's hand.
Why, man?
It's crumbling apart.
Alright, I'll actually play the last level fast. So that way we can show what it's actually supposed to be beaten like.
I probably should have just gone back and done it to do the trick, but...
Well, now we'll get to see 2 ways of doing this level.
I don't even remember how to do this.
We'll get to see both routes. Zach is doing the pre-2024 route of beating this level. And we'll get to see Jared do the new technical route. Beautiful box clip from Zach there. He has a tendency to mess that one up a lot. So I'm glad to see it.
You can't say that after I just got my helmet shot off, man.
I'm sorry.
Messed up. That's like a 1 in like, oh, of course. That's like a 1 in like 50, I would say.
Oh, Zach gets the Bespin fountain. Can you believe it? Look at the sparks flying out the ceiling. I don't know why it happens, but when it does, it's a good day.
I don't remember the route here, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Zach is doing a strat here. He's just doing the intended route, but we'll get to see on Jared's side why having a helmet allows you to do... Oh, beautiful serve. We'll get to see on Jared's side that why having a helmet allows you to do a new strat that is very unique. But meanwhile, on Zach's side, this is the iconic end platform. It's just a matter of killing waves of enemies, trying not to blow yourself up, and doing it as fast as possible.
How do I have Chewie? Oh, that's right. Oh my god.
We are coming up on time here when Zach does enter the ramp to the Falcon after the little camera pan. He's got a couple more enemies to clear out here. Looks like there's one more.
That's so dumb.
And time.
It's 2:20:34.
At 2:20:34 loadless for Zach.
I lost
very solid. I think that ties my PB. I don't need. Obviously, making good use of the new pod race skip, the new Mos Eisley Spaceport skip, tons of new skips. But anyway, we're gonna hop over to Jared's side. Let's see this strat that Zach was not able to do because he lost his helmet. He's gonna have Chewie get on the panel here and try to use the elevator and clip Lando out of the elevator frame to get out of bounds. Very nice. And now that he's out of bounds, he is simply just going to dive backwards and die and respawn. And if you remember Death Star Escape, the Falconless trick, where the Falcon trigger was able to activate early in that level, well, it's basically the same concept here. He loaded this room and then went far enough back in the previous room where he causes this room to deload. And when he reloads this room, it causes the end trigger for the Falcon to become active early. And that allows him to skip the whole sequence at the end of the level where you step on all the buttons and have to fix the bridge and do all that, which is a nice little time save. But because he's not fixing the bridge, there is one more skip he still has to do that is pretty tricky. But we'll get to see a very different ending to Jared's run than we saw on Zach's side. Before we do that, though, got to set up for the box clip. And instead of doing the box clip with R2, we're going to be doing it with Chewie, because Chewie is faster, and the reason we had to do it with R2 on Zach's side is because he has to go through the poisonous gas, but with the route that Jared is taking here, he's actually going to be going to the left, avoiding the poisonous gas, so he can do it with Chewie. And it's time for the bridge skip, which involves damage boosting R2 as he flies across the gap. It's very, very difficult. Oh, slips off again.
Oh no.
Misses it the first time, which is really bad because an enemy starts spawning and Chewie doesn't like to target R2 sometimes. It can be really annoying. This trick is not easy in any capacity. Here we go. Very, very nice. Gets the damage boost, and he should be able to just cruise, and the end trigger will become active early, meaning that it is time for Jared.
2:23:23.
Which is still a very, very strong run, especially with the shenanigans we saw in Cloud City Trap. Still a very, very clean run for Jared as well. Got to see both showcases of how Bespin was played there. Zach taking the race with a super clean time there. Like I said, Zach is not actively running the game. He does practice, he does glitch hunting, but he comes out every once in a while, puts up a crazy time, and that's just what he does. But overall, a super awesome race between both runners. I don't know if any of you have any quick thoughts?
Nope.
A little disappointed, but happy to have been able to showcase the run. I'm going to be in the near future going for a 2:17. So the world record's currently around 30 seconds off of 2:17. So I'm going to be doing attempts on my Twitch, twitch.tv/itsjared97 if anyone watching wants to check that out. But yeah, thanks to Zach for agreeing to step in, especially on such short notice, and obviously him not playing the game super often. Really appreciate it. He's one of the best to ever do it, and still remains that way. So thanks to Zach, and thanks for everyone watching.
Yeah, I think I'll throw it over to Church. We're gonna have a couple announcements for Lego Speedrunning as a whole coming up in just a second, but I'll give it over to him for now.
Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to everybody here. It was a fantastic race, fantastic commentary. Everybody in the LEGO community. Y'all came out in force to represent the LEGO speedrunning community, the games, everything. So a huge shout out to you. What a great community. And I know we've been saying this all week, but like if you're interested in LEGO speedrunning, the LEGO community is a fantastic community. They'll help you out. Wonderful community to join. do you want to talk about a little bit about what you all have going on?
Yeah, 100%. I believe we might have a graphic that comes up on the stream if it.
We do.
Okay, perfect. If that graphic is going to come up on the stream, I would like to tell everyone watching about what you can expect for the Lego speedrunning community going forward. If you enjoyed this event, these are some other events that we're going to be doing on our own channel in the summer, which I'll tell you about in just a second. But we have 3 big things coming up. The first thing is the Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga Ladder League, which is a any percent tournament for Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, the category we just watched, that involves 3-way races where runners who win the race are climbing up the ladder, and it's like this whole rung system. It's a tournament where runners are going up and down these different tiers, and the ones at the top qualify, and the ones at the bottom get eliminated. It's a whole, it's a pretty complicated format. I'm not going to delve too much into it here, but it's a really exciting format that creates really, really cool races, and we're going to be running that from late May to late July. And once again, Lego Star Wars Complete Saga any percent, the category you just watched, is what the tournament will be taking place with. Another thing we're going to be doing is Legothon from July 18th to 20th, which is our charity speedrun marathon through Lego Speedruns, where it's basically what we just saw this weekend, a showcase of all the coolest Lego speedrun categories back to back to back, all with commentary, races, co-op runs, everything like that. That is going to be coming up July 18th to 20th. Raising money for a good cause, and something that is also something to look forward to if you want to see a wide variety of unique and cool Lego runs. And the final and third thing we got coming up is Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga Break the Record, which is a format where everyone does attempts over the span of a weekend to try to break a world record in a category. We are still fleshing this one out. I'm not going to give too much information as we're still kind of ironing out the details, but that is going to be in August. And all of these are going to be streamed on twitch.tv/Lego Speedruns, which is where all the community Lego events happen. So all 3 of these will be there. So if this is something that you'd be interested in any capacity, I highly recommend following that channel. We do a lot of charity stuff and Lego speedrunning stuff, and that's where you got to go for that. So thank you, everybody, for coming out this weekend. Thanks to Games Done Quick and the showrunners for letting us showcase our community here.
You mind if I say one quick Ladder League thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Might as well say it now. We're actually going to be opening signups for anyone interested in the next couple of days. Once I finish the video for the new format, we have new changes to the format. And so obviously join the Discord. That's the only place you can find the video and the forum to sign up. Signups are going to be open for not too much time. Last year we had them open for multiple months. We're not doing that this time, obviously. So signups are going to be open for a limited amount of time. So make sure you stay tuned and pay attention. Have notifications on. And if you have any questions, the Ladder League channel is now open. That's it.
Yeah, and the Legothon submissions will be opening soon as well. And I think that's all we got for our community. I hope I said everything. If not, I imagine it'll be posted.
Well, shout out to Gus for making this graphic.
Yeah, shout outs to Gus for making this graphic. And I think with that, I think that's all I have from my end. I'm going to give it back to the showrunner. Thank you for having me on.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep. Again, thank you all for being on. And yeah, definitely check out everything they just talked about. Speedrun community, the Lego community is great. But yeah, we don't have anything left for you tonight. We will have more hotfix for you tomorrow. We have Game Over at 7 p.m. followed by Think Fast at 10. Just a quick reminder before we sign off for the night. Black in a Flash is returning with an event for Juneteenth from June 20th to 22nd. To learn more about the Black in a Flash community and submit your runs, you can go to GDQ.gg/BA. Again, thank you all, Lego community. Happy 20th to Lego Star Wars, and have a great night, everyone.
Bye.